5 games coming to you live from the SCG. My name's Jimmy Smith. I'm joined alongside former Australian fast bowler Dougie Bollinger, and we're looking forward to this match. Players off the field now. They're just about ready to come back out as Aaron Finch is out there for a welcome to come.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
And a very good evening to you. Welcome to the men's T20 series between Australia and Sri Lanka here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Men's and women's Ashes are over. The one-day international series between Australia and New Zealand was cancelled. So the last 5 international games of the summer gets underway tonight, featuring the world champion Australian team. And Australia has been sent in to bat by the Sri Lankan captain, Dasun Shanaka. We're standing by for the national anthems alongside Brett Sprigg. I'm Andrew Moore in commentary, plus in the blue corner, former New South Wales and Australian fast bowler Stuart Clark. And in the other blue corner, we welcome former New South Wales and Test spinner, Sydney Sixers cult figure, Stephen O'Keefe. We'll hear from both Stephen and Stewie in a moment or two. The weather is overcast but fine. There's been plenty of rain in Sydney today, but this would be as good as the sky has looked in a number of hours, and we're ready for an on-time start in around about 8 or 9 minutes. As I say, Australia has been sent into bat, and their batting lineup will be captain Aaron Finch, Ben McDermott, Josh Inglis on debut, becoming the 99th Australian player in T20 cricket, Glenn Maxwell, Stephen Smith, Marcus Stoinis, Matthew Wade, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Adam Zampa and Josh Hazlewood. The 12th is Ashton Agar, and not required tonight, Kane Richardson, Moses Enriquez or Jai Richardson. Let's get downstairs to the welcome to country.
Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge our Aboriginal elders, all elders, past and present, and pay my respects to all our First Nations and traditional owners that may be watching. I'd like to pay my respects to all our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander brothers and sisters. Welcome to Gadigal. And to all our non-Indigenous brothers and sisters, a very warm and sincere welcome to you to Gadigal. No matter where you've come from, whether it be across the seas, across the state or across town, once again, a very warm and sincere welcome to you to Gadigal. And as I've mentioned many times before, was, is and always will be Aboriginal land. Where we are today is Gadigal. Gadigal is one of 29 clans of the Eora Nation. The Eora Nation is bounded by nature's own, the Hawkesbury River to the north, Nepean to the west and Georges River to the south. And in between those 3 mighty rivers is the Eora Nation. And in that nation there are 29 clans. And the clan's land we're on today is Gadigal. On behalf of Cricket Australia, Kumari and of the Gadigal mob, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you.
සෝභමාන ලංකා දාන ගණයනෙක මල් බලතුරු පිරි ජයභූමිය රම්යා අප හට සැපසිරි සෙත සදනා ජීවනවේ මාතා පිළිගනු මැන අප භක්ති පූජා නමෝ නමෝ शक्ति अब हद तुल भक्ति उब अब आलोके अब के अनुप्राणे ගෙදරු කැළඹැවිනා යමු යමු වීනොපමා ප්‍රේම වඩා සැම වේද දුරරදා නමෝ නමෝ මාතා අප ශ්‍රී ලංකා නමෝ 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 මාතා
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are young and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strength, then let us sing, advance Australia
On your flip, Simmons singing the Australian national anthem, and for Salvadana, the Sri Lankan anthem. The Sri Lankan team will be Danushka Gunatilaka, Pathum Nasanka, Charit Asalanka, Avishka Fernando, Dinesh Chandamal, one of the veterans of the team, the keeper. The captain is Dasun Shananka, then Chamika Kurunaratna, Winindu Hasaranga, both all-rounders, and then the specialist bowlers, if you like, Dushmantha Chamira, Mahesh Thikshana and Banura Fernando, with all-rounder Ramesh Mendes, the 12th man, and no room for Jeffrey Vandersay, Praveen Jaya Wikrama, Lahiru Kamara or Camille Mishara. And also, one of their players is missing through COVID, Kasal Mendes. Stewie Clark, good evening to you. What are you looking forward to most about this game and this series?
G'day, Andy. G'day, everybody. Well, look, it's a huge series, especially for the Sri Lankans. A lot of inexperienced and younger style players, and they're up against the Australians, the world champions, pretty much at full strength, other than a couple that have been rested. So it's a huge series for the Sri Lankans, and look, it's nice to be seeing some white ball cricket. You just get so used to that. Test matches, one-day cricket. We grew up with that. Well, we sort of missed that. We saw a bit of the Big Bash, and we missed one-day cricket. So this is the chance to see some of that international cricket.
Stephen O'Keefe, good to work with you again, mate. First time in a few years. Congratulations on another very good Big Bash campaign with the Sixers. Great to see you. You excited about this series?
It is. It's great to be here. You know, I look around and I look at the Sri Lankan team, and, you know, their performances in Australia aren't too bad. You know, they were down 3-0 last time they were here, but they have won 5 out of the last 9 games. Have done well in Zimbabwe. Like we said, a little bit unknown, but Australia, what do we rank, say 6th, I think, in the world? Yes, we've won the World Cup. Sri Lanka ranked 8th in T20 internationals. You'd expect Australia at home to do well. The SCG, average score of 8.5. You know, so we're looking at somewhere around 170. The wicket looks beautiful. The conditions look great. So I'm looking for a nice, even contest. Hopefully with no retired batters like a Jordan Silk and Greg Shippard combo happening out there tonight, but who knows?
We don't need any of that. I'm looking forward to seeing McDermott. We saw him in the Big Bash. He was absolutely stellar. Sock probably got a first-hand look at it at some stage during the season, but we know Aaron Finch, he's been around for a long time. He's a quality, but McDermott, he's destroyed attacks in the BBL. If I'm a Sri Lankan bowler, I'm a little bit nervous if I don't get it quite right. You'll be fetching it out of the stands, or the crowd will be throwing it back to you. So all to play for the Australians, the top order.
Yeah, I think it's a great point with McDermott, and we're looking at a bit of a succession plan here, aren't we? David Warner, you know, mid-30s, getting along, and we might be looking at something of the future of Australian cricket, who we might see at the top of the order. And Aaron Finch probably underwhelmed a little bit in the Big Bash this year. You've got Ben McDermott, quite rightly, as you said, 200s in the Big Bash. never been done before. And our number 3, Josh Inglis, doesn't have the gloves, but I think that speaks volumes of what the Australian cricket setup thinks of his batting. So, you know, those guys are going to have a great opportunity. Inglis, of course, travelled with the Australian team in the UAE. He's been around it. He's got the opportunity tonight. The Aussies look strong, but I'm excited to see what the Sri Lankans can produce tonight in these conditions.
Stewie Clark gets his first spell of the night after a stunning performance. He'll be back. Opening the bowling for Sri Lanka will be Dushmantha Chameera, and he'll be bowling from the broadcast end, the Paddington end of the Sydney Cricket Ground, and he'll be opening the bowling to Aaron Finch. But Chameera, 30 years of age, it's his 40th T20, made his debut 7 years ago, 38 wickets, an average of 28. Best of 4 for 17 against England. Only his second game against Australia, he was wicketless, and he went for 33 runs from 3 overs. And Aaron Finch, the 35-year-old captain, he will open and take strike. Ben McDermott at the non-strikers end. There'll be a slip, backward point, a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short fine leg. We've got a deep third man and a deep square leg. So first ball of this T20 series, and it will be Chameera bowling to Aaron Finch. Dinesh Chandimal is the keeper for Sri Lanka, and Chameera bowls to Finch, well pitched up and a run as he pushes it straight to mid-on, shy at the stumps, and it hits the bat of Finch coming through. The fielding done by Hasaranga, and Australia off the mark first ball. How have you seen these power plays, first 6 overs, evolve since you started playing T20?
Well, I mean, it's evolved completely in Big Bash. You know, we've now got the power surge, which has changed the whole dynamics. But I think in the traditional sense, which we have here, you know, your first 1 or 2 overs gives you that little bit of extra time, and you really want to cash in that 5th or 6th over to really take the bowling down and get that 10-run overs.
Ben McDermott takes guard, and first ball he pushes straight to mid-off, can't get a run. Dot ball well bowled by Chameera. He's on the mark immediately as the captain Shanaka picks it up, fires it back to Chandimal. Australia won without loss after the first 2 deliveries. And
it's important, I think, as well to recognise in the first 6 overs, there's a lot of stats that will tell you that if you take 3+ wickets in the first 6 overs, you go on to win 70 to 75% of their matches. And you can tell straight away to Finch, ball punched to mid-on, they're going to try and attack that front. If they've done their homework, they will try and attack that front pad. They've got a square field, which I do like to McDermott because he is prone to hitting the ball in the air in that area.
Chameera bowls to him, and there's a edge that travelled down to third man, got about halfway down, and they get a single. So in the end, it found an appropriate gap, and Ben McDermott is off the mark. Bit of a misfield, but they couldn't get a second run. So McDermott 1, Finch 1. Australia no wicket for 2. And McDermott, for all his prowess in the BBL for the Hobart Hurricanes, it's his 18th T20 international, only averaging 13.66 with a highest of 35 against Bangladesh and a strike rate of 88. But we've seen him develop over the last few years, Sock, into an absolute weapon at BBL level. And that's brought about his selection here. Now it's Chameera on his way again to Aaron Finch. Still a slip in place, and he's driven down the ground. Lovely timing by Aaron Finch. It's heading towards the long-on boundary. The batsmen come back for a second. Sliding save in the outfield by Hasaranga, and they come back for a third run. But that good bit of fielding by Hasaranga saves a run for Sri Lanka. So Finch is 4, and Australia no wicket for 5 in the first over.
Beautiful signs there for Aaron Finch. I think if he's hitting that ball in particular down the ground, that means he's getting his weight over his front leg and he's looking to hit the ball straight through mid-wicket as opposed to playing behind his front pad. That means that, you know, I can see a lot of good intent from him, and the last 2 shots I really have seen it. He seems very still at the crease and looking to attack straight down the wicket.
That's Stephen O'Keefe. I'm Andrew Moore. Grandstand cricket, a beautiful ball by Chameera. Really rears its head on Finch and McDermott rather, and he's beaten outside the off stump. That got up him a lot on him a lot more than he anticipated, McDermott, and it flies through to Chandimal.
It's interesting to see the 2 different tactics, isn't it? You know, we've seen 2 balls to Finch. We're looking straight. We're looking to attack the pegs. To McDermott, we're looking as you know, he stands a bit leg side of the ball. They've got 2 square fielders, one right on point, one at backward point, and your cover would almost say he's quite square as well.
Yeah.
And they're bowling that fraction wider. That there has just shown us there might be a little bit of moisture in the wicket because it tended to tennis ball a bit out of the surface.
Chameera bowls. McDermott's forward, pushing back to the bowler, who gets his hands on it, prevents a run. That's a very encouraging first over by Chimera. Across 5 runs, and that is Australia's score, with Aaron Finch on 4, Ben McDermott 1. Stephen, you don't get too pinned down in stats when it comes to T20 cricket, but Aaron Finch, in his time for Australia, it's his 84th T20 at international level. His strike rate is 148. Against Sri Lanka, it's 149.5. In Australia, it's 145. And last year was a down year for him. He played 17 games, averaged almost 29, highest of 79 not out, and a strike rate of only, in inverted commas, 125.
I mean, those sorts of numbers you would expect of players who would bat at 6 and 7. You know, you call them your match winners because they come in. The Matthew Wade in the UAE, who would come in and he would have to hit 19 off 8 balls and strike at 200. If you have a guy at the top of the order striking at, I'd take 130 plus. You know, we've got a guy like Aaron Finch in international colours who tends to just, you know, grow another set, you know, and goes to another level. When you're striking at 150, opening the batting, you can only imagine the scores that you would be setting if he bats the distance.
Left armer Benura Fernando bowls the second over to Finch, and he tucks it off his hip. Another awkward lifting delivery down to short fine leg, and it's picked up by Chimera, and they do get through for a single. So Finch will move to 5, and Australia no wicket for 6. Benura Fernando, one of 3 Fernandos on this tour. He's 26 from Colombo, 6 foot 6 inches, old speak. It's his 7th T20, 8 wickets at an average of just over 20, and a best of 2 for 24 against the West Indies, but an economy rate of 8.53. It's his first game against Australia. He's bowling with a slip in place, and in the squat at slip will be Asalanka.
I think Fernando, if you'd be able to correct me if I'm wrong, had a great... They've just finished their Lankan Premier League, the guys, and I think he was one of the young, up-and-coming left arm who's been picked at maybe a little bit more on potential in regards to, as you quite rightly said, 6 foot 6, left armer pace. They're worth their weight in gold anywhere you can go. And in particular to an Aaron Finch, if you can get the ball to swing, as we're waiting at the moment for a bit of...
Side screen issues.
There's...
What it could be, it looks.
There's a bit precious, these guys, don't they? The batters, they have. How much better do you want it than it is down there?
Bounce McDermott raises his bat. In comes Fernando in, and the left armer bowls, and a miscue here from McDermott comes off an inside edge. You'll probably get a couple towards deep backward square. Another misfield, but they were coming back for 2 anyway, as there was a stumbling effort in the outfield by Thikshana. So 2 runs to McDermott, he's 3, and Australia no wicket for 8 in the second over.
Again, love that length, love that line to someone like McDermott. You know, that length, he's giving the ball a chance to swing. And again, we're looking at that sort of a foot wide of off stump, encouraging McDermott to play away from his body. We've got a short third man up, a wideish slip, both in relative catching positions.
Thikshana now at a short fine leg. He's been banished after that slight misfield as this ball's driven to mid-off, and McDermott setting off with the stroke goes through for a run to move to 4. Australia none for 9 in the second over, having been sent into bat. We should point out that one of the World Cup heroes for Australia, Mitchell Marsh, not in this squad because he's been selected for the Test Tour of Pakistan. So the selectors want him to get some red ball grounding under his belt for Western Australia. Dave Warner, the same thing. Didn't play in New South Wales' remarkable 2-wicket win over Queensland in the Shield game that ended today at the Gabba. But same reason, and Warner ended up having a great World Cup campaign as well. It's Fernando to Finch, and the Australian captain is beaten outside the off stump. Awkward looking shot from Finch. Maybe that kept a little lower as it went through almost on the bounce.
It did.
To the keeper, Chandimal.
It certainly did. And at times when this wicket has played a little bit tired, you will get that little bit of up and down bounce, particularly with the new ball. In the past when we've played here with the sixes, that new ball period can be quite difficult. We've had some power plays which are 4 overs only for us, which have gone for less than 8 or 9. But when that ball does get softer, it tends to come on a lot more evenly, and the scoring does tend to open up as the game ventures on.
Fernando bowls to Finch, and he just plays tip and run down to mid-on. Again, sets off with much more than a defensive push, and he'll get a run. And Finch will move to 6 off 5 deliveries. Australia no wicket for 10. 1 ball to come in the second over.
Relatively impressed with the way that they've bowled. They've bowled nice and straight. We've seen one short ball which you'd expect from someone who can bowl, 135 Ks and it is 6'6", but it's been nice and straight and challenging the batter, which, as we've said, we're looking to take wickets in these first 3 overs, and that's what the Sri Lankan bowlers are doing right now.
Last ball of the over, Fernando bowls, and pulling it is McDermott. Again, I think it came off his glove or wrist, and the ball just trickles away backward of point. No run, and McDermott left shaking his arm, his right arm, and looks down ruefully at his wrist. It's a dot ball to win the over. That cost Fernando 5 runs. 2 overs gone. Australia no wicket for 10. Aaron Finch 6. Ben McDermott 4. He's not in touch quite yet. Ben McDermott, as that struck him right on the forearm.
Right on the forearm. And look at the beautiful seam. Well, you can't see the seam position at home, but a beautiful left arm swinging seam position. It was a bit short, but it's done him for pace more than anything. They do have 2 men back on the leg side, a deep backward square and a deep forward square. So he is, in a sense, bowling to his field. As we talk about how well the fast bowlers are bowling, we are now into the attack with spin.
Theekshana, I think, coming on, yeah.
Off spin from the Randwick end. Gutsy move, really. I mean, we talk about matchups in cricket, and spinning the ball away if there's 2 righties in, and going with the right arm offie.
He's only 21 too, Mahesh Theekshana.
And he's aggressive. I love it. He's got a slip in, a backward point, 2 up behind square, a deep mid wicket and a deep long on. It really is an aggressive move here. So
here he comes, 3rd over of the innings, and he's bowling to Aaron Finch, who can't get a run. He just punches at the backward point. Dot ball. Good start by the youngster.
Beautiful start, beautiful length. And I think, looking at that, there may be some current ball maybe flicking out the front. Some variations that we're going to see from this young bowler. He started off well, great length, great pace.
Mahesh comes in, bowls, and Finch sweep, struck on the pad, shout for LBW, look close, they go through for a run to square leg, shy at the stumps at the non-strikers end, backed up by Chimera, and that looked very close from up high here of the Bradman stand.
You have to be, unless there's bat, that is...
They've gone for the challenge.
I mean, we're only 300 metres away here. This looks very, very close.
We have a LBW review given not out. Can I check the front foot first, please? Sure.
Seen a couple of cricketers through this summer who weren't to be trusted with DRS. Marnus Labuschagne, Stuart Broad, among others. Alex Carey early on.
Why wouldn't you use it if you could? It's a bit hard at 11 where I bat. Generally, they're being used up, but...
Yeah, but so you weren't always the number 11, Stephen. I remember you coming up early in the order.
And great, and looking at that from side on, that is the Karen ball. That is the one that flicks out the front. Look at it, seam up, swinging in.
That looks really close.
Oh, that's
on your bike time.
The issue that you might have is that the ball may be striking the pad outside off, but it is an in-swinging delivery.
Can we adjust that somehow?
This is the 3rd umpire's voice, Rodney Tucker. There's no Nick.
Is it Rodney Tucker? It is Rodney Tucker.
It is.
It's not Bruce yet. Okay. Aaron Finch in a
Let's
lot
go
of trouble here.
Yes, then, please.
The 2 umpires in the middle, Sean Craig and Sam Nagaski.
It's a flat line. Just rock and roll that for me as it goes past the bat. It's only just in the frame there as it's...
It struck him on the front
flat
pad.
Lines are going past the
front
bat.
pad trying to sweep.
So we can get a ball tracking when it's ready.
I reckon that's probably in line with off, but
Stump, all right.
Well, now, Sam.
You're saying in or out?
I have to agree. It's out.
Yeah.
Hitting the wickets, but it's umpire's call, staying with your original decision.
Oh.
Umpire's call.
Oh.
You'll be on screen.
I mean, I just can't agree with that decision. The ball is struck.
So the only question mark is whether it struck him outside off or not.
And
wow.
the ball moving in the direction that it was, the ball has hit him in front of off, going on to hit middle. You could understand it if it maybe was spinning the other way and missing off, but anyway, that's a topic for another day. Aaron Finch lucky to get away with one there.
So Mahesh, this exciting 21-year-old off, he bowls and he's driven by McDermott to point, can't pierce the field on this occasion. No wicket for 11. Finch is 6, McDermott is 4.
Beautifully bowled, and that looked a little bit more like a traditional over-the-top spinner. Pace quite quick, 96 kilometres. little bit more than what you'd expect from an offie, but certainly effective when you can move the ball both ways.
McDermott 4 from 8 now, at least 5 from 9 as he plays it down between long on a mid-wicket, and Aaron Finch very smartly calls him back for a second run despite the fielding efforts in the deep of Hasaranga. That was beautifully run. McDermott moves to 6, and Australia in the third over after being sent into bat, no wicket for 13.
If you had any question marks earlier over Aaron Finch's knee and body, you'd be cleared right now about thinking about it, and that has spun nicely as well. So look, we could see a wicket tonight that might move a little bit off the centre, and spin playing a big part.
Slip's gone out. There's a short third, backward point. Cover, extra cover mid-off, long on, deep mid-wicket, backward square on a short fine leg as quicker ball is swept away brilliantly by McDermott for 4 in front of the Brawongle stand. That was timed to perfection, the best he struck it all night. And McDermott moves into double figures with his first boundary. He's 10, and Australia move along to no wicket for 17. Your texts are welcome. 0467 920 222. 0467 920 222. By the way, David Boone, who's the match referee, has advised us the front foot no ball technology is down as Mahesh bowls, and he's tickled away to square leg for a single.
Geez, that would be nice to know in a game if the front foot no ball technology was down.
Why has that happened all summer? One more to McDermott, by the way. He's 11, and at the end of the over, none for 18. So Mahesh, his figures read 1 over, none for 7 with a leg bye thrown in, but it was a much better over than that. So, yes, front foot no ball technology. We had that in Brisbane. We had that here for a while during the test, or in Adelaide. It's happening a lot.
Yeah, which, again, it makes it hard for the... I mean, obviously that communication would go out to the umpires, but I've always been an advocate of the umpires shouldn't have to worry about the front line. It's hard enough as it is if you're looking down and then looking up, and then you've got, what, half a second to make a decision whether that's pitching in line, hitting in line. So it's certainly going to make their job a little bit tougher.
I do suppose they've been checking front foots for their entire careers up until the last year or two.
They're probably getting 50% of their decisions right up until that point as well. So
Fernando continuing from the Randwick end, and he bowls, and McDermott rather is back and across, and he punches it away to deep mid-wicket for a single. McDermott moves to 12, looking more comfortable now. Australia 19 without loss.
I'm being a little bit harsh there. I think the umpiring standing, particularly in the Big Bash this year, was outstanding. I think.
I don't suck up now.
No, I'm eating my words.
Yeah, you've already thrown the ball down the well. You can't get it back now.
Yeah, okay. I won't bother then.
G'day, Andrew. Great to hear the grandstand summer of cricket carrying on, as I don't have pay TV. I'll just have to follow on the radio. Thanks also for your great coverage during the Women's Ashes. Keep up the good work. That's Matt listening near the Gabba. Thank you, Matt. 0467 920 222 as Fernando is in. Will he bowl a no ball or not? Will the umpire pick it up? Down the track comes Finch, and he whips it away to deep backward square. Chimura does the fielding, and he'll get an easy run. So Finch moves up by 1 to 7, and Australia no wicket for 20. I tell you, know what I'm excited about, Stephen?
Please tell me.
That it's not raining. I end up covering 5 tests this summer, women's T20s in Adelaide, women's test in Canberra, and rain has been a factor in everywhere.
So you're excited about that?
I'm excited it stopped raining.
I'm excited that you love the simple things in life, that the fact that it's not raining.
Well, I've got more simple things that I'm going to express love for, as Fernando bowls, and on the drive is McDermott. That was a good delivery, and it's in the end defended back to the bowler, who picks it up, and he's followed through. Score remains no wicket for 20 midway through the 4th over. You, despite the fact I think we've only worked once in that Tower of Terror at North Sydney Oval.
Oh, yeah.
You were instantly my favourite co-commentator of all time.
Why is that?
Because...
What did I do?
Do you remember? You were running off.
Lunch.
You didn't buy me lunch. You went into the New South Wales sheds and procured toasties, coffees. I couldn't have loved you more than that day in the Tower of Terror. As Fernando bowls, and this time it's McDermott just clamping down on a Yorker, pushed it to mid-off, and they scamper through for another single. Very good bowling, and in the end the fielding is done at mid-off.
It's great. I mean, the tactics here, you can tell the Sri Lankans have done their homework. It's full, it's straight, they're giving the ball a chance to swing, and that's all you can ask for them. And as we talk about in the first 6 overs, you really want to set the tone or the statement. You know, you want to be, as a batting side, 40 to 50 to set your run chase up, and you'd say that the Aussies are a little bit behind at the moment, and it has been because of some thoughtful, accurate bowling. From what we've said, is a young, inexperienced Sri Lankan bowling unit.
Banura Fernando is in bowling to Finch, who drives back to the bowler. It's again well pitched up by Fernando. Geez, looked impressive, hasn't he? He's bowled 11 deliveries, conceded 8 runs. Australia no wicket for 21. in the 4th over of the innings. Also on the SMS, great to listen to ABC Cricket, loving it. That's from Tuncurry Andy, where it's raining. Nice to hear from you, Andy. Hello, Andrew. Tonight's about the cricket, but will you be calling the NRL All-Stars tomorrow night? Will ABC also call the Women's All-Stars match? Cheers from Skip here in Sydney. Yes, we'll be on air from 5 p.m. at Western Sydney Stadium, and we'll be calling both the Women's and the Men's All-Stars. The Women's at 5:20 local time, the Men's at 20 past 8. Here's a shout for LBW. Finch comes down the track, shy at the stumps, misses from Asalanka, the slip. He was out by half the pitch. Asalanka, he could nearly have underarmed it to the keeper, who could have probably outsprinted Finch. Much ado about nothing in the end. It's a dot ball. Fernando, 2 overs done for 8, and at the end of the 4th over, Australia no wicket for 21. Stephen O'Keefe.
Pace and swing from Fernando. I mean, this is top draw bowling. Really, really challenging Aaron Finch's front pad. As I look at the replay, it's in, it's swinging, it's gone under the bat, but it is missing leg. But it's the classic one where you think when you're batting, you've been hit on the pad, you just start running for whatever reason it is. It's gone straight
frantic.
To short third man. He's out of his crease by a good 5 metres. A missed throw at the stumps would have affected a run out. But again, the intent from this bowling group is fantastic. Again, we're going to see spin up here from the Paddington end in the first 6, and Brave slip in.
Wanindu Hasaranga
hasn't changed his field after McDermott played that lovely sweep shot behind square, almost encouraging him again to take that risk off the stumps, bringing in LB to play.
Tell you what's a harsh school. Mahesh Theekshana bowled a beautiful over, replaced by Sanga. Now the ball's hit towards deep mid-wicket, over the head, gone 6. It went over the head of Nasanka, and that is a big 6 for Ben McDermott to move to 19. Australia no wicket for 27 at the start of the 5th over, as Hasaranga is greeted rudely by Ben McDermott.
I mean, that's just an example of the power of McDermott. Not a bad ball, a fraction short, albeit, but that still is a good 70-metre hit out in front of the members there. We're playing on the relative middle wicket. You do have to get all of that. It has just cleared the man. But I think with a guy in form like this, he's backing himself that he can clear the pickets. And that's the first ball that he's seen of him. So
he's a leggy, Hasaranga, 24-year-old. And this time struck on the pad. The ball is turned backward of square. And they sprint through for a single. And that will be a leg bye. Yes, it is. So Australia none for 28 in the 5th over. Just clarifying too, of the All-Stars NRL tomorrow. It's on local radio and sports digital in New South Wales, ACT and Queensland. And you can hear both matches in full as well on the ABC Listen app on the ABC Sport Extra button. Blind Murray's in touch from Geelong. Thanks for the summer of cricket, ladies and men. I'm pleased I can listen tonight. You blokes bring us a great game of cricket as Hasaranga is whipped away to deep mid-wicket. He'll get a single. The fielding done by Patum Nasanka. One more to McDermott. He moves along to 20. And the score no wicket for 30 in the 5th over.
Isn't it great to have the footy back?
Yeah, I'm very excited.
So excited.
Very excited about tomorrow.
The Maori game tomorrow. I got to speak to Joseph Tarpany today. Very pumped and looking forward to the haka.
Yeah, it's always a feature. Here's a cross-batted shot down the ground by McDermott to mid-on. They'll get a single. An aggressive return comes in from Karunaratne, but can't prevent a run. So we've got McDermott 20. Finch is 8. No wicket for 30 in the 5th over.
Again, we're looking at the run rate. We're in the 5th over. The wicket doesn't seem to be playing too many tricks. A little bit of swing in the air. There is a little bit of spin, but the Aussies going at, say, 6.43 runs per over. A couple short of where they are. I'd be interested to see how Finch takes on the leg spin here now.
He's beaten, bowled. Hasaranga has got through with a well-flighted delivery. Sri Lanka strikes. Your interest has been piqued because he's bowled middle stump sock. And Australia's 1 for 30. Aaron Finch bowled by Hasaranga for 8. The leg spinner strikes for Sri Lanka.
I do love seeing spin take wickets at the SCG. Looking at it from here, it was a full delivery, cross seam. It's a wrong un. He's completely done him. A beautiful piece of flight bowling. Encouraged the drive through mid-off to Aaron Finch. Played all round it, clipped the top of leg stump. That's a great start from the young leggy after considering his first ball's gone for 6. That is a big wicket. Aaron Finch, the captain, gone.
So Aaron Finch bowled Hasaranga for 8 of 12 deliveries, 1 for 30. And that brings to the crease Josh Inglis on debut, the 27-year-old. You may well know, born in Leeds. His record at domestic T20 level, 71 games, almost 1,800 runs at an average of 30.72, 2 centuries with the highest of 118 not out, and his strike rate is at a Stephen O'Keefe type level, 149.5. Josh Inglis coming in ahead of Glenn Maxwell, Stephen Smith, Marcus Stoinis et al.
It's my first impressions with the young Josh Inglis. I was trying to get into Perth Stadium to play a game there, and they refused to let me in. I didn't have my pass, and Josh was driving into the car park and said, "Mate, can I give you a lift in?" I thought, "What? This guy's a lovely kid." I went out there that day. He made 60 off 30 and bludgeoned me to all parts of the ground. So that was my first impressions of a lovely young man.
The fascia. Hasaranga is greeted with the defensive bat this time from Inglis, and that ends a wonderful over. 1 for 30. 9 runs off it, though. 5 overs gone. Stephen O'Keefe about to be joined by Brett Sprigg on Grandstand Cricket.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
I'm thinking of you.
One to come in the power play. Thank you very much, Andrew Moore. Nice to see you, Steve O'Keefe.
Oh, it's great to see you too.
Nice to see no rain, as Andrew mentioned.
Oh,
a lot of clouds.
The simple things in life.
You know, Riley's stand is full of plenty of Sri Lankan fans here as well, which is nice to see.
Yeah, I was on the way in from the car park. I parked over at the EQ, and I saw a couple of fans. And I said, "Who are you looking forward to see tonight?" And they go, "Oh, we don't really follow the cricket, but we're passionate about our country and just want to turn up and support." And I'm like, how good's that?
More of Mahesh from the round weekend. Bowling here to McDermott, who's back and across here and plays it back to the bowler, who misfields in his follow-through, down to long on. I'll think about the second and think better of it. So 1 more for McDermott. He's 21. Australia 1 for 31 on the 6th over.
Well, it's been... This is the 3rd over now of spin in the power play, and I think this is a good move by Sri Lanka. They're playing to their strengths. They've got a couple of spinners who the Aussies wouldn't have seen before. We have a mystery off-spinner in Thikshanka bowling at the moment, who really is troubling, or at least making the batters hesitate early in their innings.
Deep fielders a cow corner and long on. Flutter ball this time, and the back foot Inglis is off the mark with 1 down a long on. He's the 99th Australian T20 player, of course, Josh Inglis. He spent the first 14 years of his life in England. We could have played for England as well during the Ashes. That was a talking point. He was in the squad.
What was he thinking? He could have played 5 tests if he'd stayed.
It's a good
I like it. I'm glad he's here. I'm glad he's an Aussie.
McDermott back on strike. Full ball. Leading edge this time. Just trickles along to cover. And it's no run. 1 for 32 Australia.
One of the genuine nice guys going around the game at the moment. That's not to say when he's ruthless, when he's got bat in hand, can hit to all parts of the ground. Ashton Agar commented, he said he's an absolute nightmare to bowl to. He does have those shots which are 360 all around the cricket pitch.
He's shooting again, something hand down and sweeping, missing this McDermott in the shot early. It's a quicker flutter ball from Mahesh.
Yeah, and that's the standard off spinner at 96. And generally what you'll find with a lot of batters, when you're not being able to pick the spin, when you've got the one that goes at the Curran, the other one that goes away, most batters will go to sweeping.
Mahesh Theekshana, flutter ball this time again, leans back to cut him straight to long to mid off, and they get quick single. Ticks along to 22. Australia 1 for 33. One ball to come in the 6th.
It's great bowling when you're looking at that. You know, Theekshana now is making McDermott play outside his comfort zone. He's given up his stumps. He's trying to attack through the offside. He's realising this is the last over of the power play, and they have come up a bit short.
Here's the last ball of the power play. Theekshana again, short and wide, cut away by Inglis, and he gets 4 runs in front of the members' stand. He likes that one. Ticks along to 5. Australia 1 37.
Well, you wouldn't say Theekshana in his opening couple of overs has bowled too many bad balls. That was the only bad ball that he did bowl. Short, wide, sat up. It was his traditional off-spinner and got the full treatment from Josh Inglis. Let's look at the highlights of the first 6. Australia 1 for 37. About 1-6, I think, from McDermott off the leg spinner. A 4 there, but I think overall it's been
below par.
A tick.
Oh, you say a tick for the Sri Lanka?
Yeah, absolutely.
But Finch out for 8. He survived the DRS. 6. It looked a sorry innings for the Australian captain, Aaron Finch. Bowled by Hasaranga, who, by the way, will be continuing from the Paddington end in front of us. Josh Inglis, of course, not just auditioning for a spot at the, I guess, the top to middle order of this team, but also potentially with the gloves. He's not keeping tonight. Matthew Wade, of course, is in there, as well as Ben McDermott as keeping options, but Josh Inglis can take the gloves if required. Hasaranga in here to McDermott, who's trapped on the crease and plays it straight to cover, no run.
Beautifully bowled. I mean, one thing I kind of find strange here is, he started with a slip when he had to have the field up, and now that the field spreads, the slip goes out. We've already seen the ball move slightly off the straight, and I'm surprised that he's got that man at deep third man or short third man.
Give it a rip. Here he goes, big this time, all the way for 6. McDermott got under it, slog sweep, just carried over the rope.
Playing to his strengths again there. I mean, we've just seen that time and time again from Ben McDermott. It doesn't seem to matter which surface, which ground he's on. It really is one of his strengths, hitting to the leg side, particularly early on in his innings. And it is a hallmark of his. It wasn't that bad a ball, maybe a fraction full. I think a cross seam wrong-un, but it was straight into McDermott's arc and picked the gap out over square leg perfectly.
Australia 1 for 43, McDermott 28. Here he is facing Hasaranga, back in the crease again, just strokes it out to deep mid-wicket. They'll hurry for a second, no. Call of no comes from Josh Inglis, sends him back. Just a single, McDermott to 29, Australia 1 for 44. So there's fielders in the deep at cow corner, long on, long off. There's a sweeper on the offside rope as well in front of the O'Reilly stand. And a deep backward square. Yes. That's him.
Bang on. Got it.
Hasaranga, the leg spinner. Here he is. A reverse sweep this time. Gets it away. Past gully. An effective shot from Josh Inglis. Another boundary for him. He's 9. Australia 1 for 48.
Really is a fantastic shot. And particularly if you can get that away early on in your innings, it really does make the bowler think. You've only got that one player out at point who generally defends in front of point. When you start hitting the ball behind point, you start thinking, do I have to bring up an extra guy on the leg side? Does my backward point have to come in tighter? Do I set my points behind, which then opens up cover?
11 runs off this over so far. Here is the second last ball on the stumps. Again, working his way across. Inglis flicks it away off his hip. Just the one out to mid-wicket. 1 for 49.
Beautifully bowled. And the other thing that I'm noticing is when he gets that length right, which is sort of 5 metres back, it needs to be back of a length at the SCG. Can't be that step hit ball. You're only going for singles, and singles really are your friend in this form of the game.
We are right over the bowler's arm here. Hasaranga into McDermott, just plays it back to the bowler who picks up in his follow through, and it's a dot ball to finish off. So 7 overs complete here, Australia. They were sent in by Sri Lanka. 1 for 49. McDermott on 29 and Josh Inglis on 10. Thanks to Stephen O'Keefe. More from him throughout the evening as Stuart Clark rejoins us in commentary.
G'day, Spriggy. Yes, well, the Australians just started off with where they finished the T20 World Cup, bludgeoning balls to all parts.
Slow to start, though.
Yeah, look, it is, but you can just see they're building towards a big total. They've got plenty of wickets in the shed, some big hitters, but we've actually been quite impressed by the Sri Lankan spinners. They've come on, they've looked like they've got some variations. I don't want to call them mystery spinners because I don't think they are. I think they're spinners of good quality. So from that point of view, the Sri Lankans look like, we were talking earlier in the game about their team and what's happened to a few of their older players. Looks like they had a complete clean out and they've found players of the future that they're going to blood, and it's going to take some time.
Chamika Karunaratne is, I guess he's one of those. He debuted in the white ball formats last year, but he actually played a test match on Australian soil back in 2019 in Canberra. Sort of gets lost in the history a few years ago, that test match at Manuka Oval, and he played in that, so he'll be taking up the attack from the Randwick end. So Chamika Karunaratne, the right arm medium fast bowler, as he's bowling here to Josh Inglis, moves across the crease here, miscues this, and the keeper Chanamal dives across, and it is just a dot ball, so a nice start for the bowler.
What would you, if you're going to just describe that from the textbook of shots, what would you call that one? It was the walk across, lap over the keeper's head, which he didn't quite get, and it went to first slip.
Had a touch of the Steve Smith minus Labuschagne, the way he was sort of moving his feet across the crease. Just got the bat nowhere near it. Well, somewhere near it, but not enough like he wanted to. In fact, he didn't wait. Aside from his gloves, sort of just trickled away off the
bit of everything.
Hold out to the keeper. He goes again here, Inglis facing. Oh, he's again trying to pull this time, and he's missed it Karunaratne, good pace. Just back of a length, and he was tempted Inglis, but again, there was no shot there.
Only coming at 130 on the speed gun, but certainly looked quicker than that. It really flew through, caught above head height by the wicketkeeper. Someone from third man is just running in with a bit of advice to the wicketkeeper, which is always a scary thought, unless that's... Not sure what that was about. There was a little bit of discussion.
We're into the 8th over here. Australia 1 for 49. Karunaratne into Josh Inglis on debut. This is a slower ball just back of a length. He just tugs this into the onside, forward of square for 1. With that, a half century up for Australia. 1 for 50, halfway through the 8th over.
And at different stages, the Sri Lankan bowling, what they haven't done throughout the course of this innings is bowl 2 balls in a row that are the same. So we saw a ball there, slower ball bouncer, which was a faster ball bouncer the ball before, which was a slower ball the ball before that. So they're certainly mixing up their pace. Just having a look at the replay here, it appears that Inglis, no, I don't think that matches up quite right, but he may have nicked it.
McDermott back on strike, facing Karunaratne. It's a thick outside edge down to third man. They'll scamper through for 1. Australia 1 for 51, 2 balls to come in the 8th. It was sort of a leading edge, in fact, which sort of just deflected off down behind the wicket.
Real bustler. He's Karunaratne.
Yep.
Runs in all shoulder at the end, sort of not, isn't that fluid type motion you see with the Stark or a Hazelwood. It's really bustle, shoulder.
That nice side on Stuart Clark sort of action is what you're referring to.
Back in the day.
Jamaica Karunaratne in here to Inglis, who is edging, and no edge on that. He's just poking at that ball outside the off stump. Chandimal took it. Oh, it just landed. It did, in fact, edge it, but it was a half volley.
Yeah, it didn't carry. It was a slower ball again. Just slightly pace off then. Didn't quite get carried through to Chandimal behind the stump. So good piece of bowling. Good set of bowling this by the Sri Lankans. They've sort of backed up their spinners now with their seamers with just variations. Ball after ball, nothing too similar. Lengths have been just fuller, shorter, slow ball bouncer, whatever it may be. Just keeping the Australians guessing.
Just half a yard short of the gloves of Chandimal. That edge from Josh Inglis is down the leg side and signalled a wide by the umpire. So 1 for 52 now, one of the sundries. By the way, off the SMS, 0467920222 from Scruffy in Queensland. G'day, guys. If the players get informed the no ball stuff isn't working, I suppose they do after you announce it. Well, yeah, we haven't got any information as far as whether it's back, the no ball technology, which...
The players would know. The umpires would signal down to the umpires in the field saying we're having trouble, because the umpires on the ground then need to watch again.
Last ball, the 8th. Inglis waits here for Jamaica Karunaratne. And a slower ball back of a length. He just works it away off the hip. McDermott turned for a second, but it is just the single. 1 for 53 here, Australia, after the completion of 8 overs.
Looking at the Australians, got plenty in the shed too. Smith, we know. We've got the big show in Maxwell. We've got Stoinis sitting there ready to go. And you know, the hero of the T20 World Cup, he gets forgotten about a little bit, but without Matthew Wade in the semi-final, Australia don't win the World. They needed a lot off a couple of overs.
Yeah.
And he came out, and you can still see those 3 sixes. 1 over square leg, 1 over mid-wicket, and the lap sweep to end it all. So
41 not off 17 balls in that World Cup semi.
It shouldn't be forgotten that he could easily be the wicket-keeper batsman in this team and do a really, really good job. So the Australians are blessed with options at the moment in this short version of the game.
Basun Shanakar, the captain of this team, so he's on from the Paddington end. So the Australians, 9 of the 11 World Cup final 11 are there. So as Andrew mentioned, no David Warner, no Mitch Marshall being rested, perhaps sort of prioritised with the view to Pakistan the next few weeks. Shanakar in front of us, Paddington end on the stumps, worked away here by Inglis through the onside. They'll get 2 out through a vacant mid-wicket. Could have comes in from the deep, but they do get a 2 comfortably. 1 for 55.
He's got a unique running style as Inglis. It's all power. Like he's not a big man, but it's just power, and you can see his legs pumping away underneath the pads there as he gets up and down, scampers up and down the wickets quickly. Certainly found a niche in this form of the game, but you can also see the Australian selectors are considering him for higher honours just in the other versions of the game, because he's always in or about the squad, isn't he?
Deep backwards square. Cow corner, long on here on the onside as Inglis lofts it over the infield on the offside. Mid-off runs around toward the rope. They get an easy couple of runs here. Throw comes in from the deep from Dushmantha Chamira, and it is just 2 more runs to the Australian total. 1 for 56. Inglis now to 14. make it 57 Australians. Inglis ticks along to 16.
It was inside out, that run, just wide of off stump, and Inglis went with the length and with the line and pushed it away over the top of extra cover. Didn't quite get it though.
Shanaka into Inglis. Gives himself room, plays it out to deep mid wicket, just a single. Ticks along to 17. Australia 1 for 58.
Another good shot that by. Watching them, you see them live. You watch these guys on the Big Bash and you see the uniqueness of the way they play. But watching it live, you forget about how hard they actually hit the ball and the power and the precision and sort of the placement they have around the ground. Is unfortunately we're looking at a bit of rainfall.
Yeah, I can see it getting heavier and heavier. And with that, the ground staff are all waved on. It's coming to rush. Punters are heading for shelter under the members' stand, and players are off the field in a hurry. Australia 1 for 58 midway through the 9th over. Do the ground staff actually have a race? Because it looks like there is intent in the way they have to get out there quickly, obviously, but it looks like they're racing each other.
They did during the Test match. It became a bit of a game, and I think it one during the luncheon breaks where it was raining. They actually had they went from the rope to the centre, and it was on one of the TV stations as it happened. So I think they do have a race. They're just putting the Hessian down at the moment. See, I wouldn't be putting down the big cover. Hold the big cover, boys. You don't need it just yet. Hold. Stop. No, they're not listening to me.
No.
Just put the little one down.
We have had rain throughout the day in Sydney. I'm hopeful this is only a bit of a shower and it will pass. In fact, even as I look out now, the rain has...
It's stopped.
Stopped.
Where are they going? Turn around. Go back. Stop.
The big cover. No, the big cover's coming on.
No, we don't need the big cover.
They may not unfurl the larger cover, which covers the entire block. I think they're realising now that hang on, hold your horses. We may be back on very, very shortly. The umpires as well, who are making their way off, sort of looking up to the skies and realising, well, that may have just been a very quick shower. We may get back out there. There's just under 9,000 people here, by the way, at the Sydney Cricket Ground tonight. Hopefully a few more coming in. The umpires are moving their way back out there.
Yeah, no, they've given them waved them back off. Get it off. Good work.
This is where T20 cricket as well, Stuart Clark, has the advantage. You generally see this sort of action more in the shortest format.
Yep.
The crowd are realising that they've been told to wind the covers back up and get the stumps back in the ground. This could be the world's shortest rain delay, if indeed all the umpires are coming off though.
They're coming off. What are they doing? They weren't coming off. Now they are. They're going upstairs.
If you're just joining us, Sri Lanka won the toss, elected to field first. So they sent Australia in. Australia with no Mitch Marsh or David Warner. Josh Inglis is on debut. He's out there at the moment currently. So 9 of the World Cup final winning 11 for the Australians with no Marsh and Warner, as I said. For Sri Lanka, a lot of the senior players missing. No Kusal Mendes, Kusal Pereira, Nirishan Dickwella, Dhananjaya De Silva. None of the names I guess we've seen in recent tours for Australia. Curiously though, Stuart Clark, and you pointed out Lasith Malinga out there as well, who actually is their bowling coach.
Yes.
The Sri Lankan team. He's only 30. I think he's only 38. Might be Steve O'Keefe's age. He could be out there again bowling for him, I reckon, Lasith Malinga.
He could be. I think he's played that many games. He's played 1 million T20 tournaments.
This is the first T20 Sri Lanka has played on Australian soil that he hasn't featured in.
Well, yeah, he was around when the game was invented, and it wasn't when it became to fruition. And he pretty much played in every team. He was the world's best T20 bowler there for about 10 years. Could not get him away. He had good variation. Had that slingy low arm action that you couldn't pick up. And batters all around the world struggled with it.
So Aaron Finch was the only wicket to fall in this game so far. He was out for 8 off 12 balls. He was bowled by the leg spinner Hasaranga in the 5th over. And since then it is Ben McDermott who's 30 off 26, and Josh Inglis has 17 runs to his name. And rain has stopped play midway through this 9th over. So just having a look here, McDermott.
They're putting out the big cover now for... Not sure.
Oh, there's a bit of rain coming. There's just a sheet of rain moving across from, I think, the east, coming off the ocean, coming off Bondi Beach, and they're putting the big cover down, which is not what you want to see.
No, not really, but unfortunately that's part of the game. Can't do much about that.
McDermott 30, Inglis 17. Just having a look, he faced 13 balls, Josh Inglis, so far on debut. As you say, Maxwell, Smith, Stoinis, Wade, Cummins, Stark, Zampa, Hazelwood still to come, so a full-strength bowling attack for the Aussies. And we hope to have a resumption very, very soon. You can keep your text coming, 0467 920 222. I should have got Steve back on, but Ravi from Sydney asked whether Sock got Finchy out with the commentator's curse.
I think that he did.
Oh, he is. He's back with us.
He's back now, but you got Finchy out.
The SCG expert's back. Okay, I can tell you what's going on here, guys. The wet, the dew, it's going to change a few of the angles here. I would be doing this. No. Did I get Finchy out? No, I think the last time we played here...
No.
Tonight with the commentator's
You
curse.
talked him up. Where's he going to take the next one? And he took it straight into his middle stump.
Well, but you could tell that it was sort of that you versus me, which the Sri Lankans had earned that sort of battle with him, and Finch wanted him over mid-off, and that is his strength. But he hasn't picked the wrong one. So yeah, you commentator, call it what you like, but it was. I was sensing the you versus me battle, and I was bang on.
That's why he's still playing, mate, because you can see this sort of stuff going on.
There it is. I'm burning
Ideas
tea
coming.
leaves. I'm burning incense before games are starting. I'm tasting colours. I can sense it, Stewie. I can sense it.
I just got word here, by the way, that front foot no ball technology is back on. It's not much good to us now. Not much good to us now, but the front foot no ball is back on.
The umpires. Oh my God! Well, here we go. Now they might go from 50 to 53% of your career.
Also, a couple of years ago, Stuart, we were here on a very rainy night. It was the Big Bash final, which you guys ended up winning, Steve, the Sydney Six.
Oh, let's talk about
that. And
I
thought we, against the Stars from memory, and we thought we wouldn't get any cricket at all that night, but the ground staff had to be commended. So every time now since that occasion, I feel like when it's raining at the SCG, we'll get some, especially at T20, we'll get some kind of result.
I agree. And I think since, it was only a year before then they laid it and they said, this thing can hold 300 mil of water and you'd be on in half an hour. Well, that storm that had come through, and mind you, there was no backup date for that final. I was watching. I had 7 browsers open up on my computer, watching every weather channel around the world because I'm like, if this washes out, we win. There is no backup date. And I'm like, come on, rain, and this thing came through. It was the size of the screen. And you're like, there is just no chance. Literally walked in through the front door, and the clouds parted. And it was like it was bone dry, the outfield. It was, and we got. I think it was a 12-over game, and I was the angriest man for having to go out and play a game of cricket. I just did not want to have to play to win.
Rain has stopped play here in the 9th over. There's kids dancing in the aisles. There's Sri Lankan flags waving, but there are umbrellas up and ponchos as well. And hopefully it is just a passing shower. Having seen the radar flash up on the scoreboard a short time ago, there's nothing substantial on there. So hopefully it's a short delay. You're with Brett Spriggs, Stuart Clark, Stephen O'Keefe here on Grandstand Cricket and through BBC 5 Live Sports Extra in the UK as well. Bowling figures, by the way, to this point of the game, the 9th over. Dushmanatha Chamira has 1 over, none for 5. Benura Fernando, 2 overs, none for 8. Mahesh Theekshana, none for 14 from his 2. Wanindu Hasaranga has the only wicket. That was Aaron Finch for 8. 1 for 20 off 2 his figures, so a bit expensive as well. Jamaica Karunaratne 1 over for just the 4 runs, and Dasun Chanakar, the captain, had the rain delay happen right in the middle of his first over. He is none for 5 so far, so 5 runs off this over so far. It is an intriguing sort of situation as far as this Aussie men's team. The spotlight has been on them, well, for quite a while. It's an Ashes summer, of course, and then in the last few days or so, in the wake of Justin Langer's departure, worth noting, of course, that Andrew McDonald was always going to be coaching this series. Justin Langer was always going to take a step back and allow the assistant. But now it takes on a different dimension for him, doesn't it, Andrew McDonald? Because it is essentially his first series as the full-time interim coach, if you like.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating one. I got a phone call today from Andrew Wu from the Herald. Or he asked me last night, I was like, let's have a chat about some coaches that you've played under. You've played under what makes a good coach. And I thought, I'll give it a bit of thought, what actually does. And Stewie, you'll be the same. You've played under heaps of coaches, unbelievable coaches, successful coaches.
Dreadful coaches.
And I thought the main characteristic that I could find from a good coach is that they approached all players differently. And I think Shippy sort of explains, he has an anecdote which he likes to use. He says, we have the peas boiling over here on the stove. We have the potatoes roasting. We have the sausages on the pan. We have all these different components. But when we bring it all together, it's a complete meal. And it's his way of sort of understanding that when we come into a cricket change room, there's going to be 15 different blokes, 15 different standards, and I'm going to do my best to try and manage each individual in that group. As if he's not the god, but he's the glue that keeps the team together. And that stayed, for mine, consistent with a guy like Trevor Bayliss, who I think was a good coach, Darren Lehman, who I think was a good coach. And for me personally, Matthew Mott, when I was a youngster, he sort of started that trend of treating me a little bit differently than to other guys. And, that's my personal sort of take on it. Stewie, have you got... Who's the best coach that you've played under?
Look, I was lucky enough. I think it's interesting when people say what... It depends also on where in your career you are. So when we were young, we had... I was... Steve Small was around. He was different. And Jeff Lawson was around. Different. Then, we had Steve Rixon, who was a really old-school hard taskmaster from the Bob Simpson era, which sort of taught us all to play cricket and how, because we were all just kids, didn't really know how to play, and there wasn't a lot of experience in the team. So he really, but a similar, using that, what you said then, treated everyone a little, how he dealt with me would be different how he dealt with Sock, or how he dealt with Brad Haddon or Michael Clark or someone like that from that era. And then we went through there, but after a while, you've got to be a little bit careful with that hard school mentality, because if you keep going with it too long, what tends to happen is all of a sudden you go from coaching young and, I suppose, inexperienced players to players that have now played 50 or 60 games that are now got their own opinions, know their game and what to do, and then they want to use that. They want to use their knowledge to influence the outcomes of the game. So your coaching style needs to change as well.
Bang on. So do you subscribe to the fact with Justin Langer? This sounds like a radio interview here. Stewie.
Spriggy's going to leave.
No, we're meant to keep going. Well, we're trying to. The rain's happening. I'll try and tell you what's going on. There's covers. There's things happening. There's no cricket at the moment. That's the picture.
I'm redundant.
I can paint it for you. Do you subscribe to the fact that, say, JL was the right time coach for that time, and now after things have changed that they're looking for a different style of coach to move on? Or do you think, like, players being pigeonholed, like what frustrated me as a player is, you're that sort of player, you're never going to change, so that's it, you're done. Do you think JL could have been given a bit more time to go, well, mate, this is what we need from you, you came in a bit hard and that's what we needed, or so it was perceived?
That's actually probably a really interesting question, because what the general feedback is that they wanted the players thought that they needed a different style to get them to the next level, whatever that level that is. It's Ashes, world dominance, winning in India, whatever the outcomes are, and there would be all of those. I don't think, when Cricket Australia look at that decision, and when they speak to the players or the playing group or whoever they speak to, the consultants, who's the right person to take this team to the next level, whatever that level may be, or take this team ahead? Now, I'd imagine Justin would have had a heap of traits in there that would have said, absolutely. But then they would have been compared to others that would have had different traits, but also they were required that... So it's almost impossible to find exactly the perfect person. Justin was the perfect person in 2018. Was he the perfect person in 2022? Well, maybe it was 70%, but maybe they're looking for 90. Now, I'm not saying that's the way I would have done it, but certainly they're looking to take the next stage to whatever that may be. So the only question that anyone should ever ask is he the right person? And whether he'd scored whether it was Bradman with 1,000,000 hundreds, or it's actually all irrelevant.
Covers are coming off, by the way. Andrew McDonald is you mentioned Greg Shippett. Andrew McDonald himself had most of his career in Greg Shippett at Victoria. So he's a disciple himself of Greg Shippett's, the success they had together. So maybe you'll see some of the influence in the way he was coached by Greg Shippett, who you know so well, in the way this Australian team is coached under Andrew McDonald. Oh,
no, look, no doubt. And, Greg Shippett, along with someone like a Trevor Bayliss, who I think are two of the coaches that I think could take a lot of pressure. Look at the tours that are coming up. They're going to have a lot of tours in the subcontinent. That place is hard enough as it is to play and live and learn the game, to let alone have someone who might come in with a little bit of high intensity, or a young coach to come in foreign environments. Maybe they do need a test coach with a bit of experience to come in, take the heat, relax that change room, keep it calm, allow the players to develop, let McDonald even grow a little bit more in that red ball space. Because what I'd hate to see is someone like McDonald come in, have a bad couple of tours, and then we bin him off because he's not done well and then gone, Whereas
would you split the roles then? So you're saying
yes.
You have a red ball cricket and a white ball cricket?
Yes, that's that would be my opinion on it at the moment, and that's open for discussion after 2 years if you want to transition back. But
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think you can get a lot more protagonists that want to do it.
Off the SMS, by the way, 0467920222. You can keep those coming throughout the evening, especially if you're here in Australia, and let us know your name, where you're listening from. Just say good day, ask a question to Stephen O'Keefe or Stuart Clark. Great call, all-summer team grandstand. Very excited about having Sri Lankans in town. Sri Lankan myself did not know we were not in town, says Rajesh in Frankston. Did not know we were in town, I think Rajesh meant to say.
Yeah,
there we go, 5. Well, you got 2 in Melbourne next week, Rajesh. So
get turn up.
First 2 games in Sydney, Canberra midweek, and then next weekend, Friday, Sunday, at the MCG to finish off the home summer. And another text here from an unnamed correspondent says, "Hey people, anyone experiencing drought just needs to schedule an Aussie versus whatever.
Oh
match.
yeah,
especially at the SCG.
Set some stumps in the ground, you're guaranteed race.
Especially in Sydney. That's the worst thing, Steve. I love Sydney. I lived here for a few years. I'm originally from Perth. And people say, oh, Sydney, it always rains. It actually has some of the best year-round climate ever. But you put some stumps in the ground at the SCG or wherever, it's guaranteed to rain.
You know, it's the most rainy. So Rick Finlay.
Oh, he loves this stat.
It's the ground where it rains the most for the Test match.
We had 2. I played 2. And, I also played 1 in India and absolutely boned it. Remember, it's 6. We said we won't talk about that. But the 2 tests that
you're talking about, you're the one talking about.
I've answered my own question. The 2 tests we played, one against was the West Indies. This was the most rained in 123 years. We missed 3.5 days of rain, and I'm like, this is my only chance to get to play a home game, and it was sat just watching it pour down. It's so depressing.
You only need a couple of days against the West Indies. You don't need that much.
Stumps are going back in the ground, by the way, so hopefully play very shortly. Ashton Agar is being spoken to on a TV interview. Steve O'Keefe, a similar type of bowler. Is there a place for Ashton Agar in this Aussie T20 side?
I am so impressed with this young man as a person, as a player. His all-round ability, gun fielder. I think we're different sorts of bowlers. I actually think he bowls a lot quicker. I think he's got a couple more tricks than I do, and I think his late order power hitting hasn't sort of been fully noticed. You know, we saw that 99, but he can really hit the ball to all parts of the ground at the back end. You know, didn't get to play in the UAE, even being Australia's best T20 player, winning the award. So will he get an opportunity through the next little bit? Of course. And he's going to play a big part in the Test series in the subcontinent going forward, I have no doubt. A guy that all those guys in the change room love having around.
How big a turnover do you think we will see as we approach the World Cup, end of the year, home World Cup for these reigning, defending champions? There's a lot of players in there. Aaron Finch, Matthew Wade. Various success over the past year or so. Aaron Finch, it's been spoken about. Now, by the way, no further rain. If there is no further rain, it's looking that's okay for the time being. Play will commence at 8:15, so 7 minutes from now. No overs have been lost. The interval break will go for 15 minutes. So there we go. Thank you very much. That's on the official match communication. So no overs or no play lost, and hopefully resumption in about 5 minutes or so. The turnover of players in this team, probably targeting a farewell and the best possible circumstances. Aaron Finch's problems have been noted. Matthew Wade's been tremendous, but he's probably looking at a similar sort of end point to his career. How big a turnover do you think we will see?
Oh, look, I think they'll all get the opportunity to play in their home World Cup. I think the selectors will be.
But beyond that?
Beyond that. I think you'll see quite a bit. I think David Warner, is another one, 35. No, he's been so good in that version of the game. You know, certainly in all the tournaments he plays around the world. We've seen him from a breakout into his career. I think Steve Smith's close to being in that barrel. He's 32, 33.
It's a prolonged red ball cricket?
Well, I just think they'll move in it. I think he'll keep playing his domestic or his T20 tournaments around the world, but I think the Australian team will actually go with some younger guys looking for the advance down, whether it be Inglis or McDermott. So you've got Smith, Warner, I think will probably go. I think Hazelwood, Cummins, Stark. I don't think all three of them will be there. Mitchell Stark's an interesting one because I think he's such a good white ball cricketer. They will keep him. Adam Zampa's still got probably another World Cup in him, so that's not the issue. We've got Richardson, Nisa, people like that. Scotty Boland, we don't know where he sits in the white ball game. We saw how good he was in the red ball game. Matty Wade, I think, is in that boat as well. I think they'll all get this opportunity, but after that, I think the Australian selectors, I don't think they'll just ship them all out at once. I don't think that's the case. What they'll do is slow. They'll need to have a couple of experienced blokes with some new blokes, and slowly but surely go through that process. But it's all dependent on form. If Smith, Warner, all these blokes come out and keep making 100 or 50 balls, they'll keep playing.
I think you have a look at the selectors in the past, and you've got someone like George who's fairly pragmatic, I think, and a guy himself got to play 5 tests at the age of 35, was it, against the Poms, and we saw Dan Christian get picked for a tour in Bangladesh. So it's hard to sort of dissect, and put a line and say, right, we're going to go that way. I think we're sort of seeing a little bit of it right now tonight. McDermott, Inglis in the top 3 for Australia. You normally wouldn't see that. I think maybe a Smith or a Maxwell could go up. So you can sort of see that sort of happening now, or that transition period, or trying to get guys ready or experienced for the World Cup. So when we do hit the ground running, you've got 18 ready blokes that we can call on in any position, ready to go. The future of that, a lot of it will come down to players dependent on how's it. So Mitchell Starc, for instance, he gets through a couple more years of Test cricket, he gets 300 Test polls and goes, you know what, I can take the low-hanging fruit. As hard as this is to say to cricket purists, I can go and take the low-hanging fruit and play 4 years in the IPL at $2.5 million a year and bowl and save myself the stress. And that might be a decision he might make. I don't know if he will, but or do I play a Test series, and work my absolute backside off and butcher that opportunity to take it, or do you do that?
That's the question that will get asked. So just watching the tractors reverse into their little spot. This is actually the most stressful job, because if you get this wrong, it delays the whole game. So the bloke on the tractor, if he gets it wrong, we're 15. Mate, it was we also had during the Test match. He got it right, but if he got it wrong, the whole game would have been delayed for another 25 minutes.
The resumption is 3 minutes away, God willing. So Australia 1 for 58 on 30 and Josh Inglis 17.
Look how stressful this poor bloke is. Look at him. He's don't hit. Come on, keep going.
Can you go with the boat trailer? Can you?
Oh, yeah, no, real good. Real good.
Off the text, Mark in Adelaide asked, how many T20s are there in this series? 5, as I mentioned. 2 in Sydney, 1 in Canberra, 2 in Melbourne. That's just the way it was been reconfigured, with, I guess, playing in as few places as possible because of all the COVID situation. Skip from Sydney says, hi guys, I think a Test coach with a Test assistant plus a short form coach with an ODI assistant and a T20 specialist assistant is the way to go for a coaching setup. Any thoughts on that?
Too many. I think 3's too many, if that's what you're saying. I think a short version and a long version is probably can work. But look, I don't know if there is a right. Look, we're all speculating what needs to be done. I think the other thing you'll be a little bit careful of is short version cricket. It's changing so quickly, and we saw that if you look at the history of one-day cricket back in the 80s, the 70s, it really changed. Sort of, it went 10 years without doing too much, and then it changed. We're sort of getting close to the 10-year mark at T20 cricket, and we've seen in the last couple of years it's certainly changed from the way teams attack the game. What are we going to see in another couple of years? So you've got to be a little bit, I suppose, malleable from that point of view.
What have you experienced in coaching structures, Sock, in the Big Bash, as far as what that ideal T20 setup looks like?
Look, I think, going back to the coaching system that we have in place, we're so fortunate to have had some great. We had Trevor Bayliss and Greg Shippert at the Sixers, so we were so blessed. And we also had the best CEO in the business in BBL01. I forget his name.
And
two, was it?
GM.
Yeah, the GM. As the umpires make their way out in the field. So, look, I think the game, Alistair Dobson came out in the Big Bash and says we need to be brave and bold to take this game, reach to further audiences, shake it up a bit, and I think you'll see across all aspects of the game, from coaching to playing. How that looks like, I don't know, but I think it's important that we try and keep growing this T20 game to get more people involved and ultimately watch more Test cricket. Flames.
Well said. On that note, have another spell. We'll get you back very shortly. Steve O'Keefe with you on Grandstand Cricket. The players are making their way back out there. We've lost, we had the delay at 8 minutes to 8 local time. It's getting closer to now 15:15, so about 23 minutes or so. Been nice to sort of talk our way through it. Steve O'Keefe, Stuart Clark, I'm Brett Sprigg, alongside Andrew Moore, calling the action here on Grandstand Cricket, and the Sri Lankan fielders and bowlers make their way out. The Aussies as well, Ben McDermott and Josh Inglis make their way to the crease. McDermott on 30, Josh Inglis on 17. So we'll get a resumption here midway through the 9th over. Fans, the punters have sort of come back out from their shelter and resumed their seats in various parts of the SCG. The Warrnambool stand, the top tier is empty, but they're all sort of just in pockets here in the O'Reilly stand, in front of us, the Bradman and Noble stands as well. It's a nice evening for cricket, apart from 20-odd minutes of rain. The flags are certainly fluttering. The easterly breeze coming off the sea.
How many balls to go in this over? Three balls to go. 3 to go. Watch for these two just... well, it's interesting to see. They might just come out and go bang, 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 but you get you get the feeling they'll just knock it into the gap for these 3 balls, get themselves going again.
So we've lost 23 minutes, but no overs lost. So no play lost so far. We'll resume here the Dasun Shanakar over, the Sri Lankan captain from the Paddington end in front of us. Ben McDermott facing. Rain delay over. Let's get back underway. Shanakar into McDermott. It's short and wide outside the off stump. Is flying at this out to the sweeper in front of the O'Reilly stand on the eastern side, and it's just a single here for the Aussies. McDermott 31, Australia 1 for 59.
There's a bit of moisture in the outfield after that sort of short delay for rain. Might just make it a little bit more difficult for the spinners to grip the ball. Won't make a huge difference, but certainly won't be as easy. Also, there's moisture on the top of the wicket that would have fallen by the time they got the covers on. We'll just quicken it up a little bit and make the ball come onto the bat a little bit better for the batters to strike.
Inglis taps his bat here, waits for Shanakar. It's a slower ball, pulled across the line here. And a couple of bounces out to deep backward square. Just a single. Inglis moves along to 18. Australia 60 for the loss of 1. And 1 ball to come in this over.
Slow ball out the side of the hand, leg cutters variety of delivery. So Sri Lanka continuing on with their changes. Look at the pace of these last 5 balls. 117, 124, 123, 115, 96. So you can see the Sri Lankans really bearing their pace as much as possible. You'd imagine with mid-off going back and 3rd man up inside the circle along with fine leg, this would be another slower ball.
It's a very defensive field. Set the trap for a catch perhaps. Full slower ball, driven back at the bowler who misfields in his follow-through, allows a single. McDermott moves along to 32. Australia 1 for 61. Ben McDermott, saw him in a tour game here, started last summer. Australia A against the touring Indian side. Made a duck in the first dig, 82. And pretty quick 82 as well in the second innings, so that was different. So it was a pink ball game, and that was sort of just a bit of a tune-up for some players on the fringe of Aussie selection, but he's had some form here.
Oh, look, he's a quality
big
player.
bash as well.
Well, yeah, I think you only got to flick on the TV at any time the Hobart Hurricanes were playing, and you were sort of glued to the television trying to see what Ben McDermott was going to do in this form of the game. And he's such a strong player, hits the ball so hard, really targets that mid-wicket region, gets down on one knee, maybe not so much against the quicker bowlers, but all the spinners really in danger of getting deposited over deep mid-wicket once he gets going. And the other thing about him, Friggy, is when he does get going, he gets a big score.
Yeah. Jamira Karunaratne, just the 1 over so far from the round weekend. He's had 5 runs from it. In fact, make that 4 runs. Beg your pardon. This is Dushmantha Chameera from the round weekend. So he has the 1 over of 5 runs. He's continuing here into McDermott, who's just launched that all the way up into the second deck of the O'Reilly stand.
Goodness gracious.
Picked up off a reasonable length. It just kept going vertical. McDermott, a huge hit, huge 6. Good way to start the 10th over.
Goodness gracious me, he's just absolutely launched into that delivery. Welcome back to the crease, Chameera. Back of a length ball and just got deposited about 20 rows into the top deck of the Bill O'Reilly stand. Not sure anyone was catching that or anyone was game enough to catch that. That's gone miles.
Showing on the attack against the returning opening bowler, Ben McDermott. What a strike.
Some barbecue sauce on that from the chip stand. It went that far back.
Deep backward square. Quite a square deep mid-wicket as well. Chameera in again. McDermott leading edge. It's just wide of cover. And he wants a second, but a big loud call of no from Josh Inglis at the other end means it is just a single. McDermott now 39. He's faced 30 balls. Australia 1 for 68 in the 10th.
He's done that actually a few times, so he's been a little bit lucky in that sense that he's leading. He's been a bit early on the deliveries and it's skewed away down to 3rd man or through the point between cover and point. So it's he's been a little bit fortunate, but mixed in amongst all of that is some of the big hitting trademark shots we've seen from Ben McDermott. Australia must, we would have talked about this in the rooms, that get through these first couple and let's just put our foot down and see how many we can actually pile on.
Just had a chat with his captain at mid-off. Here he is again, Chameera into Josh Inglis. This is on the leg side and just flayed away behind the square leg umpire for 1. Inglis didn't quite get all of that, but gets a single. It was a full toss as well. Worked it away off his body. 1 for 69 here, Australia.
He'll be disappointed that Inglis, he hip high or sort of knee height full toss and leg stump. could have gone as far as the delivery that Inglis hit. Chimera just struggling with his grip of the ball and also his footing, not quite as assured as he was.
Goes again here. McDermott back on strike. 39 runs to his name, Van McDermott. This is short and wide, and he miscues this time, looking to cut. Just tugs it down into the offside for a dot ball.
Another change of pace there into the wicket, slower ball, leg cutter type delivery. Really no pace on that for the batter to work with, and scuds it away down to mid-off. There won't be any sideways movement with the moisture on the wicket. There's no dryness in that surface anymore, so the ball will skid on nicely.
So 8 runs off this over so far. Still 2 balls to come in it. Chimera into Ben McDermott, who lofts it up over mid-off. 1 bounce and 4. Stood and delivered. Ben McDermott, it was a full ball, dug out well, finds the boundary yet again. He's 43, Australia 1 for 73.
Didn't get the length right that time, Chimera. It was a step hit delivery. Too good for that. English just planted his foot and bang, straight over the top of mid-off. No real risk in that shot at all for the Australian batsman. So if you're going to get your length right, you've got to err fuller or you've got to err shorter. You just can't bowl the step hit ball anymore in T20 cricket.
Field is staying up. Long on is still back though. Deep backward square and cow corner in between them. Last ball of Chimera over. McDermott waits again. He skies it high in the air. Top edge. Keeper gives chase back, but the flight won't get there. A couple of fielders converge just in front of the boundary rope. In the meantime, they come back and complete 2. So McDermott, off that very thick edge, high in the air, he gets 2 runs for his troubles. Ticks along to 45. And Australia 1 for 75 after 10 overs. My long rain-affected commentary stint has mercifully come to an end. Stuart Clark to be joined next by Andrew Moore.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Well, after 5 overs, Australia was 1 for 30, but 45 in the last 5 overs. Stuart Clark, lovely to see you, Saf. You all right?
G'day, Andy. Yeah, we're going good. The Australians now starting to just push on that accelerator, come out of 3rd gear, trying to push it into 4th as they try and take on the Sri Lankan bowling, which I think has been, in general, pretty good. It's good variations. The spinners were good. Not helped, I don't think, by the rain and the moisture that's on the surface at the moment, but certainly giving a good showing at the moment, the Sri Lankans, but the pressure's about to get turned up tenfold.
Jamaica Karunaratne comes on and he's ramped. No, missing it is McDermott. Through it goes to the keeper, Chandamal. So Karunaratne only 1 over, none for 4 his figures. He bowled the 8th over, and now he's on for the 11th of the innings. There's been some good overs by the Sri Lankan bowlers, but such is the nature of this cricket. When you're up against a world champion team, you look at the scoreboard and think, oh, how did that happen?
There's been some good overs. There's been some good patches of bowling. Just haven't quite got it right the whole time.
So now it's Inglis again on strike. Wide of off stump, well wide. It is a wide. 1 for 76 in the 11th. Inglis 19 off 16 deliveries. Ben McDermott has achieved his highest score for Australia. He's 45 off 33. 1 for 76. Aaron Finch, the man to go on the 5th over. Bowled by Hasaranga for 8. It was 1 for 30.
You don't mind when they miss wide there. I think you've got to accept that. You can't bowl that step hit ball. 3rd man now up inside the circle. Mid-off's gone back. You can imagine a slower ball again.
Long on, long off. Deep mid-wicket, deep point. And here's a drive from a slower ball. Beating cover, and that'll race away for 4 runs. Beautifully timed and placed by Josh Inglis. And he gets a round of applause from his batting partner, McDermott. Inglis 23, and that'll bring up a 50 partnership of 35 deliveries. Australia 1 for 80.
And you've got to be careful sometimes as a bowler. You sort of telegraph what you're going to bowl. The batter knows it's going to be an off-speed ball, so he sits there and he waits. If he gets the length or the line he wants, he can then play it to whatever part of the ground. Sometimes you're better off leaving the fielders where they were.
Karunaratne comes in, bowls to English, and he's bowled. He attempted a reverse slog, and he's bowled off stump. Karunaratne strikes back. He has 1 for 9, and Australia 2 for 80. Inglis on debut, bowled by Karunaratne for 23 off 18 deliveries. Not a shot he'd love to look at all that often on replay.
No, it's not. And when you've got so many shots in your arsenal, you sort of sit back. I think he gets in the room and goes, look, I probably shouldn't have played that shot to that delivery. Look, full and straight. It was an on-speed delivery, which is a little bit more different. I think Inglis was setting up for something that was not going to be that. What about the celebration? It was like we've just taken a hat-trick. That's one of the better celebrations. The crazy eyes are out, and he's given it the big ones.
I suppose after some of the big hitting we've seen recently, why not? Inglis, 23 off 18 deliveries with 3 boundaries. And he shared in that partnership of 50 with Ben McDermott, who's not out 45 off 33 deliveries. And now it's time for a big show. Glenn Maxwell, after an at times stunning BBL campaign, he's coming out to join Ben McDermott. Maxwell, 33 years of age. It's his 80th T20 international, averaging just over 30. Highest score of 145 not out. That was against Sri Lanka. One of his 3 centuries. His others 103 not out against England and 113 not out against India. Against Sri Lanka, he averages 95.33 and a strike rate in 7 games against Sri Lanka of 218.32. A career strike rate is very high as well. Of course, that's the one figure I didn't have in my notes, but his figures are ridiculous when he's right. And we'll see the field. He's got a deep third, backward point, deep point, cover, mid-off, long on, just to our right, and that's Talaka. Deep mid-wicket, short fine leg, and Maxwell's beaten first ball. That go past the inside edge.
Yeah,
movement off the seam there from Karunaratne through to Chandimal, and he missed that by some way, Stewie, 2 for 80.
Yeah, he played all around that one. You get a good indication sometimes with Glenn Maxwell how he is going to play from the first over or so from he's at the crease. It was more a traditional shot. It wasn't a Maxwell try and hit it out of the park. He tried to get in line. The ball did seem quite significantly back into the right-hander. Maxwell, we know once he gets going, he's just got to find a way to get himself to 5 or 10, and then it's just fireworks from there.
Jamaica bowls, and Maxwell's off the mark as he just pushes this towards deep cover. Set off quickly for the first, but won't get a second. So he's off the mark with a single. 2 for 81 Australia, and we're in the 11th over. Maxwell 1, McDermott 45. 1 ball to come in this over from Jamaica Karunaratne.
When he captains the Melbourne Stars and he's on commentary, sometimes you're watching the game, it's actually really impressive, Glenn Maxwell, and some of the, he takes you into the tactics of the game. And you sit there and you go, I didn't actually think about that. And it's because the T20 game's evolving so quickly, it's good to hear from one of the current day superstars.
Now this is a wide. That is a shocking slower ball that nearly missed the cut pitch.
Really a free hit there, no ball, landing off kids cricket.
Free through it went to Chandimal and about the 3rd bounce.
That's the old kids.
2 for 82 now in the 11th.
Old kids cricket, remember kids play, oh that's off the pitch, no ball, you get a free hit now. Wouldn't mind seeing that actually.
Well,
where do you reckon Inglis, how hard do you reckon he'd swing one of those?
His shoulders would leave the sockets, or his arms would leave the shoulder socket.
He swings hard enough as it is.
Now there's a short third and a very deep, almost whitish third man, along with a deep point, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. Karunaratne bowls, short, pulled away by McDermott. He'll get a run to deep mid-wicket, and only a single as the ball's picked up in the outfield by Asalanka. So McDermott will keep the strike. He's 46, 11 overs gone. Australia 2 for 83. So despite losing the wicket of Inglis for 23, 8 runs for the Australians in the 11th over.
You just come up with some weird and wacky fields too in T20 cricket. When the game first started in 06, 07, with the various games, and there were exhibition games and frizzy hair games and all types, it was very stock standard. It was just like one-day cricket. It's almost like, looking 10 years later, one-day cricket back in the late 70s, early 80s, everything was stock standard. You'd have a couple of slips to start with. Now, I was looking at that field in the last over. You had 3 men behind square inside the circle and a guy at deep backward point. It would just be unheard of to have a field like that when the game started. And that's how far the game is starting to progress, because this is all based on research and stats that the analyst sits there with and says, Glenn Maxwell or Josh Inglis likes to hit the ball in that part of the ground, so we need to cover that.
Bowling change from the Randwick end, and when into Hasaranga, the leg spinner, comes back on. 2 overs, 1 for 20, his figures. And he picked up the wicket of Aaron Finch, bowled him for 8. Josh Inglis bowled by Karunaratne for 23. 2 for 83. And among the batting to come for Australia, Stephen Smith, Marcus Stoinis, Matt Wade, who will keep. Here's Hasaranga. He's into McDermott, who's back and he's cutting. But he'll pick out the fieldsman at the deep point boundary. And will only get a single as Mahesh Thikshana, the young offie, picks it up. And McDermott along to 47 of 35 deliveries. Australia 2 for 84 at the start of the 12th.
And the target area is that big boundary out at mid-wicket. It's a big hit, though, to get it all the way right out to in front of the Victor Trumper stand down there. Probably the longest part of the ground. So Maxwell and McDermott both will want to hit the ball there, but they know it's high risk if you don't quite get it.
In comes Hasaranga, a sidearm approach to Maxwell, and he flies this through the covers for 4. It was a real low-arm delivery from the bowler Hasaranga, and Maxwell said, fancy a bit of that, and just whacked it away for a boundary through cover. 2 for 88 in the 12th, and Glenn Maxwell quickly to 5.
Well, given there's no bounce in that ball, it was a beautiful shot. Stayed nice and low, kept nice and still as he made connection with the ball. Interesting technique, just a different sort of ball, but Maxwell, I dare say he was probably looking for something a bit different there, and he smashed that as hard as he could.
You're not going to get a lot of bounce at that angle.
No.
That's Lasith Malinga angle again. He's pulled away from outside off stump by Maxwell. Times it well. Work to do for long on. They have one and they'll come back for a second run. That was a long hop by Hasaranga, and he might be lucky it only went for 2. Maxwell 7. Australia 2 for 90 so far in the 12th over, and 7 runs off the first 3 deliveries.
It's almost impossible to stop 2 out there. Both men on the fence, right on the rope.
Hasaranga in again, a sidearm delivery. It's a full toss. It's scooped away to deep backward square. It's out. He's caught on the rope. And the catch is taken by Chamika Karunaratne. Maxwell's out for 7. Good catch. About 2 feet in from the boundary rope. Hasaranga gets his second. The side armour works. And the score 3 for 90 in the 12th.
It was a dreadful delivery. It was full toss on leg stump. Maxwell just tried to flick it away. He thought, there's an easy 4 or an easy 6. I don't think he even tried to overhit it. I thought he just thought, I'll just pick this up and it'll go for 6. But in fairness, it didn't. I don't know if he quite got it. He probably got it a little bit low on the bat, and as he tried to work it away and just picked the man out, took 4 or 5 steps to his left-hand side, gave it the old crocodile hands and went straight in, and good night, Irene. Unfortunately, Glenn Maxwell, the big show, he's on his way home, and Stephen Smith's making his way to the middle.
Almost a no-show. 3 for 90. Maxwell 7 of 5 deliveries with 1 boundary. Out in the 12th over, 3 for 90, and Steve Smith comes in to join Ben McDermott, who's not out on 47.
He's in disbelief. Glenn Maxwell walking off there. He can't believe what he's just done.
It was almost like a scoop, though. He didn't try and hit it too hard.
He just tried to flick it away. He thought, that's the short boundary. Don't overhit this, because everyone tells you not to overhit it. What he should have said is, I'm going to hit it into the Sydney Cricket Ground scoreboard on the full.
Hit it further than what McDermott did earlier.
Yeah, correct. And it would have just gone all the way. So, anyway.
32-year-old Stephen Smith, the veteran of 82 tests, 7,700 plus runs, 2,700s. It's only his 53rd T20 international, and he averages 26.96 with a best of 90. He gets a side armour, or in fact he watches the side armour go to McDermott because the batter's crossed, and McDermott can't beat cover, no run.
It's actually Inglis facing. Might be Inglis on strike because Smith, they want to cross. Only because I'm looking at the bat that Inglis is using. I think it's a different version.
It's McDermott as Hasaranga bowls, and McDermott on the sweep. And he'll get it to deep mid-wicket. Smith came through very quickly for the first. Comes back for the second. He stole that second run. Gee, that was great running by the whippet that is Stephen Smith. And McDermott will get 2 more to move to 49. Smith yet to face a delivery. 3 for 92. And that will be the end of the 12th over. 9 runs off it. But the wicket out. Aaron Finch for 8. Josh Inglis 23. Glenn Maxwell 7. 3 for 92. McDermott 49. Smith yet to face a ball, and Hasaranga 3 overs, 2 for 29.
Still very sprightly, Smith, 32. Still very quick between the legs. It's actually a big series, this, for Steve Smith, with the IPL option not too far away. I don't think he's got a... Well, he didn't get picked up, or he didn't get retained by his team. So we're now...
A lot of Aussies did they?
No, not... But the way the IPL works now is that, you know, your big superstars get held on to. And while Smith's a superstar in the longest version of the game, it's... You know, he hasn't played a lot of this, and when he has played over in the IPL, probably hasn't got as many as he would have liked. Or when he first burst onto the scene 10 years ago, he was just a different T20 player. So if he comes out and has a couple of good innings in this series, then anything could happen with that IPL auction because he'll become a commodity that people want.
So now it's Karunaratne continuing. Chamika Karunaratne from this, the Paddington end. He bowls and Smith is immediately off the mark as he strokes this towards deep point. And the fielder out there, he wasn't lollygagging, but he didn't sprint into it, and you want to be careful because Smith will pinch runs on you all day long. But this time it is only the single to Hasaranga, and it's Smith off the mark, 3 for 93 in the 13th. But those figures are so contrasting, Stewie. His test batting average is a tick under 60 now, but 2700s. He's played 128 one-day internationals with 1100s, yet only 864 now total runs in T20 cricket, 4 half-centuries. He's at the non-strikers end. It's McDermott, gets a straight delivery, pushes a tip and run towards deep mid-wicket. He'll get 2 here for sure. Brilliantly run, brilliantly placed, and they come back for an easy second. And that's 50 for Ben McDermott for the first time in Australian colours. Of 38 deliveries, Australia at 3 for 95 in the 13th.
Good piece of running again by Smith there as McDermott just acknowledges the crowd. Smith goes down, gives him a little high five type motion, but well played McDermott. Good innings thus far.
What's a high five type motion?
Well, it wasn't really a West Indian style high five back in the glory days. Remember the glory days? Yeah. You know, watching them poke. That was more like a
slap.
Yeah, slap.
Karunaratne bowl, short of a length. Smashed away with a cut shot by McDermott to deep point. But he hit it too well and too directly to the fielder, Hasaranga. And it's only a run. McDermott 52, 3 for 96 in the 13th. McDermott's 50, 38 deliveries, 2 fours and 3 sixes.
He's been a very, very good innings by McDermott. Saw some massive blows, but certainly knocking the ball around in the gaps. I was watching Smith backing up then because he's so far down the wicket. I thought, is he leaving early? But no, he's just running. As the ball's let go, he's gone.
Yeah.
That's why he's getting there so easily.
What is he? Gone. Here's a pull shot by Smith, but it's straight to short, fine leg. Cannot get a run as it's fielded by Benura Fernando, the big, tall left armour. Score remains 3 for 96 in the 13th over.
There must have been a conversation about sending out Marcus Stoinis, given his power, and Matthew Wade. But they're both, Smith certainly. Smith could bat anywhere in the innings, but certainly there must have been some consideration for Stoinis Wade to come.
Well, it's interesting putting Inglis in at 3, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Chamika Karunaratne bowls it. It's cut away, straight to backward point, no run. In the end, it went straight to the field, and Smith remains on 1 from 3 deliveries. And it was well fielded by Avishka Fernando, one of 2 Fernandos in the team today, and one of 3 in the touring party. 3 for 96. Cue the ABBA song.
We used to play against Dilhara Fernando.
Yes. Pace bowler.
I think Fernando's like Smith in the Sri Lankan community.
Karunaratne bowls to Smith again, and a lovely backward cut. Straight to short, third shot. The stumps. McDermott would have been out by 4 metres, I reckon. But the throw missed.
Yeah,
so they get through for a run. McDermott was slow to take off, and he would have been out by miles. Smith 2. Australia 3 for 97, and that's the end of the 13th over. Just 5 runs off it, and Karunaratne 3 overs, 1 for 17.
He would have been gone from miles. He hesitated. There was a run there if he went straight away, but he stopped. He sort of shimmied a bit, and next thing you know, he was, oh, well, I better run, and he would have been out by a country mile.
So, 7 overs to go, 3 for 97. It is. I thought it was 3 for 95. The scoreboard's ticked over to 3 for 97. McDermott 52, Smith 2. Stoinis, Wade, Cummins, Stark, Zampa, Hazelwood to come. Ashton Agar officially or unofficially the 12th. Kane Richardson, Moses Enriques, Jai Richardson or Daniel Sams not required. Sams came in yesterday for Travis Head, who they're trying to get a shield game into, I think, before games 4 and 5 of the series. First 2 games here in Sydney. We'll be back on air on Sunday night from 6:30 Australian Eastern Daylight.
Well, I think Head played, but he got knocked over by Boland. So they got him into the game, but didn't get any runs. Alex Carey got knocked over by Boland.
I was going to say, I saw Alex Carey get out to him.
Not him again, Boland.
Oh, no.
Goodness gracious.
How good. Hasaranga to bowl his 4th and final over, and it's driven powerfully down the ground by Smith for 4. Ends up right between the Churchill and the Trumper stands, and that was, he just got to the pitch of that and clubbed it down the ground. Smith 6 and Australia 3 for 101 at the start of the 14th over.
That nearly cleaned up McDermott, who was standing there minding his own business at the non-strikers end, and went right between him and the umpire down at that end of the Randwick end of the ground.
Why'd you look at Stephen O'Keefe when you said it? It's now Hasaranga is bowling to Smith. Takes off as he just strokes it towards cover. Gets the run and gets it rather comfortably is Gunatilaka, who will open the batting for Sri Lanka a little later. And they do just get one. 3 for 102. Smith up to 7.
Well, it could be it's not really the Hawkesbury end of the ground where Stephen was from back in the heyday.
Here's the leggy, Hasaranga in bowling, and on the sweep goes McDermott. Gets along the ground the whole way to deep mid-wicket. 1 run to be had as the ball was picked up by Avishka Fernando. McDermott 53, 3 for 103 in the 14th over. We had a 24-minute rain delay, but no overs lost.
No, we just play on and play on. You get the feeling Smith's going to go after. It's either going deep or it's out.
Hasaranga to Smith, and he does none of the above. He just flicks the wrist on this and places it beautifully. They've got one. They come back for a second. Fernando shies at the stumps, leaving McDermott sprawled on the ground at the non-striker's end. But they make it through to 2. It was just so perfectly placed by Smith. Mind you, if that throw hit, he might have been out.
Doing close.
3 for 105 in the 14th.
We're just getting a replay now, so I think he's home. It was a bit of a... Yeah, he's home.
Maybe, yeah.
I think he actually overbalanced, if anything.
Hasaranga well flied. It's Smith's bowled! Hasaranga's got a 3 for if you don't mind. And Steve Smith is bowled by Hasaranga for 9. Australia 4 for 105 in the 14th.
Yeah, you got the feeling Stephen Smith, he was either going big, he was trying to work it into that gap, but he just missed a full ball trying to work it again. Stumps going everywhere. The bowler celebrates as you usually do when you pick up Stephen Smith. And unfortunately, he's now making his way off. And the Sri Lankans, well, 4 for 105. They've done really, really well here. It was a full delivery. It was looped up. It wasn't really quick, but certainly Smith played all around it, and he's on his way. And the big dog, Stoinis, he's into striding it out to the middle. Done his 15 push-ups before he walked out there.
Going to say he's let himself go again, hasn't he, between the big bash and this. He's added about 87 ripples of muscle.
Hasn't eaten a hot chip in 5 years, old Marcus Stoinis. He's got every muscle they've got, plus a few extras.
Marcus Stoinis coming to the crease, had a very good World Cup, the 32-year-old. And he's in his 36th T20 international for Australia, 456 runs at an average of 28.5. Highest score of 78 that was against New Zealand. Strike rate of 134.5. It's only his second game against Sri Lanka and his first 16 not out off 7. And in Australia, he's averaging just under 30 with a highest of 33 not out against India, but a strike rate of over 148, Marcus Stoinis.
I just can't get over how big he is. He's enormous, walked out the middle. It's like his shirt's painted on.
And I think he painted on himself.
It's like,
you know what, if I looked like him, I would never, ever
I'd be doing exactly the same thing. I'd be strutting it about everywhere too.
I'd paint the number on my back.
As you get older, you ask for bigger shirts because your guts are getting bigger. Stoinis has gone out and said, look, I'm usually a medium, but whack us on with the small if you could, champion.
Barely gets over those shoulders. Hasaranga, the last ball, he's got 3 for 37, and Stoinis off the back foot punches it to long on. He'll get a run to get off the mark and keep the strike. And at the end of the 14th over, Australia is 4 for 106. 9 runs off it. And what about Wanindu Hasaranga? 4 overs, 3 for 38. And McDermott's 53. Stoinis is 1. And you're out of here.
I'm out.
You can't look at Stoinis' body anymore.
No, I've got to go out and get the close-up with the TVs out the back.
Good idea. Stuart Clark out, and Stephen O'Keefe, the reliable left-arm finger spinner, comes in from the... Where are we? We're at the Paddington end of the ground. Well, the back sock. They just keep hanging in there, Sri Lanka, don't they? When it looks like it's getting away from them, they pick up a wicket, and 3 of the 4 have been bowled.
It is, and it is going to test the depth. I mean, I looked at the Steve Smith dismissal. It's uncharacteristic. I know he likes to hit to odd areas, but it seemed to me that he'd made up in his mind that he was going to try and hit hard to that mid-wicket side and pick a hole. However, the ball was full. His feet were nowhere. Both outside legs stump, and he gets bowled off stump.
And his
across the line.
Eyes were nowhere near the ball.
Yeah.
That's so rare for him.
That's correct.
Jamaica Karunaratne in his 4th over has 1 for 17. He's in bowling to Stoinis, and the Adonis hits it away along the ground to deep point for a run. He moves to 2. Australia 4 for 107 in the 15th.
He's not the only one in the com box who's got their shirt painted on, but for maybe the wrong reason.
Doc, you're still looking good, mate.
You reckon?
Don't be like that. 4 for 107. How much talk is there in the rooms, Stephen, or out on the field if you're the bowling side, about whatever tactics you had about bowling at this length to this batter at a certain time of the game? How much does that evolve through the course of an innings as striking him on the pad? McDermott's out. That looked plumb from up here, and Karunaratne gets his second wicket, although McDermott may well check on this. It was a big appeal from Karunaratne, and Australia 5 for 107.
5 seconds.
And McDermott, he's got 4 seconds to decide. 2, 1.
Time's up.
Time's up. McDermott's out, and he's still. Now he's challenged, but it's too late.
He knows better than that.
Too late, baby. Oh, it's too late. McDermott, LBW to Karunaratne for 53. Australia 5 for 107.
I don't think, unless there's bat involved, this looks pretty adjacent. It's full, angled in. He's missed a relatively straight ball. I'm interested to see it again, but I did from the naked eye. I think that was hitting leg stump. Another wicket from a full delivery. Oh yeah, that's going on to hit middle and leg stump.
That's the theme of the innings, though, isn't it? The full deliveries are getting the wickets.
It really is, and it is a plan. And back to your original question, the chatting that is going on out there is going on continually from the sidelines, from coaches, from players passing on feedbacks during each over, what length, where they think their strengths are, and this will also continue on, after tonight into the change rooms and into the next game. The bowler, the Sri Lankan team coming in, new conditions, I think have assessed it very well, very early. I mean, it's hard to say until both teams bat, but I think they've bowled particularly well tonight. They continue to take wickets, and right now, in the 14th over, when you expect your T20 team to be exploding, and Matthew Wade has certainly got the potential, along with Marcus Stoinis. This is what they are, have specialties at. Have got a big task ahead of them. This is a very, very important partnership right now for the Australians.
Matthew Wade is 56 T20 international since making his debut in 2011. Averages just under 21 and a strike rate of 127. He's off the mark immediately with a push single to cover, and in the end, the captain, Dasun Shanaka, tumbles as he fields the ball, but Matt Wade gets through for one, and Australia 5 for 108. Matty Wade from Hobart. Speaking of which, one of our ABC Grandstand cricket colleagues, Kristen Beams, has been sending me messages. As soon as the rain started, she was at me with texts about the weather in Sydney. Beamsy, I hope you're having a good time after a long, long summer for you on Grandstand cricket with Billy and Sal. And nice to have you listening. And of course, being Sydney, Beamsy, of course there's cricket being played. The rain was fleeting. Karunaratne in bowling short of a length. Cut away by Stoinis, but he'll pick out the man at deep point and get just one. 5 for 109. And Stoinis moves to 3 from the 3 deliveries he faced. McDermott 53, 41 deliveries, 2 boundaries and 3 sixes. And that was more the Ben McDermott that you've certainly become accustomed to facing and watching in the BBL.
Yeah, and I'm happy for him. I think that's sort of just got the monkey off the back, so to speak, in Australian colours. He'd been disappointing, maybe played up to 17 games, I think, earlier. Hadn't been striking the ball as well as what we'd seen, but right then he looked right at home. A great 50, and hopefully that sets his summer up of T20 cricket.
Shamika Karunaratne bowls and is driven away square on the offside to Wade. He picks out deep point and gets a single there to Mahesh Tichana. 5 for 110. Wade is 2. We're in the 15th over. First 5 overs 30 runs. Second 5 overs 45. The rain delay in the 9th over for 24 minutes. No overs lost. And so far we've had 35 in this 5 over sequence. 1 ball to come.
And it's interesting to see what the Australian plans or tactics will be. Again, we talk about at the sixes in your last 5 overs, your 30 balls, you're looking to hit 50 runs. And if we go on that mentality, 160 for the Australians, I would say that would be a little bit below par given how good the conditions are.
Karunaratne bowls slower ball short outside off stump, and it's whacked away to deep point by Stoinis using all of those muscles. He moves to 4, and at the end of the over it's 5 for Nelson, 5 for 111. And Stoinis is 4. Matthew Wade is 2. The men out. Finch for 8. Inglis 23. Maxwell 7. Smith 9. McDermott 53. 15 overs gone. 5 for 111. And for the rest of the way in this innings, Brett Sprigg to come in and join Stephen O'Keefe.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Andrew. 5 overs remaining this Aussie innings. 5 for 111. Where can they get to from here, Sock?
Look, 170 is generally the pass score here. 8.3 and over to 8.5. Traditionally, international matches. I haven't seen too much in this wicket to suggest otherwise. I think the Sri Lankans, as we've been talking earlier, have been taking wickets almost at the right time, stagnating the run flow. Now, if the last 5 overs, you're looking at 50 plus, going at 10 plus, but we've got 2 new batters at the crease. We've seen some beautiful leg spin bowling with different arm speeds.
Big Shana, the off spinner here to Stoinis, who's down in reverse sweeping. He's on the pad, half-hearted appeal. It's just trickled out behind the stumps. It's going to be a dot ball first up.
45. So we've seen some leg spin with different arm angles, different arm heights. We're seeing some off spin right now with some current balls and some flick balls, and it really is the essence of T20 cricket, really changing each delivery that you bowl.
Describe for me that fielding position here. The mid-on is straight behind the umpire.
Yes.
At the far end of the ground, the round weekend. Big Shana to Stoinis, who's sweeping, gets all of it this time, all the way for 6.
Fantastic cricket shot there from Stoinis, again showing his power and class. To go back to your original point, that must be, generally that would be mid-wicket. It's a plan, potentially. Marcus Stoinis does hit the ball hard and straight down the ground, but when you do move your mid-wicket out, you do have to move your backward square, potentially a bit straighter, therefore leaving a gap behind exactly where Stoinis has hit his last boundary. So, I mean, that's crafty batting, that's experienced batting from Stoinis. We're seeing a change in field. What would you call it? The straight hit.
A very straight mid-on.
Has now come into a backward point, which might suggest the off-spinner may change his line slightly outside off stump.
The conventional long on, deep mid-wicket, backward square as well here on the rope as it's short and wide outside the off stump. Edging this is Stoinis behind the wicket keeper, and it's going to be just the 2 runs. It's fielded by Karunaratne and at vacant third man. He had to work to get there. 5 for 119 here, the Australians, with Stoinis now on 12. Wade on 2. We're in the 16th over. Of course, this partnership they had in that World Cup semi-final.
I have been really impressed with the Sri Lankans in how they've been changing and evolving as the game has gone on. Not afraid to make different changes with fields and bowlers. It's been impressive so far.
Big Shana as it's cut away here by Stoinis, and it's going to go all the way to the rope with a sparing dive from the fielder out in front of the members' stand. And it does go for 4. Stoinis to 16. Australia 5 for 123.
Again, the last 2 boundaries, so the 6 and the 4, I look at the length and it's just too full. It's the ability to sweep the ball when it's full. Stuart Clark has talked about the step hit being a ball where you can make good contact and power and pick where you wanted to hit it. Again, I can see the idea in the last few overs to maybe try and hit a wide hole. You do have 2 backward points, but if you do get it wrong with someone who's got so much power, as in Marcus Stoinis, you don't have to get it too much wrong and it's going to go for 4.
Stoinis facing Theekshana, who's missing this, playing all around it. Now, by the way, Marcus Stoinis has yet to be dismissed in T20 internationals at the SCG. Admittedly, it is a very small sample size of 2 games, not 3 games.
We'll take it.
But he's there at the end, 16th over, 1 ball to come in this over with Matthew Wade at the other end. Stoinis on 16. Last ball of Theekshana's over. Back of the length. Punching it down to long off for a single. He'll keep the strike next over. 5 for 124 here, the Aussie. Stoinis on 17 and Wade on 2.
Nicely bowled there by Theekshana. Changed, which was good. He changed the length, and also the last 2 balls were slightly slower, back of a length than Curran balls, taking the ball away from Stoinis. And I think that's important and crucial. If you've got that skill or that armoury, it's a nice ball to bowl. The replay of the 6, you know, it was full of a length. It was on leg stump. It was saying hit me. The ball that he bowled full and wide of off stump, he had a cover point. It was almost a deep cover. It was saying hit me. The last 2, back of a length, gave the ball an opportunity to spin and gets 2 singles. And those singles in the last 4 or 5 overs are your friends ultimately.
Voice of Stephen O'Keefe on Grandstand Cricket. Great to have your company right across Australia and beyond. Listening through the UK on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra. Still 4 overs left in this Australian innings. They've lost Finch for 8, Inglis for 23, Maxwell for 7, Steve Smith for 9, and Ben McDermott, the top scorer so far, with 53. As I mentioned, the partnership these two had in the World Cup semi-final against Pakistan. Stoinis an unbeaten 40, Matthew Wade 41 out of 17. I enjoyed hearing Marcus Stoinis recount what I was saying on the, I think it was the grade cricketer. He said about when they joined in the middle and Matthew Wade said, "They're nervous, we're calm." Sort of became an iconic in those circles anyway.
Well, yeah, and I was going crazy at home watching the game on TV. So
Stoinis facing you over here from Chimera away from us at Paddington End. He's having a big woof at this outside the off stump. It was on a decent length, slower ball, and he played and missed, did Marcus Stoinis.
Yeah, it's the leg cutter or the one out of the back of their hand. And again, I love, this is the one thing that fascinates me about T20 cricket, how the game evolves and changes through the start of the game. We're full, we're straight, we're at the pegs, and then we go through the middle. We've got these variations of spinners, and now it's about the skills of these bowlers, almost anticipating what the batter's going to do. He's got third man up, point up, fine leg up. That tells me you can't bowl short. He's probably going to go off pace again.
Stoinis waits for Chimera, and he waits for the slower ball. It just evades the fingertips of backward point and rolls away to the rope before. Good effort from Avishka Fernando.
Fantastic effort. And again, a ball that you would almost say that is where he's wanted to land it. He wanted to land it back of a length, off pace. Stoinis a bit top edgy, just beats the man who is inside the ring, and this is how fickle T20 cricket is. It's the same ball further back, catches Stoinis out in front, diving chance just outside the fingertips, and the unforgiving nature of the SCG ground, that rolls away for 4.
Stoinis' third boundary, 2 4s and a 6 so far. 5 for 128 here, Australia.
No change in field. Will we see a change in pace?
Chimera powers in again, away from us. Stoinis waits, a high bat lift, full ball. Plays it back past the bowler. Long off, runs around, does the field, and they'll scamper back here for a second. Good running from the Australians. 5 for 130.
Fantastic bowling, and that again is your other option, is to go the full straight Yorker with that field, with fine leg up, 3 out on the onside. We have a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket. The hard thing with bowling that Yorker is if you get that 6 stump line wrong and you lay that off, you beat both your third man, it goes for 4. You get it too much onto the leg stump, it goes for 4 and beats 45. So that was an inch perfect delivery. So beautifully bowled by Chimera.
Stoinis 23 off 13. Here he is waiting for the next offering from Chimera. He slaps it back over the bowler's head. That was absolute strength, power, all the way for 6 into the sight screen.
Wow. That's all I've got to say. That is just pure strength. The biggest part of the ground, down the ground here at the SCG. And this landed directly over the side screen. Stoinis setting up, probably anticipating pace on. We've gone for a wide Yorker, backing in the fact that he'd landed his last one, misses it by half a metre, and that is right in the swing zone of Marcus Stoinis. He will not miss out there. That's a beautiful shot. It's a step hit, and that's again the nature of this game. You miss by half a metre, half a box, that ball goes sailing.
12 runs off this over so far. Australia 5 for 136. 2 balls to come in the 17th. All of a sudden, that projected score is just elevated ever so slightly off the back of some superb Marcus Stoinis hitting. Matthew Wade is a more subdued 2 off 2 at the other end. Hasn't had much of an opportunity.
All right, we're seeing a field change. So backward square up inside the ring. Points. Backward point now going out. Again, as a batter, you'd be thinking, right, he's got 1, 2, 3 out on the offside. He's brought a player up on the onside. I don't mind this field to Marcus Stoinis. Again, he does like hitting off his hip, but he's not much of a ramper when the ball is full. But when you're bowling this ball, this has to be wide. This has to be hitting the chalk outside off stump or off pace outside off stump. It'd be interesting to see how Stoinis goes about this.
Last ball the over. Stoinis shapes the cut but miscues this and tugs it down to long on for a single. He ticks along to 30. The partnership is actually now worth 30, of which Stoinis has 28 runs in this partnership with Matthew Wade. Australia 5 for 137.
And Chimera here has gone for 10, 12, 13. Now, it's important. It's a big over. You've gone for 6. You've gone for 4. You haven't really missed too badly. You've changed. You've adapted. You haven't had the blinkers on and just kept on bowling. It's important that you close this over out. What you don't want to have happen here is go for 19, 20. These are the overs that lose your games. So you need to stay connected. This ball is very important, and I do like the change in field.
Left-hander Matthew Wade back on strike, so the deep backward square comes up on the edge of the circle, as well as the deep mid-wicket as well, the cow corner coming in.
Wow.
To the fringe there as well. So there is a lot of vacant space in front of the O'Reilly stand on the eastern side. On the onside here for Matthew Wade. Last ball of Chimera's over. He's going wide of the off stump, and that is signalled to wide. Now, Matthew Wade went to sort of clamp down on that and cut it away late. I reckon that's just gone underneath his bat. That's an unlucky signal from the umpire there as far as Chimera is concerned.
That really does frustrate me. The batter went, if the batter had stood there in his crease before the ball was bowled, I would say yes, 100% wide. Now, Matthew Wade knows that the ball's going to go wide. He's moved early. He's moved past the stumps. Therefore, that blue line should move with him. That's great execution by the bowling. That's the plan that he wants to do, and he gets penalised for it, therefore has to bowl the ball again. Now, if he has to come in straighter, that's going to open up that access to Matthew Wade over the leg side where he has no protection.
Makes it 14 runs and counting off the over so far. Last ball, it's a full toss. Tugged away here by Matthew Wade down to long on. They'll come back for a second, and they will get there. Matthew Wade doubles his score to 4. Australia 5 for 140 at the completion of 17.
I tell you what, I'm enjoying the running between wickets by the Aussies has been fantastic. We've had Aaron Finch, who's had some injury clouds. Marcus Stoinis missed a bit of the big bash. You know, Matthew Wade's getting onto his 30s now, but these guys are running between wickets and running hard, and it's such a key component of T20 cricket, getting those extra runs, putting the acid, putting the attention onto the fielding group and putting pressure on them. You know, it may not happen every time, but if you're showing that intent, you get the fumble, you get the extra 1s or 2s, and they do add up at the end of the day.
Benira Fernando and his headband back into the attack from the Randwick end. David Hawthorne says, I normally only listen to test matches. How is this score compared to normally at this time of the game? Are we doing okay? Yeah, I suppose you could say Australia is doing okay, particularly in this recent partnership between Wade and Stoinis. Tunkari Andy says, Sri Lanka are in this, hope the weather is kind. Well, that is an old text message. I mean, Sri Lanka may still be in it, but they have been a bit loose with their bowling in the past few overs, as I mentioned. So this partnership now worth 33 off 17. Stoinis back on strike here facing Fernando. His figures so far, none for 8 off 2. There are 3 overs left in Australia's innings. That was sent in by Sri Lanka in the first of these 5 T20 internationals. Stoinis, the right-hander. Faces the left arm quick. Moves across his stumps here. Big shout there from the bowler for leg before. And the throw on strike has actually hit Marcus Stoinis as well. One of his very impressive biceps. And he's just rubbing that right arm.
Check the ball, yeah. He does look okay. He has copped. It does hurt when you're not expecting it, and you do get one on the back there. If it's the elbow or the back of the forearm, it can be.
I think it's just up above the elbow, so when that sort of he's hit on the toe, it was well across the offside, so there was no danger of an LBW, but the throw did come on the bounce. He wasn't looking. No, it's not entirely the fielder's fault. That's
all muscle. That's fine. But he does have a few muscles in that arm, so it might hurt a little bit more.
That was a leg bye as well, so one of the total, but not one of the batsmen. So 5 for 141 here, the Australians. That was the first ball, the 18th over.
Great execution. I mean, if the Sri Lankans can keep these next 3 overs under 30, and that is going to be a really good effort, they're going to need to take wickets. You'd almost walk off thinking that it's about par. 170 would be par on this wicket in these conditions.
So for Matthew Wade, cow corner is a bit straighter, long on. There's 3 on the offside here. So the left arm quick again is into Matthew Wade, chopping down on this and missing it. Dot ball.
Fantastic execution there from Binara. Look at that. That is inch perfect. That is 2 inches inside the blue line. Wide Yorker. He has a fine short third man, but he has a deep backward point. Another backward point, almost on point. A deep cover. Again, if you're predicting where the ball's going to go, he's looking for that chalk line outside off stump.
Like a very wide third man, isn't it, in front of the scoreboard? So he's going in this direction now, and that is a superb catch!
Word.
Unbelievable take.
That will be up there as one of the catches of the summer. That was flying.
Shanaka in the deep.
Wow.
Diving. The bowler can't quite believe it. Fernando strikes. Wade flashing at this ball, full and wide. And an unbelievable diving catch from the Sri Lankan captain has removed Matthew Wade for 4.
Again, perfect execution, low down, bowling to the field. The intent looks straight away at the ball. Low to the right, full length diving. That's the intent. That's the sort of message that sends to your group when you go into the batting innings. We're covered, we're on. This is the standard we're going to set, and this is how we're going to come at Australia tonight. What a fantastic catch.
And the pace at which that ball had come to him as well.
Matthew Wade looks completely surprised. I mean, that was straight out of the middle of the bat. What a great catch.
So Wade on his way for 4. He faced 5 balls. Caught Shanaka, bowled Banera Fernando. One of the catches of the summer, as you said there, Steve O'Keefe. 6 for 1 for 1 Australia. So still with 15 balls to come in their innings. Pat Cummins comes to the crease to join Marcus Stoinis. Of course, it's a ground he knows so well, the Australian Test skipper. It's been an unusual week for him, I suppose. Forced to front the press on the wake of Justin Langer's departure, and well, it only made sense.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this must be just an absolute relief to get out there and just play some cricket. Yep. So I hope he's going to go out there and enjoy and express himself tonight, bowl nice and fast, and you know he'll want to make a statement, I'm sure, with the ball and with this Australian team and lead them, or at least lead the bowling attack to a victory. Anyway, here he is. 3 offside fielders here as Stoinis back on strike. The batter's cross. He's bowled, chopping on a hat-trick is Fernando. Australia 7 for 141. Wow, what a big wicket that is. I mean, we talked about these last 3 overs being so important in maintaining or keeping under maybe 30 runs. Fernando's come in and changed the whole dynamic of this game. He's gone wide, Yorker caught at backward point. Beautiful bowling to your field, and again, fast, straight, full. It's an inside edge onto the stumps, a little bit of lunk, but it's execution of your Yorker getting rewarded. Australia now behind the 8 ball. 170 I'm looking at as par. They're 140. We've got 2 new batters in. We've got Fernando still with an over up his sleeve. He's executing. He's not missing his spot. His back's up. The energy's great. Another member of Australia's Test fast bowling cartel. Mitchell Starc joins Pat Cummins at the crease. 2 men who know this ground pretty well. 7 for 1 for 1 here. So wickets in consecutive balls. Hat-trick. Fernando on a hat-trick. Should we clap him in? Sure, the fans will. There's certainly plenty of Sri Lankan fans here. I'll make some noise for him. Mitchell Starc to face the hat-trick ball. What a busy summer he's had. The Allan Border medalist, played every Test match. The only fast bowler across either Australia or England to play every Test match of the summer. Here he is in the shortest format. First of all with the bat, the left-hander. Facing a fellow left-arm quick. Fernando on a hat-trick. Here he is. Mitchell Starc is just bending it back past the ball. They take off for 1 here. Throw comes to the on-striker's end, and Starc gets there for a single. He's off the mark. Australia 7 for 142. Good single. Well bowled again. Straight, full, on the money. Beautifully bowled. Good result. We do have the skipper on strike. So the current run rate of 7.96. We're looking at a score of 160. Both more than capable, as you said. Mitchell Starc, a great summer with both bat and ball in Test cricket. What did he average? 40 plus in Test cricket. Almost touching 50 before the last Test. Leading wicket taker in the summer. So more than handy with the bat. Open stance here of Pat Cummins facing the last ball of Fernando's over. And he's just driving through the wicket on the offside. He's off the mark with a single. Cummins and Starc each on 1. Australia 7 for 143 after 18 overs. What a fantastic last over that was. I'm thinking leg by, single, 2 wickets. So three runs, 2 wickets. When you're bowling at the death, when you're expected to go for runs or boundaries and limit That's one of the better overs of the game, if not the over of the innings. Matthew Wade slicing one out to backward point, got every piece of it. That is homework. That's the Sri Lankan team going home, looking at how they are going to dismiss these power hitters in the back innings. They're not normal fields. The fields that we're looking at are not fields that we're generally used to seeing, particularly in the Big Bash. And again, we're seeing the same, a straight mid-off. We're seeing a deep cover. We're seeing a deep point on point and a deep third man squarish and a short third man.
And over here from Chimera, the opening bowler from the Paddington end in front of us into Pat Cummins, who digs it out back past the bowler. At least the one. They're content to just keep the strike changed over there for a single. 7 for 144. Sri Lanka will be well aware, Steve O'Keefe, that no one's given them a chance, really. This is an emerging team. A lot of their senior players not in the squad for this series.
Absolutely.
No Casal Mendes, who's out with COVID. He may play sort of the back end of the series, but and yet it's only a 6th ranked nation, Australia, albeit the defending champions, against Sri Lanka, who are ranked 8th. They play far more T20 cricket internationally as well. But this is not their best team, and they'll be well aware of the fact they are massive underdogs in this series against the Australians. Short third man in place here for the left-hander Mitchell Starc. Back on strike facing Chimera. Fallen wide and chopped down on this. He plays and misses. 7 for 144 it remains in the 19th over.
This is great bowling. I mean, it would take a lot of courage. So essentially what we're seeing is a stacked offside field with 3 defending players from cover all the way around to third man, encouraging Mitchell Starc, a lower order batter, to move across his stumps. If he wants a boundary, he's going to have to hit it behind square, but he's going to have to take the risk of exposing his stumps and moving all the way outside off.
Starc waits for Chimera, moves across his stumps, he's bowled. Tried to just ramp it up around the corner, but he missed it completely. And the 8th Australian wicket has fallen at 144. This is a genuine collapse from the home side.
Outstanding bowling from Chimera again, homework, and this is an adjustment made on the fly. This ball, he's seen him go early, adjusted his line and then bowled at the stumps. The field is telling Mitchell Starc that this ball is going to be a foot outside off. I'm going to bowl wide, but if I see you move, I'm going to go back onto the stumps. It's classy bowling. And the thing I like about Chimera, he's bowled 3 overs, he's gone for 30 plus, he's gone at 10s. It's easy to stay disconnected. Oh, geez, I've missed my night. But he knows how important he can bring the game back with 1 good over or 2 good overs here at the end. So, again, exciting bowling. I'm so excited to see what I'm seeing from this Sri Lankan team. They're paying $6.50 to win. The Aussies were $1.12.
Adam Zampa in the Aussie tail now, well and truly, with only Josh Hazlewood to come. Zampa on strike facing Chimera at 8 for 144. Full toss outside the off stump, just guiding it down to that wideish third man. Zampa off the mark, if nothing else. 8 for 145.
Great defensive bowling again. You could be greedy. You've got a lower order batter in. Do we try and attack the stumps? It's selfless bowling from Chimera. Right, I know if I get straight, I've got 45 up, I've got backward square up. If I get that wrong, I give away that part of the ground. If I'm bowling full and wide and backing myself to keep that ball inside that wide line, the worst I could do is give away 1.
Chimera into Pat Cummins. Full toss, scoops it high up in the air. Long on running around, will take the catch. Nice and easy. Karunaratne completes it. Australia 9 for 145. It's an almighty collapse at the SCG.
The last 10 balls, 5 runs, 3 wickets. Run rate of 3.0. This is a collapse of the ages, and not one that you would normally attest to see with the Australians. It's generally Maxwell, Stoinis, Wade just finishing off the game in style. Instead, what we're seeing is innovation from the Sri Lankan cricket team. These are fields that in the last 4 or 5 years of playing club cricket, Big Bash cricket, that I haven't seen before. It's well thought out. They've come here with strong plans, strong convictions, and on top of that, they've executed and they've got the rewards. Fantastic play here by the Sri Lankan cricket team.
Hazlewood joins Zampa. You know these 2 guys pretty well. Are Australia going to bat their overs?
Wow.
7 balls left.
The Hoff has won a couple of tees, come back from the Sixers and won us a couple of games with the bat. I'd like to see a nice silky cover drive that he's got in him to beat one of those points out on the fence. Zamps, I know, loves to target the offside. Will he go for it here?
The collapse is 4 for 4. 4 for 4, yes, and Zampa just guides us again down to that wideish third man. And that is Zampa doubling his score to 2. Australia 9 for 146 at the completion of 19 overs.
Look, we're only looking at game 1 here, but as an Australian cricket team, they're going to have to go home after this game. Look, if they bowl really well, and it's still game on, obviously, at 146, but they're going to have to come up with some new plans in regards to how they are going to look at attacking this Sri Lankan bowling. It's predictable, yes. However, their executing has been top draw. And it is quite hard to get away. They have been inch perfect in keeping that ball inside that blue line. And as we've seen, even when you do get good contact like Matthew Wade, there are men there protecting it. And the way they're fielding, makes it a lot harder to score those runs.
Last over, Benura Fernando to bowl it into Adam Zampa, who's playing and missing at this. Into the gloves of Chandimal behind the stumps. 9 for 146 here, Australia.
Boom, again, inch perfect Yorker, 130 Ks. Fernando 2 for 10 off 3.1. I mean, you're hitting that Yorker, you've got your short third man up in the ring. Even if that ball does fly, you have protection. But again, it's the same field. It's the square third man, deep point, deep cover. I'm expecting to see the same ball.
Zampa waits here for Fernando. This is wider still. Playing and missing is the Aussie leggy.
And it goes to show 8 or 9 down. I'm thinking about it. It must be so hard as a batter. You know where the ball is going to be, but do I have the courage to get my head in line and try and whip the ball under my eye line at 140 Ks to try and pick up a boundary outside there? Or do I have the power to hit the ball 70 metres over cover to pick up runs?
Fernando comes steaming in here to Adam Zampa. It's on the stumps. Edging a half volley to Chandimal, who underarms at the stumps as well. Zampa was well out of his crease. Some nervous late moments here from the Australians. 9 for 146. Those are astonishing figures. 2 for 10 off 3.5 overs.
Fantastic.
Might finish with a maiden.
And it's just quality Yorker bowling. I mean, I'm sure Stuart Clark, when they come in here, I mean, there's just nothing better. It's the hardest ball to hit. If you can execute it perfectly, guys can ramp and play different shots, but if you get inch perfect like that, it's almost impossible to hit.
Fernando into Zampa, who attempts to ramp here. He's out of position, had to just parry it out to the offside. The thick outside edge here for 1. It just drops to the offside. So Zampa now to 3. Australia 9 for 147.
And that's the innovation that you need to have to try and pick up boundaries. And unfortunately, when you're looking at 9, 10, 11 in most sides, speaking from experience, it's not one that you go into the nets and practice where you try and get your head in front of the ball at 140 Ks and wear it for the team. You have to be a brave man to do it.
It was one of that, with the Big Bash being a very condensed schedule as well. We'll get to that question in a sec, as Hazelwood, the left-hander, on strike facing Fernando. This is fallen wide. He's flashing at this and missing. No wide forthcoming. And that was a leg by the previous ball as well. So Zampa is still 2, Hazelwood 0, Australia 9 for 147. Would you typically have a batting net session for the Sixers at any stage during a Big Bash campaign? How often would that happen?
I'll be honest with you, I had two net sessions, and it showed when Jai Richardson blew my front pad off.
Last ball of the innings here, full ball. Hazelwood digs it out, back past the bowler. Little straight drive from the Aussie number 11. They'll come back here for a second, throw it on striker's end. They will make the second comfortably. So that means Australia finishes up 9 for 149. Sri Lanka will have 150 to win in the first of these 5 T20 internationals. Hazelwood finishes not out on 2, and Zampa finishes unbeaten on 2 as well. A quick call of the card. Australia sent in by Sri Lanka, who won the toss here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Finch was out for 8 off 12 balls, bowled by Hasaranga, the leg spinner, in the 5th over. We had 23 minutes but no overs lost to rain. That was in the 9th over. We resumed thereafter with Inglis to depart the very next over for 23. Josh Inglis on debut, bowled by Karunaratne. Hasaranga claimed his second victim with Maxwell out for 7. Smith for 9, also bowled by Hasaranga in the 14th over. The collapse came at that stage with McDermott, McDermott was out 53, with he departing LBW to Karuna Ratner. Then we saw Stoinis stick around for a bit, but Wade for 4, Stoinis 30, Stark 1, Cummins 2. They lost 4 for 4 at one stage, the Australians, going into that tail, and 9 for 149 is how they finish up. The bowling figures look like this. Dushmantha Chamira finished 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 38. Benera Fernando, very impressive. 2 for 12 off his 4 overs, 14 dot balls as well, if you don't mind, for an economy of 3. Superb T20 figures. Mahesh Theekshana, the off-spinner, 3 overs, none for 27. Wanindu Hasaranga, the leggy, 4 overs, 3 for 38. He bowled very well as well. Chamika Karunaratne, 2 for 22 off 4. And Dasun Chanaka, the captain, just the 1 over for 8 runs, but a superb catch to get rid of Matthew Wade, just slicing it through the offside. A better outfield catch you are unlikely to see. So, Stephen O'Keefe, how do you feel about 9 for 149?
It's just game on. As I said, I've been so impressed with the plans, the execution of the Sri Lankan bowling unit. I really think 149 on this wicket in these conditions is very gettable. So they've taken the momentum of those last 5 overs into their innings. They've basically bowled the Australian team out 9 down. You know, they should be feeling very, very confident in that change room. Looking to their batting lineup, they're going to have to look to some of their stars. Dinesh Chandimal, who's had a great Lankan League cricket over the last, or just before they came here, and their success they had against Zimbabwe. So they're relying on that. They've came out to play, and the thing that's I was so impressed with, along with the bowling and execution, was the intent in the fielding. Some great catching. They were sprinting in off the fence. Didn't see one drop, saw plenty of dived efforts. So they've come ready to play, and what a great way to start a 5 T20 series competition here in Australia with Sri Lanka.
Thanks, Steve. Nice to hear from you. We'll hear from you again in the run chase. We'll have a slightly shorter break due to the time lost to rain. Sri Lanka chasing 150 for victory in the first T20 here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. We'll have the run chase coming up very soon. More from Andrew Moore and Stuart Clark and myself, Brett Sprigg. But right now it's time for us to head to the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Firefighters are battling 2 out-of-control blazes in WA South, which are threatening lives and homes. An emergency warning's in place for Hopetoun in the Shire of Ravensthorpe on the state's south coast. There's also a second emergency warning for parts of the Jerramungup town site in the Great Southern. Extremely windy conditions in the region are making the task for firefighters all the more difficult. Australia's Foreign Minister and her counterparts from the US, Japan and India have focused on security in the Indo-Pacific region at today's meeting of Quad Nations. While COVID vaccine distribution and infrastructure have also been discussed, the discussions primarily centred on what Maurice Payne has described as authoritarian regimes. The Foreign Minister says the alliance will continue to work together to ensure peace and prosperity for the region.
Australia, in our actions, works to support a world order that favours freedom, where rules, not power and coercion, resolve disputes. Our overarching focus was on the Indo-Pacific. We agreed to strengthen cyber and counter-terrorism cooperation, including by coordinating efforts to address the threat of ransomware.
Japan will host the next Quad meeting later this year. China's foreign ministry says claims Beijing sought to infiltrate the Labor Party ahead of this year's federal election aren't worth being refuted. A businessman with ties to China is reportedly behind a plot outlined by ASIO chief Mike Burgess that involves attempts to pre-select candidates for Labor in New South Wales. The opposition leader, Anthony Albanese, says ASIO has assured him there are no concerns about the candidates Labor ultimately selected. Chinese government spokesman Zhao Lijian has dismissed the claim.
These claims are not worthy of being refuted, and I see some relevant figures in Australia also criticise these remarks as reckless and purely for political gain. I want to stress China doesn't have any interest and has never tried to interfere in other countries' domestic affairs.
The former head of the nation's COVID-19 Coordination Commission is facing a possible jail term after admitting he and his son breached Western Australia's strict border laws. Joanna Minnow reports.
In October last year, Neville Power and his son Nicholas flew their helicopter from Queensland to WA without applying for the necessary G2G pass. They first landed in Exmouth, where they were recorded by CCTV cameras not wearing masks, before the next day flying to Perth. At the time, Queensland was categorised as a low-risk state and travellers were supposed to quarantine for 14 days, but they didn't. Today, both men pleaded guilty to 2 charges, with their lawyer arguing a fine was the appropriate penalty. However, the police prosecutor submitted a jail term should be imposed, describing the offences as willful blindness. They'll be sentenced later this month.
Queensland has no plans to tighten COVID restrictions in schools, despite a high number of cases in classrooms. More than 1,100 students across the state tested positive yesterday. Most cases are very mild. Dr John Gerard, the state's chief health officer, says he's not overly surprised.
We're not taking a very strong restrictive stance on isolating members of the school community, because we know this virus is widespread and it will continue to be widespread, and we expect that over the coming weeks the numbers will decline.
Air safety investigators say a pilot involved in a fatal light plane crash in North Queensland on Christmas Eve was unlicensed at the time. Toby Loftus reports.
The small amateur-built aircraft crashed at Ball Bay, north of Mackay, around 8 a.m. on December the 24th last year. The 83-year-old male passenger was killed, while the 65-year-old male pilot was injured. Today, the Australian Transport Safety Bureau announced it had discontinued its investigation into the crash. Chief Commissioner Angus Mitchell says the pilot was not licensed to fly airplanes and the aircraft and engine had not been maintained in accordance with the appropriate regulations for about 10 years. He says the passenger's seatbelt had completely failed. The belt was built in 1973 and was required to be removed from service in 1990.
Australia secured a second spot in the new Winter Olympic event of mixed team snowboard cross to be held tomorrow. Here's Tracy Holmes.
Games debutant Josie Baff will team up with Adam Lambert as the second Australian team behind triple Olympians Belle Brockhoff and Cameron Bolton. Unfortunately, both Australian sides have been drawn in the same quarter-final alongside USA 1 and Switzerland, with the top 2 teams progressing to the semi-finals.
ABC News.
Ready for some new adventures? Back Roads is back. From the macho mining town of Tom Price in WA to outback Queensland and Tasmania's Cradle Mountain, join me, Heather Hewitt, and some of my fellow guest explorers for a journey to some of this country's most remote towns, full of surprising and memorable characters.
All new Back Roads. New adventures Monday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
Placed by Sangha now, the ball's hit towards deep mid-wicket, over the head, gone 6. He's beaten, bowled, Hasaranga has got through with a well-fighted delivery. Aaron Finch, bowled by Hasaranga for 8.
To McDermott, who's just launched that all the way up into the second deck of the O'Reilly stand.
Ratner comes in, bowls to English, and he's bowled. He attempted a reverse slog, and he's bowled off stump. Ranger in again, a sidearm delivery. It's a full toss. It's scooped away to deep backward square. It's out. He's caught on the rope. Maxwell's out for 7. McDermott gets a straight delivery. He pushes a tip and run towards deep mid-wicket. He'll get 2 here for sure. And that's 50 for Ben McDermott. Ranger well flighted. Smith's bowled. Hasaranga's got a 3 for if you don't mind. This is striking him on the pad. McDermott's out. That looked plumb from up here. And Australia 5 for 107.
He slaps it back over the bowler's head. That was absolute strength. Power all the way for 6 into the sight screen.
Wow.
So he's going in this direction now, and that is a superb catch.
Word.
Unbelievable take.
That will be up there as one of the catches of the summer. That was flying.
The bowler can't quite believe it, and an unbelievable diving catch from the Sri Lankan captain. Scornus back on strike, the batter's cross. He's bowled, chopping on. Australia 7 for 141. Start waits for Jimmy Rudd, moves across, he stops, he's bowled. Tried to just ramp it up around the corner, but he missed it completely. Into Pat Cummins, full toss, scoops it high up in the air, long on running around, will take the catch, nice and easy. Australia 9 for 145. It's an almighty collapse at the SCG. Last ball of the innings here. Full ball. Hazelwood digs it out back past the bowler. A little straight drive from the Aussie number 11. They'll come back here for a second. That means Australia finishes up 9 for 149. Sri Lanka will have 150 to win in the first of these 5 T20 internationals.
Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
That's the story here. Sri Lanka's run chase to begin in a matter of moments at the Sydney Cricket Ground. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Stuart Clark. Also in commentary, Andrew Moore and Stephen O'Keefe. Happening around the place in cricket, the Indian men's team playing against the West Indies in the third ODI there in the 31st over, 456 India, winning the toss and electing to bat there. In the Sheffield Shield earlier today, New South Wales beat Queensland by 2 wickets. Chris Tremaine, player of the match, and he was there hitting the winning runs at the end as well, along with Harry Conway. So a very tight finish at the Gabba and a good win for New South Wales late on day 3. Meanwhile, South Australia building a second innings lead against Victoria at Adelaide Oval. They lead by 305 runs with 3 wickets in hand. They're 7 for 203 in their second dig, highlighted by Henry Hunt's 57 and Travis Head, their skipper, with 46. So Travis Head rested from the first of these T20s. He may make an appearance later in the series against Sri Lanka, but the focus was very much on getting some red ball experience between the Ashes and, of course, the upcoming tour of Pakistan. So that's what's happening around other cricket around the place. Meanwhile, around the grounds in the AFLW, Gold Coast have beaten Geelong 49-38. In the NBL, the Brisbane Bullets 77 beat the Adelaide 36ers 73. In the A-League men, second half there, Melbourne City leads the Western Sydney Wanderers 3-1. In the A-League women, second half score there, Wellington Phoenix 3 leads Canberra United 0. That's what's happening around the grounds nice and promptly. Of course, you can keep your text coming, 0467 920 222. But Stuart Clark, all the focus is on Sri Lanka. 150 to win. Can they do it?
Well, that's the big question, isn't it? I thought they bowled. They were unbelievable. We didn't know a lot about the Sri Lankans. We watched and we knew they had some players and they were inexperienced at this level, but they were really, really good with the ball and some good fielding, good outfielding, some really nice catches. So the job now is with the bat. Again, we don't know a lot about their inexperienced top order. We know Chandimal. We've seen him around here. We've seen him numerous times out in Australia, and he can play. But they certainly come with some expectation, because everyone I've spoken to in the last couple of days tell me that this young Sri Lankan team, they're a team on the up. And if they're up, they're looking to improve. So there seems a bit of a changing of the guard. A lot of the older heads, while still around, not as playing as much in the short version of the game, and they're building for the future, which is a really, really good thing. And we're seeing it, the first, I suppose, sprouts of that rebuilding phase here tonight.
So expect we'll see Danushka Ganathalaka and Pathum Nasaka at the top of the order. So that's what as you say, they are relative unknowns to those of us that haven't seen much of this Sri Lankan team, and many of them are experiencing their first tour to Australia and have only sort of debuted in the past couple of years or the last year or so in the white ball formats. But there is some experience dotted throughout that squad as well. But you just wonder as well whether the 150 as a target is a tricky sort of total for the navigate as well.
Well, it's a tricky
expectation.
Absolutely, it's a tricky target, because 9 out of 10 you'd expect them to, if they bat well. What they won't be used to is the extra bounce in these wickets, the Australian wickets, and we saw with the SCG during the Test match, it really did bounce and carry. And what they're not going to be used to is Mitchell Starc and Pat Cummins. They're 100 and 135. Both of these guys can get it up in the high 140s, especially Mitchell Starc when he gets it right. So it's certainly going to be a big challenge. There's going to be a lot of pace on offer, and all batters that come for the Sri Lankans, starting with the first two, are, I suppose, under the microscope from ball one.
The Aussie attack: Cummins, Hazelwood, Starc, Adam Zampa, of course, the leg spin. No room in the team for Ashton Agar, who was named as their 12th man for this game tonight. But the players make their way out. There's the usual pyro and how all that looks. But the Sri Lankan top order are taking their place. Nasanka has walked out there along with Danushka Ganathalaka, 30 years of age, Ganathalaka, and Nasanka's 23. He debuted in all 3 formats last year. He was in the World Cup squad, and he is renowned as one of their emerging top order bats. So an opportunity for him to really stake his claim, and I guess that's true of a lot of people in this Sri Lankan squad, with some of the senior guys out. No Kusal Mendes, Kusal Pereira, Nirashan Dickwella, Dananjaya De Silva, some of the names we might be more familiar with, but Mitchell Starc will open the attack here from the Paddington end in front of us, the northern end of the SCG. As the smoke starts to clear, we did have some rain earlier, but that's certainly cleared as well, and Australia's bowlers have the work to do here.
Yeah, plenty of fire from Mitchell Starc. I'm sure that, well, can he start the T20 series like he started the Test series? It was certainly a memorable occasion for Australian cricket, and Starc, he's at the top of his mark, doing his usual, he's about to turn, faces towards mid-off. All looks a bit odd. Looks like he's going to bowl right-handed, and he's sort of standing to attention, but he doesn't. When play is called, he'll turn, and away he'll go.
They've got the slip there. Aaron Finch, the skipper. Third man and fine leg at back, of course. Power play conditions. Just the two outside the circle. Mitchell Starc, the Allan Border medalist. 16 wickets in the Ashes. He played every Test match. Top of his mark here. White ball in hand. Bowling to Nissanka. Took that on leg stump. Starc in. It's swinging down the leg side. That's a wide first up. Not the ideal start for the Australians. Sri Lanka, none for one.
Well, it certainly wasn't the start he was looking for, but in saying that, big in-swing to the right-hander. So when Mitchell Starc gets it right, we know how dangerous he can be with that ball tailing back into the right-hander, especially the new ball. I saw there. It didn't really bounce, but certainly prodigious swing.
Off the text, Nero listing in Armidale, New South Wales. Aussie fan, but cricket lover. Great to see quality cricket from Sri Lanka. Yeah, 4 for 4 was the collapse there. Sort of deep into the Aussie tail. They pulled things back in their favour, gave him a chance. This is short and wide, flashing at this. Nissanka plays and misses. Dot ball to recover here for Mitchell Starc.
Got a little bit lucky there, Mitchell Starc. Probably not a wide, probably just inside the blue line, but one swung, one didn't. That's not a great feeling for a bowler as you're walking back to your mark. Not quite sure the third ball. Is it going to swing or is it not?
If you're just joining us, 9 of Australia's World Cup final winning 11 here in these T20s, at least in tonight's team. No Dave Warner or Mitch Marsh, not in the squad for this series. Starc, left arm over. In here now for Nissanka, full ball. He just pushes this out to the offside. Again, a dot ball though.
A pretty traditional field for Mitchell Starc. Backward point. Glenn Maxwell at point, roaming there. Stephen Smith at backward point, I think, from what I can see here. Nice cover and a mid-off. Paddy Cummins standing at mid-off. Probably not something different for him. Not used to not being in charge anymore. One-day cricket, only the Test captain. On the onside, you've got McDermott fielding at mid-on and a man in front of square. So a very stock-standard field along with the third man and a deep fine leg for Mitchell Starc. Looking to see if they can pick up an edge early on.
Here comes Mitchell Starc. And Nissanka is driving straight to extra cover. Dot ball all over at that time, Josh Inglis. They are sport for wicket keepers. Matthew Wade behind the stumps. They've got, I mentioned earlier, Josh Inglis on debut tonight, and Ben McDermott, of course, who's also partial to the gloves. Reminds me of the WA Sheffield Shield team. Wicket keepers coming out everywhere.
There's lots of good players, and we're producing good cricket at the moment, Western Australia. Good system over there. Adam Voges running that show.
Mitchell Starc. The fourth ball this over. In past the umpire. Nissanka playing and missing. This swung late out behind the stumps into the gloves of Matthew Wade. Still plenty of smoke haze in the air as well, which I'm sure is sort of not helping. Well, a few of the punters probably enjoy it, but not the best thing for the players.
Done for pace in that delivery there. So late on that, you can see that doesn't really bounce and curves after the bat, but a little bit extra pace from Mitchell Starc. Just taking a little bit of getting used to.
Starc comes steaming in again. With a slip in place here, Nissanka flashes at this. Hits it straight to mid-off where Pat Cummins is waiting. One ball to come in this over. Only run so far as a sundry, a wide. The very first ball of this innings was a wide ball of Mitchell Starc. 9 for 149 was Australia's total after their 20 overs. Ordered by Ben McDermott's 53, their top scorer. Marcus Stoinis had 30. Josh Inglis earlier on debut, 23 for him. Their 3 top scorers. Can they have someone here to hold it together for them? Sri Lanka in the run chase, chasing 150. Last ball to Starc over. It's a short ball and it takes some glove. The Aussie fielders go up. Big loud appeal from Aaron Finch. Umpire is unmoved. Just went to hook that ball, Nissanka, but nothing forthcoming by way of a glove or a bit of bad action. So none for one, Sri Lanka remains after the first over.
Yeah, there was a noise there, something. Aaron Finch's got his finger in the air, but he's not pointing to the referral. He's moving fielders around. The players behind the stumps are very excitable. But here on a replay, I'm just looking. It might have come off the top of his helmet, did it? No, nothing.
Missed everything. Just going in that little nook between the gloves and the helmet as he was in the hooking motion. Josh Hazlewood from the Randwick end, the southern end of the SCG.
We haven't seen this man. We saw him in the first test, and we saw a side injury, and there was talk of him back, and when he'll be back, and is he coming back? But unfortunately,
he's back tonight.
He's back.
He's a 3-format player, but as you say, he had setbacks. Of course, Scott Boland held his own in the test team and was opted to sort of continue resting Josh Hazlewood, or he had probably a recurrence, I think a slight recurrence after Melbourne, didn't he, of the side strain. But just the one test match at the Gabba. Haven't seen Josh Hazlewood since. Here he is on return at the SCG, a ground he knows pretty well. Bowling to Danushka Ganathalaka. The left-hander waits here for Hazlewood, works it away off his hip behind square. He's off the mark straight away. Sri Lanka, 2 without loss.
Yeah, nice. He'll be a little bit nervous, Josh Hazlewood. He's done a lot of work in the nets, but hasn't played a game for 3 months, so he'll be just a little bit nervous as he gets back into his work. Nothing like playing a game in the middle, and you've got to remember they don't play Sheffield Shield or one day. It's just straight back. It's all international cricket now. What you see is what you get. So he'll be working through what he needs to do. Just get a feeling for what's right, so he can get through his action, and then slowly but surely. Not a lot of time, though, in this format of the game to work into your spell. You've basically got 4 overs, get the job done, get out of there.
It's a very short, fine leg, or leg slip as Nasanka is squeezed up here on the crease, and it just trickles out to the offside. That'll be a leg by, so he's not yet off the mark. 1 more to the sundries. Sri Lanka 3 without loss, chasing 150. Remarkably, this is the first white ball game of the men's summer on Australian soil. We're almost at mid-February.
Yeah, interesting. I was saying that earlier, that you're so used to, we grew up with Test cricket, and then you one day it was Test cricket, and then you won your World Series. You had 3 teams
spread throughout the place.
Yeah, travelling circus around the country, but not anymore. We've got Big Bash, and we haven't got any one days. We've just got T20s now. So maybe this is the new norm.
Ganathalaka back on strike, the left-hander facing Hazlewood. He comes ambling in. He's playing and missing. It was back of a length, shaped to drive off the back foot. Flew past the outside edge. A nice ball from Hazlewood. Yeah, a bit of extra bounce there by Big Hazelhoff, getting the ball to rear through to the wicket keeper, and the batter just fending at it. No feet, just hands. Australia are just blessed with fast bowlers, aren't they? The 2 that are operating at the moment, Paddy Cummins to come, Richardson, Malcolm Nisa, we saw him in the Test series. Scotty Boland, he can't even get a look in this team. Hazlewood, as he's attempting to ramp here, is Ganathalaka. He's very, very lucky that ball didn't hit the stumps. It was relatively straight from Hazlewood, and I reckon it's just gone over the bails. He can't quite believe it. Ganathalaka was in position nicely, trying to just ramp that around the corner, but he's missed that, and he's very lucky to still be there. It's Sri Lanka 3 without loss.
It was a lot of movement for not a lot of reward there. Unfortunately, Hazlewood, I thought he'd pick up his first wicket for a while, but unfortunately, Gully gone into place now.
It'll be a celebration when it does happen. Josh Hazlewood into Ganathalaka on the bounce, plays it straight to Gully, and no run. Sri Lanka none for 3. That's wickets for runs. Ganathalaka on 1, and a couple of sundries. Nasanka still on 0. They're chasing 150. It's a slow start.
Finch attacking here too. He's got Slip and Gully in place. Backward point cover, so they're looking to try and pick up the wicket in that square of the wicket region, or if they don't nick it through to the wicket keeper.
Steve Smith crouching there at Gully. Finch first in position as well. He goes across the line, hits it straight to mid-wicket. Simple catch taken by Marcus Stoinis. Relatively full. Ganathalaka played right across the line, and Stoinis pouches the catch at regulation mid-wicket. Sri Lanka lose their first wicket, 1 for 3.
Yeah, had to get on with it, the Sri Lankans. 1 for 3 pretty much at the end of the second over, and nothing really going. So try and take on Josh Hazlewood. A little bit of extra bounce. Didn't come out of the middle and skewed it straight to Marcus Stoinis. Pretty simple catch. Ran about knee height at his position there. It's straightish or squarish mid-wicket. Fortunately, they've lost their 1 wicket, 1 for 3 in the second over, and the pressure, you can just feel it starting to build on the Sri Lankans.
He faced 5 balls for his 1, did Dineshka Gunathilaka, and he departs the Sydney Cricket Ground. With that coming in at number 3, we'll see Avishka Fernando. He was part of the last Sri Lankan team to tour Australia back in 2019-20. They played 3 T20s and I think a Pam's 11 game. We called that game, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Yep.
We were in Canberra. Smith, I think, might have got 70 or something like that from memory.
So he's hoping to cement a place in this side as well, in place of Kusal Pereira. I mentioned some of the names that aren't there. So Avishka Fernando joins Nasanka at the crease. 1 for 3 Sri Lanka after 2 overs.
And Mitchell Starc, who'll continue, will bowl his second over from the Paddington end.
Mitchell Starc gives that ball a rub. And Nasanka taps his bat. Slip still in play. Starc, full ball. He's just flashing this with a drive to mid-off. Picks out Pat Cummins, dot ball. So the equation from here is 147 off 107. That's sort of the early look at the equation on the run.
Yeah, they've got to find a way to try and break up this rhythm of these 2 fast bowlers at the moment. They look like they're just trying to bludgeon the ball through the gap. Unfortunately, just picked out fielder after fielder after fielder. So got to try and find another. See if they can just pick up a little bit of momentum. This game's all about momentum. And if you can't get it, the game goes quickly.
Mid-off, cover, point, backward point on the approach here. Starc, it's on the stumps, and it's just a very unassuming shot out behind square on the onside. Good enough for 2 runs, though. Nasanka off the mark. Just toted the way out towards Zampa, running around from fine leg. And with that, Sri Lanka 1 for 5.
I'm not sure he was trying to hit that then. It sort of skewed away off the inside edge of the bat down to deep backward square leg where the fielder ran around, but certainly just skewed off the bat.
Flag still fluttering in the dark night sky. On the stumps, he goes inside out this time. It was on the stumps from Mitchell Starc, but Nasanka finds the boundary rope. Sri Lanka's first boundary there, 1 for 9.
He smacked that away, didn't he? Just picked it up, whack, out of the middle of the bat, and away it went. He's been looking for that length from Mitchell Starc. We've seen him play that shot numerous times, just pick out fielders. That time he got that step hit length, and he just jumped into it and whacked it away over the top of extra cover. 1 bounce, 2 bounces into the boundary. Starc just getting that length. I'll pull it back a fraction if I was Mitchell Starc and try and go around about chest height. Might be just about the answer.
He gathered himself here, Mitchell Starc, in past the umpire. Nasanka, it's a slow ball on the stumps. Squirts out to backward point, no run. Good recovery that time from the Aussie left arm quick.
Yeah, slow ball, looked like an off-cutter type delivery. Good to see Starc using his variations.
Sri Lanka 1 for 9. 2 balls to come in the third. Your text welcome 0467 920 222. If you've got a question or a query for Stuart Clark or Stephen O'Keefe or just a cheerio, say good day. Let us know where you're listening from. Give us your name.
You've got to put your name on it, though.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Need to put your name on it so we know.
Touch it otherwise. Nasanka, the right hander, waits for Mitchell Starc. This is back of the leg. He claws his through the onside. Picked up off a good length into the ladies' pavilion.
What about that for a shot?
Unbelievable from Nasanka.
Oh, that is absolutely launched. It's like a line drive over deep left field. Didn't really move his feet, just picked up the length and bang, see you later delivery. It rocketed into the upper deck of the ladies' stand, bounced back about 20 metres as well.
12 runs off this Mitchell Starc over so far. 1 ball to come in it. That was just something out of nothing from Pathum Nasanka.
If the bases were loaded there, that's where you just jog around and you give the crowd your high five and your mates as you get off. That's what that was.
Starc in again. Nasanka poised. Full ball in the stumps. Good Yorker. Dug out to the offside. Dot ball to finish the third over. Sri Lanka 1 for 15. They require 135 further runs from here. 102 runs, 102 balls to go. Now, the crowd at the moment is 11,370. I reckon, would you say more than half are Sri Lankan fans? It certainly sounds like it.
I'd say you're probably better off. Okay. And you're safer saying 3/4.
Okay. Right, I thought I was being too generous.
No.
Yeah, That's a good point. I see plenty of...
There's a lot of Sri Lankan support here. Mind you, there is some Australian support here. 3/4 is probably a bit heavier. Probably about 60%, 60-40 I would have thought.
It's always been a curious thing, the T20 internationals and the place they occupy on the calendar. Usually most families would rather come watch Stephen O'Keefe play in the Big Bash.
If it was me, if I was given the task of running cricket, I'd actually have limited T20 internationals.
Yeah.
I'd have all your franchise cricket around the world. You can go and play in all your various tournaments. And every 4 years you have your World Cup, which becomes very much like the Soccer World Cup, the Football World Cup, or all those other sports like that. That's a good way of doing it, I think.
Cummins straight away from the Randwick end and just shoveling at this. Fernando just prodding at this outside the off stump, playing and missing. So Cummins into the attack with the 4th over of this run chase. Sri Lanka chasing 150 for victory. They're 1 for 15. Well, Australia does play decidedly very few T20 internationals. I had a look before. Sri Lanka, I think, in the past 12 months, granted there was a tournament, but some of them played about 15, 20 games of T20s across the year, these Sri Lankan players.
Yeah, they play, a lot of the other countries play a lot more than the Australians. You know, and when the Australians do play, in the past, they've usually just given guys a go type stuff.
Cummins just loses himself in the follow-through. Now, this is the old Stuart Broad thing. They are moving the robot. The little rover camera was going in behind the batsman as Pat Cummins was running in. This is what Stuart Broad blew up about in Hobart when he said, stop moving the robot. The bowler's just lost himself when he's run up because of the movement. Right. Almost like a reverse sight screen for like when the batter gets upset. Oh, it's going back again. Cummins, and it's been hooked high on the onside. That's going to go all the way for 6. Fernando off the mark with 6 against Pat Cummins, if you don't mind.
Well, that's just smashed away again, wasn't it? We saw Mark Wood just take to Pat Cummins during the Test match with a few lofty 6s down in front of the ball. This is the other end. He's just picked it up and flicked it away over square leg. Too short by Cummins and just jumped into line and bang. Get that out in here, Paddy.
1 for 21. A dot and then a 6 this over so far. Cummins goes again. Fernando skies it high in the air. Wade jots back with the flight. Can he complete the catch? It's up there a long time. Does take it. Great take by Matthew Wade. It came down with snow on it. And Fernando, the very next ball after he pulled that 6 out on the eastern side of the SCG, he departs. Pat Cummins gets his man. Sri Lanka 2 for 21 in the 4th over, chasing 150 to win.
That's an excellent catch by Matthew Wade. You can just, if you watch closely, his feet are always moving. He doesn't stop. He just keeps going with the flight of the ball, watching it move, watching it curve in the air as the wind and as the rotation of the ball. If you watch closely, he never takes his eyes off it, doesn't make it stop too soon, and at the last minute gets into exactly the right spot. Takes it around about his eye level. A really, really good catch and a really good piece of wicket keeping there. Paddy Cummins brave to go short again, but he's picked up the wicket. And unfortunately, the Sri Lankans now in their 2nd wicket lost, 2 for 21.
He dared Avishka Fernando to go after him again, didn't he? And he got the desired result. So just like that, the complexion of this game changes yet again.
Well, it certainly is. I thought it was going to hit the wires there at one stage because you've got the flying
spider cam.
The spider cam. Actually, Sock might have played in the game. There was a game at the Champions League where someone smashed one and it was going for 6 and went bang straight to the ground. Dead ball.
So that's the rule? Dead ball?
I'm pretty sure Sock was playing in the game. It was 10 years ago.
They changed the rule at Docklands.
Yeah.
Where it used to be Mike Hussey hit the roof. And
I played in that game.
Perplexed that it was a dead ball. Now it is a 6, I'm pretty sure, Docklands. It's 6 if it hits the roof at Docklands, I reckon. I'm asking you. There we go. Yeah. We've got clarification.
You would have played in the game where the ball hit the spider cam in South Africa, I reckon. It was dead ball, isn't it?
Cummins. Sri Lanka, the new batter here. He's playing all around this. It goes past the under edge here into the gloves of Matthew Wade, who completed a great catch, a good high catch a short time ago.
Well, Sox just reminded me, and it was Dinesh Karthik who smashed it, and it went bang into the spider cam, dropped to the ground, dead ball. Next ball, he tried to mow it out of the ground, got caught at mid-off. So it was going for 12. That's how far he did it.
I think Steve Smith lost a catch a few years ago as well in the spider cam. Gives you great
pictures.
Innovation, great pictures. Cummins in past the umpire. This is full here, pulled away behind square, straight to Hazelwood. Nasanka remains on 12. Sri Lanka 2 for 21 with 1 ball to come here in the 4th over.
Cummins really tacking short into the body of the Sri Lankans. No step and hit type deliveries, back of a length, forcing both players to play off the back foot. You see a replay again. 140 kilometres an hour out of Pat's hand, and tried to go. Didn't really get himself in a good position that time. Got caught swivelling rather than getting in line.
Cummins goes again, back of a length, up on his toes, just defends this out to the offside. Is Nasanka 2 for 21, Sri Lanka after 4 overs. Mark in Adelaide, always inquisitive on the text line. Asked why does Sri Lanka have a lot of their top players missing? Well, some of them haven't been picked. There's injury. I mentioned Casal Mendes has COVID as well. He's hoping to be back available for the later games in Canberra and Melbourne. But they are also trying to sort of replenish and get a few guys in with a view to the future, as we'll discuss it. Well,
they're rebuilding, aren't they? They've had a pretty lean run, the Sri Lankans, over the last few years, since a lot of their, Sangakkara, Jay Wardner, and that's a few years ago now, Muralitha and Lasith Malinga. A lot of those guys have, they've retired some time ago, so they haven't had a big run of, success. So they're looking at, well, what does the future look like? And I think it's a good plan. They've got a plan in place to blood some of these guys and get them into the international scene.
Another bowling change here for the Australians. So Marcus Stoinis from the Paddington end. Another change made relatively immediately with Stark having bowled 2 overs. Hazelwood just the 1, which was a successful one as well. He's had 1 for 5. Cummins 1 for 5 off his... 1 for... just lost that. But yes, they're changing the bowlers pretty regularly. Stoinis in the Paddington end.
You don't see a lot of Stoinis, so we're going to see a bit of him.
Bowling here to the left-hander, Asalanka. And he's playing and missing. Back in the crease, just skidded through.
What about that for a delivery? That's seemed a foot. Oh, that's one of the better deliveries you'll see there.
I'll keep him there then.
Yeah, 2 bats to hit that one. He's had a lot of injury problems, Marcus Stoinis, over the years with his bowling. Groin and side strains, I think, have been the order of the day. So it's good to see him out there bowling again.
Charith Asalanka, 24-year-old vice-captain of the Sri Lankan team. 245 runs from his past 7 matches. He had a good World Cup as well, so a couple of them did sort of do enough to keep their place in the team and solidify their place going forward. Just take some time to survey the field. Still just over halfway through the power play, into the 5th over now. There's a deep backward point and a deep square leg. Stoinis into Asalanka on the stumps, up on his toes, just deflects this out to gully where Zampa collects, and that is 1 run. He's off the mark, Asalanka. Sri Lanka 2 for 22. Hello, Richie. Walk past the Richie Beno statue firstly, and then of course the media
out the back.
Out the back. Yeah. Oh, there's his jacket as well.
You know, Andrews wants to get one of those photos up there.
I'm sure he will one day.
Or he's getting one of those photos up there one day.
He'll get one
we
day.
were calling for it during the Test match during the rain delays.
Don't embarrass him. 2 for 22 in the 5th over. We saw our own Jim Maxwell join the illustrious, Media Hall of Fame here at the SCG as well.
Jimmy's Jimmy, of course. Yeah, the legend, the voice of summer.
Stoinis into Nasanka. He's miscued this. It was back of a length. He wanted to launch this through the onside, and it just trickles out to the keeper, Matthew Wade. But based on how long it took Jim Maxwell to get his honour, who knows how long we're...
Till Andrew gets one.
Yeah.
He's going to get one for sure.
No, he's telling you to shut up. Let's move on. 3 balls left in the 5th. And you'll hear Andrew Moore coming into commentary next. Yes, I've said that because it was 2 for 22, and it still is here. Sri Lanka in the run chase, chasing 150. Stoinis in past the umpire. This is full of his time and straight driven. Big backswing this time. And Nasanka finds the boundary rope.
Yeah, good feet there. Just skipped down the wicket, just came down half a yard to try and get some length to work with, and got that nice half volley and threw his hands through the ball. Very quick hands. And raced away across the outfield for 4. As you can see, there's just a little skip down the wicket. Stoinis not really bowling fast enough to really shorten you up and push you back in the crease, and he just took the punt that was the right idea and got reward.
Stoinis. Second last ball over. This is going straight to Pat Cummins at mid-on. He's dropped it. That is a dolly. Took a few steps to his right, but it was in his bread basket, and he's come down. The ball has just dropped out. That is a simple catch, dropped by Pat Cummins at mid-on. Nasanka survives on 16. Sri Lanka 2 for 26.
I'm not sure you're going to see an easier catch. Everyone drops them, I suppose, but you've never seen that from Pat Cummins. Usually very safe pair of hands, usually very good and athletic in the field, and unfortunately just spilt that one. It was really innocuous, the whole thing.
I was being generous as Stoinis is bowling here to Nasanka up on his toes, plays it straight to short third man, and that does complete the over. But on the replay, it was even easier for Pat Cummins, who dropped that catch. Sri Lanka 2 for 26 after 5 overs. They need 124 further runs to win from 90 balls. Stuart Clark to be joined next by future Hall of Famer Andrew Moore.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
By the way, the cheeseburgers were magnificent. And unfortunately, Stephen O'Keefe, who's much more generous bloke than you are, went to purchase it, and his timing was impeccable, as it normally is. It arrived just as you started on air for a 7-over stint.
As I turned around and watched you two hoeing into your cheeseburger here, and I'm about to eat my arm.
Well, it was tastier than your arm. Here comes Hazelwood in for his second over, and he's defended by Asalanka away to cover, and there's no run. Sri Lanka 2 for 26. Last over of the power play. After 5 overs, Australia was 1 for 30, and after the power play allotment, 1 for 37. So Sri Lanka there or thereabouts. But Gunatilaka out for 1. And Avishka Fernando went for 6. What were you going on about? Well, don't do that about the Hall of Fame. You did that in a test. It's very embarrassing.
Mate, you deserve to be in there, mate.
Don't go on about it. Here's Hazelwood coming in from the Randwick end, and he's cut uppishly but safely towards third man. Just drops in front of Pat Cummins, and Asalanka will move along to 2. A reckless shot, but he gets away with it. 2 for 27.
You know, living danger. I'm not saying you should get a prominent one. I'm saying one near the bathroom or something's fine. You don't need to make
in the bathroom.
It doesn't need to be prominent. Like, I'm not saying like
that's
Richie.
more like it.
It's somewhere, just somewhere, mate. How many games of footy have you caught here? Millions.
I don't think it's quite that many.
It's enough. It's enough to get your photo on the wall. 2
for 27, Sri Lanka. Josh Hazelwood 1 for 2 in his second over, and now be bowling to Batum Nasanka, who had the life in the previous over on 16. There's a short third, almost right on the 30-metre circle is Steve Smith. There is a third man as well, and a backward point on the offside as Hazelwood bowls, and he set off for a single down to short fine leg to Cummins, but Nasanka gratefully in the end to be sent back by Asalanka. No run. 2 for 27. Yeah, backward point, cover mid-off, and on the onside a mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg and a short fine leg.
I'm just looking at Paddy Cummins. He's looking really distressed by what happened at catch. You just haven't seen something like that from Pat before. I can't remember him dropping a catch, let alone one as simple as that. In the old days, you'd have naughty boy fielding tomorrow. You'd have to get up early. They'd hit you about 1 million catches. You'd run till you vomit type stuff. These days, you don't do any of that. You go and see the psychologist. And
if I ran, I would. Hazelwood bowls, and he's chopped away on the offside towards Zampa at third, and he'll get a run and move to 17, Nasanka, of 22 deliveries, and Sri Lanka 2 for 28 in the 6th over. But I wonder, because Pat Cummins has been captain through his first Test series, a winning Ashes series, the only real contemplation he had would have been here at the SCG in the, what was that, the 4th Test.
4th Test, yeah.
And now he's not captain. He's faced all this away from the field scrutiny over his comments on Justin Langer. Maybe he just took his mentally just took a break for a few minutes.
And that's the problem, and that's what's hard about being captain. You get caught in every decision.
Asalanka goes the slog, struck on the pad, shout by Hazelwood. They'll run through for a single as it goes down to Cummins at deep third, and they will get a run. Was there any bat in it? No, leg by 2 for 29.
Pitching outside leg, I reckon. Left-hander, Hazelwood coming from over the wicket, ball not shaping back and wasn't particularly full, so dare say if he went upstairs it would be just pitching outside the tram lines.
So, last ball of the power play. Sri Lanka 2 for 29. Just 3 runs off this over as it's Hazelwood in again. And he bowls. It's defended down to short, fine leg. Cummins fields, but Asalanka will get through for a run to move to 18, and that ends the 6th over and the power play, needing 150 to win. Sri Lanka is 2 for 30, effectively an over behind the Australians, who were 1 for 37 at the end of the power play. Asalanka 18, Asalanka is 2, and Josh Hazelwood, excellent return. 2 overs, 1 for 4. And Stewie, doesn't seem like almost a lifetime ago where we called Josh Hazelwood for the last time. That was on day 4 of the Gabba Test, so we're going back to the 11th of December.
Yeah, it's been December, January, 2 months worth. 2 months worth of, and you remember at different stages he said, I'll be back for the next test. They were talking about, is he be right for the next test? And
well,
then
he had a fitness test for this test, didn't he?
And in the end they went, it's all too much. Let's just rule him out and get him back for this series. So I think that's proper management of Josh Hazlewood. We saw how good he was in the World Cup, but he's a valuable commodity in all forms of the game. And you want him fully fit. The Stoinis is going to continue.
Marcus Stoinis, the man with the muscles. He's in and bowling, and he's played the mid-wicket. No run there as Finch comes in to pick up. Dot ball. Nasanka struggling to get this run rate moving. He's 18 off 24 and needs to get a bit of a move on. Now he's T20 equivalent of being set.
It's interesting with Nasanka because he's got 2 gears. It's either fall or defend. He hasn't worked out quite, and that's probably because he's a young and up-and-coming player that
only
had to
23.
rotate the strike, pick up 2s and things like that. So
career strike rate, albeit only in 12 previous games, of 117. He gets a run here as he strokes it away forward of point, and he'll move up to 19. 2 for 31, Sri Lanka in the 7th, needing 150 to win.
Yeah, so as he grows and as he improves, his game will develop. You'll see picking up 2s or picking up 3s where it need be, but just get away from that boundary dot type batting, and that's the sign of an experienced player. We saw it at different stages throughout the Australian innings with McDermott. Yes, he had the power game, but there was a couple of periods there with Smith knocking in the gap for 2 and just get the momentum going for the Australians, which they seem to have lost as the innings went on, but the idea was right.
Now the left-hander Asalanka on strike. Field is now spread, fine leg, square leg, long on and a point all on the boundary, and Asalanka only defends back to the bowler. He's 2 from 6. And he's a young vice-captain of this Sri Lankan touring party, Charit Asalanka, 24 years of age. It's his 10th T20 international, averaging almost 37 with the highest of 80 not out against Bangladesh, one of 250s and a strike rate of 133. He's only played once against Australia and scored 35. And all of his games came last year. So he's new onto the scene. And a big role to play here, Asalanka, as Stoinis is into him, the Aussie all-rounder, and he whips him through square leg, but will only get a single as the fielding is done on that occasion by Josh Inglis, and he'll move to 3. Asalanka 2 for 32 in the 7th, chasing 150. We'll get to your text in a moment. 0467 920 222. Skip, see what you've started. When's your induction? Not for about 200 years, Skip. Thanks for asking. Thanks.
I haven't started it.
You have. You started it.
Oh, yeah,
great. That's my go. As Stoinis falls to Nasanka, and he runs it down to deep third for a single again. He'll move to 22 for 33.
You're looking forward to tomorrow night, though. So you're on again tomorrow night.
I am, yes. The All-Stars at Western Sydney Stadium should be great fun on air from 5 o'clock for New South Wales, Queensland and Canberra listeners.
It's good. It's a good, fun game of footy, that one. But that's why, you voke it up. You've got the names out there. You've got the vocal cords warmed up. This is a warm-up, really, for that. That's why you're a legend of the... Don't sell yourself short.
You've got 1 ball left and then you're hooked. Sock, I need you back in. The procurer of cheeseburgers and chips. Unfortunately, you missed out, Safra. Here comes Stoinis bowls, and he's cut away just wide of a diving backward point. And we'll get a single as the ball's parried away by Stephen Smith. 1 more to Asalanka. He's 4, 2 for 34 at the end of the 7th over. Your final word, Stuart Clark?
I'm out, and I'll be back to bring this bad boy home later with you, Andy.
Oh, can't wait. Off you go. If you're looking for some food, mate, I think Sock left you a few in the bin back there. Stephen O'Keefe.
There's a cheeseburger and some chips, mate, and I'd lay off the chips.
If you could put the mic in the anywhere close to your north.
Yeah, that'll work better.
There you go.
Good, yeah.
See, we don't want to waste any of your gold.
No.
2 for 34. Sri Lanka, like they've done all night, are hanging in there, but they need this partnership to get a roll on, so they don't fall too far behind, Stephen. Currently, they're 15 runs behind what the Australians were as Zampa comes into the attack.
It's Stuart, and yourself made the point, it's too many dot balls. They've got to learn to rotate the strike. You've got to be learning to be busy. It kills the middle of your innings and backs you into a corner to take risks that you normally wouldn't want to do, and that is good pressure by the Australian bowling. You noticed the cover, the mid-wicket in, particularly to Stoinis, in tight, saving the one, almost provoking the batters to say, right, take me on over cover, take me on over mid-wicket if you want to get a boundary.
Adam Zampa, who has a remarkable record in white ball cricket, 29 years of age. 65 wickets at 21.15, and he bowls in a late cut by Asalanka. Nice diving save by Cummins at short third. They get a run, and Asalanka moves to 5 with the score along to 2 for 35 in the 8th over, chasing 150 to win. But Zampa, best bowling of 5 for 19 against Bangladesh and a career strike rate of only 6.8. Against Sri Lanka, 16 wickets at 10.62. with a best of 3 for 14 and an economy rate of 5.3. The field moving for the right-hander, Nasanka. There's a long on, deep mid-wicket, square leg. A deep backward square moving rather fine. Short third, backward point, deep point, cover, long off. Zampa bowls to Nasanka and he tickles it down to backward square. Gee, there was nearly a run there, but they don't take it. Well fielded by Inglis. And another dot ball. Nasanka is 20 of 27. 2 for 35.
No, I don't mind it. He's assessing the conditions and he is getting a read on it. He's got Zampa that he's seen for the first time. It's not to panic here. There's plenty of opportunities down the ground to hit singles, and that's where he should be targeting.
It's a reverse sweep and he misses. That's the problem. You get hold down at one end and you start to panic. And when that reverse sweep works, it looks phenomenal. When it doesn't, it looks horrific. Taken well by Matt Wade.
Agreed, and this is one of Adam Zampa's strengths, which we've already discussed. He'll stay stump to stump, slight variation, spinning the ball in and away.
He bowls and down the pitch comes Nasanka, but he just cannot get the ball off the square. He plays it straight back to the bowler, and he's now 20 of 29 as Sri Lanka are falling way behind the run rate.
Again, Zampa, I looked at his pitch match, over his international career and state. He very rarely misses, from 4th to 5th stump to leg stump. Doesn't spin the ball a lot, hits that same length, but challenges the stumps all day long.
He bowls, Nasanka is on the pull, and he'll only get a single to deep mid-wicket. Picked the gap in the infield, but only gets a run to Stephen Smith, who sends a nice bounce return back to Wade. 2 for 36.
I really love the field as well. He had the square leg instead of the mid-wicket, and that's telling me that he's saying that, look, I know you sweep well. If you sweep, you're only going to hit my square leggers in the ring. I want you to try and hit me through mid-wicket, which is an unnatural shot. Brings in LB and other modes of dismissals.
The lefty Asalanka will get a run as he pushes it towards deep mid-wicket. They get one. And if that was Steve Smith running, you'd nearly have banked on a second run as Stoinis came in to do the fielding from the deep. But they only get the one, and Asalanka will keep the strike as he moves to 6 off 10. Nasanka 21 off 30. And at the end of the over, 3 runs off Zampa's first. 8 overs gone in the chase of 150. Sri Lanka 2 for 37. They need 113 to win off 12 overs or 72 deliveries. And on the SMS, good to hear Stephen O'Keefe in commentary tonight. That's from Louise and Alice, listening in Fig Tree.
Thanks, Louise and Alice.
Enjoying the call.
Lovely to be here.
While I prepare a magnificent porterhouse steak with some tomatoes and side salad after doing a solid 75-minute session on the treadmill. How are socks calves? asked Tony.
I think I just tore them reading that message. 75 minutes on the treadmill. Gee whiz, I'd love to be doing that. We'll just stick to the cheeseburgers and the chips up here.
Don't have to do it up here.
We do it wherever we like.
Mitchell Stark back into the attack, just down in front of us here at the Paddington end of the SCG. 2 overs for 13. His last 6 overs have gone for 53. 73. Bowled a short ball and he nearly ducks into it, Asalanka. And it's deemed a wide.
Wide, but
by the umpire, 2 for 38. No, it's on the full, in fact.
Yeah, that's an odd delivery. So he's clearly not picked it up. It's been not above the waist. It's a wide down the leg side. It's lucky to have not hit him. Clearly, Asalanka has not picked that up. Yeah, it is lower than the waist, so it's the right decision.
He didn't have a clue where that was.
No,
Asalanka.
He just needed a bit of bat on it, and you're getting full quota for that on the leg side.
2 for 38. Mitchell Stark bowls to him, and the left-hander's on the drive, and he'll get it down to long on. Cummins comes in off the rope and keeps it to 1. Asalanka to 7 off 11. 2 for 39 in the 9th. This partnership, 18 of 29 deliveries.
It's important for the Sri Lankans here. They are behind. However, the game hasn't gotten away from him. Because of that last 5 overs in the death there, they're not chasing 170, 180. They're only up to 10, 9, 10 and over. And in T20 cricket, that is so gettable if you can maintain it towards the back end of the innings. When it gets to 13, 14, 15, it gets away from you. But if you can keep it at 9s to 10s, it's very, very gettable.
9.4 at the moment. Stark bowls. Nasanka clubs this down the ground. 2 straight for the mid-off, and that'll be 4 runs. Nasanka, all or nothing. He moves to 25 off 31. A much-needed boundary for Sri Lanka, who are now 2 for 43 in pursuit of 150, and that brings the required run rate down to 9.2, just like that.
Fantastic batting. And again, you have to pick your zones, and you do have to take risk and calculated risks. So your strengths, mid-off is up, Mitchell Starc not swinging the ball. If he's getting full outside off stump, that's his go-to area. And I'm liking the fact that he's backed himself. And if it's there again, he has to go again.
Nasanka on strike. Starc in a full toss, and it's squirted away down to deep third. And you'll get a run. Nasanka to move along to 26, 2 for 44 in the 9th over. At the end of 9 overs, Australia was 1 for 61. But their last 5 overs, they lost 4 wickets for 38. First 5 overs, Australia 1 for 30. Second 5, none for 45. Third lot of 5 overs, 4 for 36. And then they lost 4 for 38 in the last 5. So Sri Lanka can potentially catch up late.
Absolutely.
106 to win, though, of 69. Starc bowling to Asalanka, it's a short delivery, and he pulls this into the gap between deep square and fine leg for a boundary. That was perfectly placed, and Asalanka moves along to 11. 2 for 48. This is a productive over, Stephen. 11 off it so far. 2 balls to come.
Effortless batting, and that's if you stay in the game long enough, you pick your zones out. The SCG will reward you. It does have small pockets. They don't have to miss by far. It's a quick outfield. Mitchell Starc's only a fraction straight, a fraction short, and you will get full value. Fantastic batting.
So Starc, and again he's conceded 2 boundaries this over. Into Asalanka, it's another full toss, but it's not put away. It's straight to mid-wicket. And it's fielded there by Josh Inglis, 2 for 48. Skip asked on the SMS, Stephen, who would you have as wicketkeeper in this team?
Good
plenty
question
to choose from.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you'd say Matthew Wade has earned the right as a glovesman. He's the Mr. Fix-It for Australia. Who do I think is the best glovesman in this team? I'd have to say Josh Inglis. So, you know, but has Matthew Wade earned the right to continue to stay there behind the stumps because of a World Cup win?
Last ball of an 11-run over. It's Starc bowling to Asalanka, and it's edged as he flays away outside the off stump and gets a reward down to a very fine third-man boundary. Asalanka moves to 15. That's the over Sri Lanka needed. They move along to 2 for 52, a 15-run over to draw to within 9 of what Australia was at a similar time. Nasanka 26. Asalanka now 15 off 14, and Mitchell Starc 3 overs, none for 28, and that means Sri Lanka requires 98 to win off 66 deliveries.
Lovely batting. Look at Asalanka there. Had great balance set, both feet set. We have a look at the first boundary down the ground, mid-off up. Starc just missing his length, getting under it on the hip again, using the pace. Behind square for 4, and the last one I enjoyed the most. That's telling me a batter who's watching the ball and playing it late, seeing the ball late, hitting it past him, hitting it at the top of the bounce, and knowing that third man is squaring, getting full value down behind third man. Great batting.
What do you do when you're in trouble? Give the ball to Pat Cummins. He's only bowled 1 over, 1 for 5.
1 for 6, wasn't it? He's got he only went for the 6 that went off the 1 over.
It was too.
Yeah.
1 for 6.
Yeah.
How good are my eyes going? It was that 6, and he got his revenge not long after. He's in bowling, and Nasanka wisely just late cuts it down to Zampa at deep third for a run. He's 27, 2 for 53, chasing 150 to win. Australia made 9 for 149. 1 point they lost 4 for 4. And Finch made 8. Inglis 23 on debut. Maxwell 7. Steve Smith 9. McDermott 53 off 41 with 3 sixes. Matt Wade 4. Marcus Stoinis 30 off 17. Mitchell Starc 1. Pat Cummins 2. Zampa and Hazelwood both 2 not out. Shamira 2 for 38. Fernando 4 overs 2 for 12. He could hear those drums beating. Hasaranga 3 for 38. 2 for 22 for Karunaratne as Asalanka can't put away a ball just short of a length from Cummins. He plays it straight to mid-wicket, and the score remains at 2 for 53 in the 10th.
Oh, geez, all I can hear when I'm watching that is Greg Schiffer talk about soft, punch, crunch, deflect, and what we're seeing at the moment is a lot of punching, but you're punching to cover to mid-wicket who are up trying to save the single. It's the same ball, it's in under your eyes, everyone else is sitting back. Play the ball late at your toes, you're getting a single for that. Even if you hit that ball well, it's only going to mid-wicket.
Cummins bowls, Asalanka gets one down the leg side, tumbling take by Wade, it's a wide, 2 for 54 in the 10th over. What was it? Soft, punch, crunch, deflect.
Yes, SPCD. That was the little analogies that we would use, and Brill cream.
Do you know what it reminds me of before we get on to Brill
Go
cream?
on, okay.
Those chicken burgers that Stewie Clark missed out on.
Did he miss out? He's had one, hasn't he? I got him. Well, he's gone one. He's off. He's off.
It's cold.
Is that enough?
Cummins bowls and Sri Lanka tip
There
and
we
run.
go.
Square on the
I like
offside.
that.
And Stephen likes it. They get a run. That was soft.
Soft. That's right. Soft. Under the eyes. Dropping it at the feet. Getting up the other end.
2 for 55.
Making him bowl to another batter. You know, and it releases a bit of pressure. We've got a lefty. We've got a righty in. We're changing plans. We're making the bowler think and adjust.
So now the right-hander, Patum Nissanka, comes back on strike. He's 27. And Charit Asalanka is 16 off 16. 95 to win off 63 deliveries. Cummins on his way again. Deep third, deep point, long on, deep square and a backward square on the boundary. Cummins falls short and it's pulled away. Top edge over Wade's head for 4. Right down in front of the side screen right before us. 2 for 59. Nissanka, that's the perfect case of not how, but how many. And that's 4 bits for him. He's 31, 2 for 59 in the 10th.
And then before you know it, a couple of boundaries, a couple of overs, which you've earned the right by building a partnership. Again, aggressive shot, top edge, a little bit lucky, but you get that when you've been in for 16 to 18 balls. It's fantastic. They're setting themselves up beautifully here for a back-end finish, the Sri Lankans, if they can maintain this partnership.
7 off the over, and it'll be 8 now as an outside edge is run down to Zampa, a deep third man for a single. Sanka on to 32, and Sri Lanka 2 for 60 in the 10th over.
And this is where the coach should be talking. This is where the communication will be coming out. Right, guys, what can we chase off the last 30 balls here? What is reasonable for us to get to? It's easier when the ball gets soft. Let's have a couple of guys set. Again, I'll talk about the sixes, 50 off 30. And if they're out there thinking, it doesn't mean they have to go so hard right now to take too many risks to get to that point.
Cummins to Sri Lanka, nearly chops it on. In the end, it ends up with the keeper, Matt Wade. Dot ball for Cummins. 2 for 60 at the end of 10. 8 off that. So they're halfway through. They need another 90 off 10 overs. Exactly 9 and over. Nissanka 22, Sri Lanka 16. Cummins 2 overs, 1 for 14. I'm going to leave you in the hands of the man who loves soft, punch, crunch and deflect, and Brill cream. Can't wait for that story. He's going to be joined now by Brett Sprigg.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
What have I walked into?
Yes. The ramblings of a madman.
No. What about you or Andrew?
Yeah, no, me. There's going to be a Hall of Fame photo out the back of Andrew in there.
All right. 2 for 60 here, Sri Lanka chasing 150. So 90 from 60 is the equation, but they've been pegged back a little bit here. Adam Zampa to continue from the Paddington end.
Right.
The midway point of this Sri Lankan run chase. Nissanka on strike. Just tries to waft this through the onside. Gets it wide of Mitchell Stark for 4.
Beautiful batting. It's a rare over-pitch delivery from Adam Zampa. You will not see that too often. And the Sri Lankans always very strong on the sweep. One of the smaller parts of the ground down there near the members. Sweetly timed. It's not a big gap.
Run a ball 36 for Pathum Nissanka. Next ball here from Zampa. Similar. He carves this high in the air. This will not go all the way. Stark comes up off the rope and takes the catch. He holds out to long on. Stark had to work to get there. He was beaten to the boundary rope the previous ball, but he gets the last laugh here. Adam Zampa gets the breakthrough. Sri Lanka 3 for 64 in the 11th.
Time and time again, don't we see it from Adam Zampa? He's got a fantastic T20 international record. Over pitches on the last one. This one a bit more air, holds the length back. It's the same sweep shot, but it's the length that does him. Mitchell Stark, eyes all for the ball, sprinting in. Great set of hands, great piece of bowling. And again, the game turns. Nissanka has to go 36 off 37 just as he looked like he was about to prepare to break open the Sri Lankan batting innings.
We were sort of pondering who was going to be that batter for Sri Lanka to really hold the innings together. With this, they've now got Wanindu Hasaranga, who we saw holding his leg spin to good effect in the Aussie innings. And he has come to the crease now. So 3 for 64, as I say, just after the halfway mark of this run chase. And Adam Zampa, in fact, the last time they met in the Super 12 stage of the World Cup, he had 2 for 12 against Sri Lanka. So here he is with a breakthrough here. Hasaranga joins Asalanka.
1 for 7. I think he's got a strike rate of 6.
Yeah.
That means he's taking a wicket every 6 balls he plays Sri Lanka. That's quite incredible.
Field stays as is for now. In fact, Zampa might actually just move that deep mid-wicket a bit squarer on the onside. Marcus Stoinis.
Yeah.
In fact, it's a left-hander, so it's the cover boundary, sort of point boundary. Long on mid-wicket, deep backward square here for the left-hander. He's beaten this time. Asalanka just prodding at this ball. Zampa beat him with the turn, just cut back sharply on the stumps and somehow missed them.
Beautiful. That's rag. That's a beautiful ball. That's a cross seam, normal leggy. It's pitched a foot outside off, or 2 stumps outside off, and spun beautifully. It's hit him in the chest.
Asalanka waits for Zampa. He hits with a spin. Here goes out, and he is caught. Steve Smith
does not drop those.
Towing the boundary line, stayed just inside. Sri Lanka's 4th wicket has fallen at 64. They've lost 2 for none. Asalanka departs.
It's a game of inches, isn't it? I mean, it's a brave shot to take on Adam Zampa. Second ball, the first ball hits you in the chest. You're down on one knee. You've gone for the big slog sweep. Steve Smith inches inside the rope.
I thought he might share it with McDermott, who was coming the other way. You know, you sometimes see the players palm it off, but no, he kept his feet, did Steve Smith, and Asalanka departs for 16. So in the 11th over, Sri Lanka 4 for 64. Zampa has figures of 2 for 7.
Standard. Expensive for his usual figures against Sri Lanka. But, I mean, it's testament to Steve Smith, and we do take it for granted how good a fielder he is. You know, he's balancing on there, watching a spinning ball under lights. He's inches inside that fence, which isn't completely straight. He dances with that rope. The ball before, spinning, hitting him in the chest. The next one, he takes on Steve Smith, like I've said, inches inside that fence, takes a beautiful catch above his head.
And Dasun Shanaka, the captain, joins, they've got 2 new batsmen out there, don't they? Winendu Hasaranga at the other end. Keen to ask you, Sock, what do you look for? How do you know when you look at this SCG wicket? I know you've played plenty of cricket here. I know you're retired from Sheffield Shield cricket now, but as far as when you know it's going to be a turning wicket, because this certainly has plenty in it for Adam Zampa.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I think sometimes it can be moisture, sometimes it can be dry, sometimes it can be some dry thatchy grass on it. It really does depend at times.
Hasaranga facing Zampa. And he just strokes this down the ground to long on. Stark runs around. He was sort of pushed a little wide in the field that time, but they do get the single. Sri Lanka 4 for 65.
Nicely played. And again, you see the Aussies go on the attack. They know how important this next wicket is. We see Adam Zampa employ the slip. We see again cover coming in nice and tight. Mid-wicket in nice and tight. They want to squeeze. They want to create dots. And they want to force another slog sweep or another risk into an area that they're uncomfortable to play the Sri Lankans.
Shanaka is a right-hander. Zampa bowls to him. He's beaten down and tails are off as well. Nice work from Matthew Wade. The foot was planted, however. 4 for 65 after 11. So Zampa's figures so far, 2 overs, 2 for 8. So they're going to look at this. There's no doubt in my mind seeing the first replay that
we
had
have
the foot
a umpire referral for stumping.
Shanaka,
it's a fair delivery. Can I see front on first, please?
The equation, by the way, is 85 or 54 from here for the Sri Lankans. They have lost 4 wickets, though. And the Aussie fielders are going in position for the next over. They know this is not going to be.
Thank you. That's gone close to the bat. Can I see offside hotspot, please?
Unless there's a question of, has he hit that?
No. I think the question has come from the square leg umpire, hasn't it?
I've got nothing there on the hotspot. Can I see RTS, please?
I'm seeing things. I thought I saw deviation. But anyway, we're ready for the next
RTS
over.
coming up.
And that's correct. And this is the thing that frustrates me with the T20 game is that
Can we go to side on for your best angle for the stumping, please?
is that we're trying to get these T20 games under 3 hours.
Foots on the
it's
ground
decisions
there.
like this which I wish you could just either expedite
Foots
the
on the
process
ground.
or the umpire on the ground makes a
Stays
quicker
on the
process
ground,
of knowing
stays
that
on the ground.
the
Rod
foot
Tucker just
behind.
talking.
Yeah, well,
Going with a big
nothing.
spread,
There
made
it
my
is.
decision,
And there's
not
2
out.
minutes
Not
of wasted time, really.
2 wickets
Anyway.
and 5 runs off that previous Adam Zampa over. Sri Lanka just need that partnership. They need to lift that run rate as well, but they're not out of it yet. And we're seeing not out finally, but Marcus Stoinis, by the way, has the ball in hand, ready from the round weekend. Bowling here to Hasaranga. Just sort of deflects this to the offside. Smith runs around from backward point and stops any chance of a run. 4 for 65 Sri Lanka in the 12th over now.
Disappointing running. I mean, this is what you've got 2 new batters in that faced 1 or 2 balls each. This is what you're looking to do to turn off strike. That communication, that synergy needs to be happening right now. That's an easy single. Steve Smith's back, sitting on the ring. I know it's to his right. I know he's a good fielder, but there's one there every day. They've got to be looking for this to turn over the strike.
Stoinis to Hasaranga, flashes at this. Misfield at cover, and that will allow them to get one. That was Aaron Finch. It went through his legs. He slowed it down, though. Sri Lanka 4 for 66. Just seeing reminders on the scoreboard as well of this, the new rule as far as the T20 format is concerned. So the fielding team, if they are behind the over 8, will have to be, well, they'll be punished with an extra fielder up inside the ring for essentially the last over or the remaining overs of the game if they are behind. So they are one over behind currently, the Australians. I was unsure of how that would work given we did lose 23 minutes to rain, but yeah, just seeing reminders that basically this is a new rule. Came in last year in the UK in the 100.
Yes.
They're using it now in T20s, men's and women's, that if you are the fielding team and you are behind the over 8, you will have fielders up inside the circle.
Great rule. I think fantastic rule. Rather than trying to fine or anything which doesn't have an impact on the game.
Stoinis continues in again. This is chopped up in the air from Shanaka, the captain. It'll land safely on the offside. They'll come back for 2. With that, he's off the mark. Sri Lanka 4 for 68.
And I think it has repercussions in the game in the moment. You slow through the over 8s. You are thinking about how you're going to set fields. You should be penalised for overthinking or not having your plans on quick enough. The compromise is, well, we're going to bring one fielder up, make that decision a little bit easier for you. And if you keep going slow enough, we'll bring them all up and you don't even have to worry about it. I think it's a great initiative.
3 runs off this over so far. 2 balls to come in it. And Shanaka is squared up here on the crease by Stoinis. Dot ball to the onside. So just one more time. The rule stipulates that if the fielding side has not bowled the first ball of the final over before the scheduled end of the innings, they'll be permitted 1 less fielder outside the 30-yard circle for the remainder of the innings. So there you go. That's how it applies now for T20 internationals, for the men and women. We saw it in the fact we're seeing more rain. This is not what we want.
No.
Stoinis into Shanaka, and he's playing across the line at this. It's gone past the under edge and through for a dot ball. Sri Lanka 4 for 68 after 12 overs. It is only light rain. Players are jogging through. Umpires don't appear too concerned for the time being, but if it's any heavier than this, I reckon they'll be going off.
Yeah, they're
off. In fact, they're off now. Oh, dearie me. So, Sri Lanka 4 for 68. Hasaranga on 2. Shanaka on 2. Now, we'll have to get some idea as well as to when we must get a resumption. That's the important thing now, being in the run chase and now being past 10:30 local time, as to when we can. Well, they're playing on.
Oh, they are playing.
Yeah, Adam Zampa. There we go. Now they had a few drinks run out there, and now they've been sent back, and we're going to play on here through the very light rain here at the SCG.
Well, we love it. Love the fact that we're on. Duckworth Lewis did have Sri Lanka at the time of when they thought they were coming off 19 runs behind. Again, it's not too far. It's not too drastic, given there's 48 balls left in the game.
Rain looks to be softening a little bit here as well. Adam Zampa has the ball in his hand. He's bowled tremendously well so far. 2 for 8 from his 2 overs. Against a side he has good success against. Hasaranga, the leg spinner himself, is here with the bat, cutting away on the offside. Tries to get McDermott to the boundary. McDermott slides to stop that. Almost gets caught in the divot. And they come back and complete 2 in the meantime. Hasaranga doubles his score to 4. Sri Lanka 4 for 70.
Ken, and this will make things a little bit more difficult for the Aussies in the field. There's going to be light rain on the field. It'll affect the ball in Adam Zampa's hands, the quicks as well, and I think it may quicken up the ball as it does track across the ground.
Zampa, flatter ball this time, worked away by Hasaranga, down to long on, fielded by Stark for 1 run, Hasaranga to 5, Sri Lanka 4 for 71 in the 13th. Big Tony asks, Sock was mentioning Carom ball. Can you explain it, please, just one more time, what the Carom ball is?
Carom ball is a game in Sri Lanka where they use their two or front middle finger to flick little sort of round devices, a bit like dominoes, to get things into corner pockets, a bit like pool. So using that same finger they use to spin the ball. So it's
waits for Zampa, down and sweeping, just lapping it around the corner here, down to long leg for 1. They want 2. They'll come back for 2. Shanaka to 4, Sri Lanka 4 for 73.
So it essentially, as a finger spinner, you're turning the doorknob. You're spinning as a left arm finger spinner, you're turning it from left to off. With the Carom ball, it's out the front of the hand, flicking it almost like you're flicking your middle finger, allowing the ball to spin inwards. So it's giving a finger spinner the opportunity to be able to spin the ball both ways. Extremely difficult to do. You need a lot of strength in your wrist, hence why the Sri Lankans first started doing it, because it is a game they are grown up playing with.
Good explanation. Adam Zampa in here, and advancing is Shanaka. Checks his shot late and just drives out on the offside, where McDermott does the fielding on the cover boundary. 4 for 74 here, Sri Lanka. Chasing 150 for victory. The equation here is 76 from 44. Most concerning, perhaps, would be the wickets in the sheds. 4 down. Zampa in past the umpire. Another flat delivery this time. Carved away by Hasaranga. Down to Maxwell at long off. Just the 1. Hasaranga to 6. Sri Lanka 4 for 75.
Great. And this little partnership here, when you're breaking down the innings, right, we have 13 balls to go. We're looking at maybe scoring 20. We're getting it down to 55. It's outside of our 50 that want for 30, but we're going to keep the game deep, and we're going to put pressure on the death bowlers in the Australian team.
Last ball of 13th. They all miss it. Shanaka came down the track.
And that helps.
Beat him, it beat Matthew Wade, and it rolls away for 4 byes.
Beautifully bowled again from Zampa. Again, it's the length, it's the line in the stumps. I think with a bit of dew and rain on the wicket, it has just skidded on. Could have been the wrong one. That's a tough take. It's an unsighted Matthew Wade there behind the stumps, but they're 4 valuable runs. And again, we're starting to see a little rebuild here at 4 down.
11 runs off that over. Not all of them off the bat, of course, so Adam Zampa won't field on the bowling analysis, but it is what Sri Lanka need. More overs like that if they are to be successful in this run chase. So 4 for 79, the score as it currently stands.
And is it the man, Pat Cummins, again to send a message to break this mini partnership here?
They're back even on the over rate as well, just so there is a permanent reminder on the scoreboard as far as where Australia sits, which is handy for the fielding team. I suppose the captain has to see that.
Absolutely.
And Pat Cummins, as you mentioned, back into the attack from the Randwick end. This is cut up in the air. A couple of bounces down to Zampa out a wideish third man. 1 run here for Hasaranga. Sri Lanka 4 for 80 early in the 14th.
Again, good batting, rotating the strike. That's what we like to see. Paddy Cummins, he's obviously going to be aggressive. He wants to bowl fast. He's got his fine leg, that fraction further around fine with the extra pace. He's got the guy in front of square for the pull shot. He's got the third man finer. He's backing his pace here with these extra guys finer. That this is an important position for him to get a wicket.
Asun Shanaka facing Pat Cummins. He pulls this out behind square unconvincingly. He wants a second. Big loud call of no. It's just a single. Shanaka to 6. Sri Lanka 4 for 81.
Well fielded by Matt. Geez, I love watching Glenn Maxwell field. It's like he runs in every time that there's a ball on the outfield, like it's the last run to win a game of cricket. He sprints in, it's one-handed, he throws it as hard as he can, and more often than not, it's over the bails. He's just so exciting to watch in the field.
69 required from 40 deliveries left in this run chase. Cummins into Hasaranga, who's just chopping it back up over the bowler's head. That'll roll away for 4. Flat bat. Took a stride down the wicket.
Good courage.
Got the desired result.
Good courage. Again, expecting with the field that Pat Cummins have, with mid-off up, with the finer and the squarer guys out on the fence, that he is going to bang the ball in. So it's a little bit predictable, but it does take a lot of courage to stand there on leg stump to Pat Cummins and try and beat one chest tight past mid-off. It's a hell of a cricket shot.
Long on his back. Mid-off still up. Cummins into Hasaranga. Short and wide. And that just drops to the offside. They'll get one. Throw comes from Steve Smith and was very close actually to the non-striker's end, but it's just a single. Sri Lanka 4 for 86. A lot of love for Steve O'Keefe on the SNS. 0467920222. Phil from Moree. How good is it here? Steve O'Keefe on the ABC. Fantastic bowler and a great bloke, loving the call.
And if it's Phil, who I know from Moree, thank you for the message and great to hear from you, mate.
Well, it has to be someone. If he says great bloke, he has to have some first.
Phil Carrigan, for he's a staunch Shield and Blues supporter. Thanks, Phil.
7 runs off this over. Short ball here, and that's just going to be the one allowed. So that's a dot ball. 1 ball to come in this Pat Cummins over. Sri Lanka 4 for 86 with 1 ball to come in the 14th.
Last 2 balls from Pat Cummins been really impressed. I mean, the ball before was pace on, chest height, got bunted down to the ground for 4. Has backed himself again to go, well, I didn't think he had a lot of timing in that. Bowled the same ball, off pace, only went for 1. I think that's really good smart bowling by Pat Cummins.
Cummins into Shanaka, just drops it at his feet, and he's not going to get the 1 because Pat Cummins is all over it. So a dot ball to finish after an expensive start to the over. 7 runs off it. Sri Lanka 4 for 86. Shanaka on 6. Hasaranga on 12. The equation from here is 64 required for the tourists off 36 balls as Steve O'Keefe takes a break for the last time in commentary tonight. And Stuart Clark rejoins us. G'day, Stuart.
Spriggy, mate, here we go. What do you reckon? 64 of 36? Whoa, I don't know.
They need another big over, a 15 or a 16 or something like that.
Yeah, they need to start launching a few into the stands. If they can hit 2 or 3 sixes, that'll get that down quickly. But you sort of figure that Adam Zampa, he's been hard to get away all night. There's no reason why that's going to change in these last couple of overs just because he's bowling slow. And if they lose a couple of wickets as well, you'd imagine that it's going to be all over.
They pushed on through the rain. The rain has stopped, so that's good. We'll have a conclusion to this game one way or the other. Hasaranga on 12. Facing a new over here from Adam Zampa from the Paddington in front of us. Float a ball down the leg side. They'll get the deflection here as they scamper through for 1. Throw came from Josh Inglis at backward point, but the bat was sliding in, makes his ground. So Hasaranga to 13, Shanaka to 6, Sri Lanka 4 for 87.
Yeah, difficult and quick between the wickets, so hard to get a run out, especially if the non-striker's backing up.
Partnership now worth 23. Need a few more here. Long off and long on, both back and wide as well, as Zampa tries to entice, and Shanaka just plays it off his legs down to Mitchell Stark at long on for a single. Sri Lanka 4 for 88, 62 off 34 is the equation.
Yeah, we've got to try and find a way to clear the rope here. The Sri Lanka's going to probably hit 3 sixes if there's any chance of getting these. Adam Zampa, he's bowled well tonight, but taking on the short boundary. Almost got to take a risk here and back yourself to clear the men out in the deep at deep mid wicket and deep mid on.
As I say, they're all back on the onside. Hasaranga facing Zampa. This is outside the off stump, and rather than chase it, he lets it go. It's going to be a wide. That was a wise decision from Hasaranga because it went out wide of the blue line and signalled as such by the umpire. So 1 to the sundries column. Sri Lanka 4 for 89. Here in the 15th. Goes again, and Smith is taking the catch. It was carved by Hasaranga through the air unconvincingly, and the very safe pair of Steve Smith's hands takes the catch at cover. Sri Lanka 5 for 89 in the 15th.
Yeah, well, he did what he probably needed to, and that was try and take on the short boundary towards the members' stand. A little bit of extra spin off the wicket, caught him short, and Stephen Smith made good ground to his left. Good anticipation by Smith running away to his left-hand side. Took a very simple catch in the end, but Sri Lanka's really need now to get on with it and try and clear that rope, and that's what was attempted. And unfortunately for Hasaranga, he miscued and he was out caught at cover.
Out for 13 off 11 balls, caught by Steve Smith, bowled by Adam Zampa, of course. So that's now 3 wickets for Adam Zampa, 3 for 18. Still 3 balls to come in the 4th. The rain is back. It's not as heavy as it was a short time ago when they pushed on through that, but just a question, I suppose, of the cumulative nature of, whether it creates too much moisture on the on the turf here at the SCG. I mean, we're playing past the scheduled finish time because we lost 23 minutes to rain anyway during the Australian innings. So
the Duckworth-Lewis is 108. They're 5 for 89. So they're sort of, what are they there? 19.
They've got to go for it now.
They've got to be ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis, so they're 20 runs behind.
With that, the new batter is Dinesh Chandimal, the keeper, 32 years of age, 104 strike rate, not super high in this format of the game.
He's been around for a long period of time, Chandimal. He's a good quality young player. Well, he's probably not a young player anymore. He's a good quality player. He's a good quality. It's funny I say Chandimal. I think I might have played against him. That's why I say he was a kid when I 10, 12 years ago.
5 for 89 here, Sri Lanka. 3 balls to come in the 15th. As the light rain tumbles at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Zampa in here, coming forward. Chandimal defends it back to the bowl. They won't get there that way. Ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis.
Former captain of Sri Lanka as well. Captain of the team in Test cricket and short version cricket.
Two balls to come in the Zampa over. Flights it up. And digs it out back to the bowler. No run. The rain's a little heavier now. The umpire's having a little conference.
You'd imagine if they come off here.
They're coming off now.
You'd imagine if they come off, that's it. I don't know what the time.
I was going to say, we're getting close now to that time. It's nearly 11:15.
Yeah.
Ground staff are on their way out, and I think there's probably a feeling, based on how they're reacting and the way the fans are as well, that this could be it for us. And it does constitute a game. So on Duckworth-Lewis, Sri Lanka are behind. Australia would win, but it would be ambitious to suggest that we get any more play tonight, because the rain is tumbling down, the stumps are out of the ground, the covers are coming out. So I'll hand things back over to Andrew Moore shortly, because they will be, I imagine, calling this at some stage, and I'll get some reaction for you downstairs. But as to how it currently stands, Sri Lanka 5 for 89. They lost Gudavillika for 1, Avishka Fernando for 6, Pathu Nisanka for 36. We saw Charith Asalanka for 16 and Hasaranga for 13. Now the batsmen are staying out there.
The fielders are staying out there as well.
Fielders are almost off the ground. They're sort of being called back, but I'm not sure what the umpires are saying to the batsmen. If the batsmen are suggesting they want to go back out there and maybe try to get ahead of Duckworth-Lewis, I'm not sure, but they're trudging back off to the rooms now. Hasaranga just leading off his skipper, Dasan Shanaka. So the umbrellas are coming out. The rain is sort of no heavier than it was when they first came off the ground a few moments ago, but
it's certainly heavy enough to be off the ground now, though.
Yeah.
It is raining heavy enough now.
It's the heaviest it's been since we came off earlier in the match. So 5 for 89 Sri Lanka, with 1 ball to come in the 15th. Adam Zampa has figures of 3 for 18 off. Still got 1 ball to come in his 4th over, but we have a rain delay very late in proceedings here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. So I'll hand things over to Andrew Moore, who'll be coming in to join Stuart Clark, and I'm sure very shortly will be Steve O'Keefe as well.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
The big cover's gone down.
Hello, Stuart.
Hey, Andy. You're back, aren't you? I just completely forgot you were there.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Yeah, now the big covers are coming out, and you're starting to think we're millions to get play back underway. But it's almost stopped again.
It has.
The players didn't want to go off.
Over there.
No, don't look over there.
Don't know. The players sort of milling about. Cricket Australia staff are starting to wind things up, you'd imagine.
Michaela from Cricket Australia is wandering over to where Spriggy's going to have to do post-match interviews.
I think they
went off at 10:45. It's only 10:47. The players wanted to come back on. Then they were sent off, and the rain has almost stopped. There's still a bit of dribble going on here at the SCG, not just inside the box, but out. So we'll see what happens.
How long can they actually play till? What's the...
Mate, it's 10 to 11 now. I don't know. Surely 11's the cut-off.
Well, wasn't the old days that you couldn't have the lights on past 11 o'clock anyway?
10:30 or something, wasn't it? 10:45.
There was some weird rule that the people around Moore Park used to get upset. So
there was a definite curfew.
Yeah.
For sure. So I doubt we'll get play again, but what a shame. Australia was heading for victory, though, weren't they? 5 for 89, Sri Lanka needing 150 to win. Adam Zampa, just another incredible T20 spell, 3 for 11 with 1 ball to come in his 4th over.
Yeah, beautiful bowling by Adam Zampa. Really tied up the Sri Lankan batsman. And you just sort of sit there and then listen to Sock talk. He's not big. He's not a big turner of the ball. He just challenges the inside and the outside of the bat every time. Every ball he bowls, he varies his flight, quicker, slower, through the air. And batsmen all around the world struggle to get him away, and he just builds pressure and picks up wickets.
So, going back on what happened today, Australia was sent in and made 9 for 149 with a quite dramatic late collapse, losing 4 for 4. They went from 5 for 141 to 9 for 145. And the covers are coming off now. Well, that's good news. So we'll probably be back on. We'll just stick around here till midnight. Why not? Let's get a result.
Keep going.
Stewie, let me say this to you.
Push on.
Clark. I reckon the first game we did in the WBBL was the opening game of the season in October. We were broadcasting from the NEP studios in Sydney. The game itself was at Bellerive Oval in Hobart, and it was delayed by rain. It ended up being 11 overs a side, and it looked like, for all the world, it was going to be a washout between the Sydney Sixers and the Hobart Hurricanes. And they ended up getting on the field, and they played 11 overs a side. Ever since that day, I reckon every game of cricket we've been to all summer has had some sort of a rain impact, rain effect.
Isn't it El Nino or El Nino's brother or sister, El Nina, or someone? It's her fault. I'm blaming her.
I think you're all around it. But it's the season for wetness, and my goodness, it's delivered.
It's delivered, hasn't it? What we've had rain, and you're right. Every sort of Test match I've watched or been involved in throughout the course of the summer, now the one days has just been.
Well, the coup de grace for me was in Hobart on day one. And the day didn't start till 3 p.m. Like, it's a long day anyway, 11 p.m. finish. And it rained. I promise you, you could have been standing out there, you and your 6'6" lanky body and naked as you were born, and not got wet. It was the lightest, most pathetic excuse for rain you've ever seen. So we lose 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
Ridiculous.
Then we get to Canberra for the women's test, and okay, we'll get through this surely. Because the forecast day 3 we lost 68 overs. 5 hours of gibber later, we're home. Ended up being one of the best days cricket of the whole summer, the final day.
Yeah.
Went to Adelaide for the women's T20s. We got the first game in and saw Talia McGrath, magnificent, turn the tide Australia's way. Second day, walking across the bridge, bit of light rain. What's this about? Oh, no, we'll be sweet.
You know what time
4
it is.
overs in, washed out.
You know where the discussion
I'm
is.
not finished.
You know where the discussion
Sunday,
is.
total washout, not a bean bowled. I'm over the rain, although for people who need the rain, I'm really happy that you're getting it, but I just wish you'd stay away from the cricket venues.
It's time to start talking about a roof over this ground, isn't it?
Oh, well, we haven't done that since the Sydney Test. This year, last year, and every year prior.
We've got to start talking about putting a roof on.
Now, Stewie.
Yeah.
Covers are off, stumps going back in. It is 10:51.
Where are the players? Where are the umpires?
Well, they're not there yet.
They're milling about. Get out there. This is what...
Oh, hang on. I've got an update. If there's no further rain, play will commence at 10:58. 6 minutes. Why do we have to wait 6 minutes?
I don't know what are they waiting
One
for?
over has been lost.
Oh.
So we're down to a 19-over run chase. I don't know what the new target is, but it may be irrelevant.
What time can you get breakfast at Macca's on the way home?
I think any time these days. So
we're getting to that time, aren't we?
61 off 30 deliveries, but is that prior to an over loss? That is. So that doesn't count. We've got 25 balls left in the night.
And the revised target will be probably the same, or something like that. Who knows what that'll be? It won't change very much because it never does.
It's got to change a tinsy bit, doesn't it?
I bet you it won't. It'll change a run.
Initial target 150. Stephen O'Keefe's stroll back in. Sock, put the headphones on, mate. We may as well bleed you dry. We've talked through a lot of rain delays already. Mate, say to your microphones on. Sock, don't waste your good work.
Sorry, I was waiting for that. That's what I was just seeing you leading.
Give us the good stuff.
Good, yeah. Well, what's going on? 54 of 24. We've got the revised
revision. All right.
Target. So that's 2 a ball. We're looking at 12 and over. For 13 and over.
We're looking at too much. Don't worry about it. We're looking at way too much. No,
play can extend to 11:30, or is that we're extended to 11:30?
You know, Sock's got to play cricket in the morning, so he needs to get to bed short.
Playing for Manly.
What time's first ball?
Batting 11, 10.
Do you have to warm up?
10. No, this is my warm-up, just rolling back in the chair forward. Now, this has always interested me, this rope thing. I mean, what's your theory on the rope?
It looks good and it's a waste of time.
Yeah.
Does nothing.
That was what I always thought about your career.
Yeah, it looks good and waste of time. Looks good and waste of time.
By the way, what did you decide they need? What did it say? 54 off 24, was it?
54 off 24, yeah.
So the new target is 143.
Yeah.
Off.
Is that right?
19 overs.
That's correct, yeah.
54 off 24. So Sri Lanka's got no hope with that.
Hang on, no. Well, why, we can't be saying that. We've got Dinesh Chandimal, the most experienced batter, who's just wandered out in the crease. I don't know why he's batting so low, to be honest. 1, 2, he's batting
7.
He's batting at 7.
I've nearly forgotten about him.
Yeah.
It's like clubbies. You've got to give everyone a go above him. Otherwise, they don't turn up the next week. I agree with you. Like, he's a world-class player.
He is their most experienced international that's out here. And for mine, if there's anyone who's going to get it done, it's him.
He's got more than 4,000 test runs, 1100s, 62nd T20 game, 6 half-centuries, and 9th game against Australia with just 150. But bearing in mind the nature of this very young squad, it's surprising that he's batting at 7, but maybe that's in keeping with the purpose of this tour.
Yeah. I mean, well, this is the thing, that the game's sort of changing, that the 6s and 7s and 8s in your team, they are almost specialist roles. They used to be, the add-on batters, but now it's you pick a specialist 6.
Yeah.
It's a Dan Christian, it's a Matthew Wade, it's guys who we know are only going to face 10 balls, but who's your best guy at the back end of the innings that can clear the pickets to get it? Is it Dinesh Chandimal? Well, we'll find out. And I kind of hope it is, for the sake of this series, that they can pull something out here. That 5 overs that they bowled at the end of their innings means something.
Here comes the rope again.
Yeah.
You know, it's actually...
Where's the roping?
What about...
They're basically driving next to each other.
One of the highlights during the rain delays of the Sydney Test was that truck backing in, a reverse park, and it got a standing ovation, and he's done it again.
The pressure on that guy driving it not to get it wrong. If he gets it wrong, the game doesn't start.
It's like the boat. Have you ever been down to the boat, the dock where you drop the boat in and you turn it, you turn the car one way and it's going the other way, and there's 6 cars behind you and you're trying to get the thing down.
And they're all tooting.
And they're all just, mate, do you need me to do it? No, mate.
I've never had to do that. I can't think of anything more nerve-wracking than having to do that.
Somebody puts his head in. Do you need a hand, mate? No, mate.
No, mate. No, we're all good, mate. Here, thanks.
Now, I've got some more.
Half the rear of your combi just sitting in the water.
I've got some more revisions.
Right.
So, 4 bowlers by 4 bowlers bowl 4 overs, 1 bowls 3. That's my latest update.
What were you expecting just out of that?
I thought they'd be a bit creative, saying, all right, we're looking at this, right?
One bloke can bowl 7 and the other bloke can bowl 1.
I reckon they should name it. Hazelwood, you've only bowled 2, you got 1 for 4, you're done. Someone else can bowl 1 and someone else can bowl 1.
Yeah. So just
be creative.
Well, Mitchell, Zampa, you can bowl 6. We've decided to give you an extra 2. And
yeah, mate. Well, there was back in the day, Stuart, when you were captain with the Blues, they brought in, you could have an extra bowler bowl 2 overs. And I remember I had a young Pat Cummins in my brief stint as New South Wales captain, which was horrendous because I had no idea what I was doing. But I used to always get Paddy to bowl the extra 2 overs, and I'm pretty certain the reason he spent 6 years off is because he bowled 45 overs in a Shield final, and then in one day I'd bowl him the extra 2 because he was the best bowler. So I think his L5 was about the size of a beer coaster.
There is no L5. It's L5 and L4 is 1 now.
He won us a few games, though.
He was 6'5" at the start of that season. All right, Sock, have a breather.
Yeah, I'm off. Sorry again. Yeah.
Up and down like a fiddler's elbow. Adam Zampa will complete his spell. Here we go. Cricket's back. Yeehaw at 10:57. Do we have to wait till 10:58? No. Good on you. We're getting on with it. As Zampa bowls to Chandimal, and it's a dot ball. They can't afford any of those. No run. What a spell by Adam Zampa. He finishes with 4 overs, 3 for 18, and Sri Lanka is in the mire at 5 for 89. 4 overs to come, and they need to get to 143, Stuart Clark.
Yeah, they do, and they need to get there quickly. Going to play some shots, you would have thought. Try and score quickly, try and take on the Australian bowlers. Hazelwood's got the ball in hand down at the Randwick end of the ground, so it ain't going to be easy. A little bit of water on the wicket, a little bit of extra pace.
There wouldn't be that much water on the wicket, would they? They got out there pretty quick.
It'd be enough just to spice it up a tad.
Josh Hazlewood will come back into the attack, despite our plans for limiting bowlers for these last 4 overs. 143 the target. They're 5 for 89, and Chandimal yet to score 3 dot balls from the veteran and Shanaka, who look absolutely lost against Pat Cummins. 7 from 12 the skipper. They need 54 of 24. What hope do you give them from here? Percentage chance.
Percentage. If WinViz was on the TV, it'd be getting 0.
Here comes Josh Hazlewood. Bowls to Shanaka, and he goes the aerial route. Will he be caught at mid-off? He will be. And that was a pretty ordinary innings by the captain. The catch is gobbled up at mid-off. Sri Lanka 6 for 89. Hazlewood has 2 for 4 as the skipper. Aaron Finch took the catch, and Shanaka goes for 7.
Yeah, pretty simple catch in the end. Didn't time it, right off the toe of the bat. Hazlewood just on a length, and Aaron Finch, a little bit of confusion between cover and mid-off who was actually going to catch that. And good old-fashioned, tell the kids when you coach them, someone called loudly, and Aaron Finch certainly did that and took a pretty simple catch. And Sri Lanka unfortunately lose their 7th wicket. The pressure is just getting all too much at the moment, unfortunately.
Pretty ordinary innings by the skipper, Shanaka. 7 of 13 deliveries, no boundaries.
Well, the question's got to be asked is how is he batting in front of Chandimal?
And his career stats are not, all that flash. Shanaka, he's 30. It's his 58th T20. Came in averaging only 16.8 with a higher score of 54. And in 4 games against Australia, averaged 7.5. In Australia, averaged 6. So it doesn't augur well for hugeness. Is now coming to the crease for Sri Lanka is Chamika Karunaratne. Certainly did a good job with the ball. 4 overs, 2 for 22. 54 needed of 23 deliveries. And Karunaratne, the 25-year-old, let me see, what's he done with the bat? 88 runs at 17.6, a high score of 24 not out. 5 sixes and a strike rate of 119.
Can clear the rope.
Going to need to do that often. As it's Chandimal on strike to Hazlewood, and he tonks it down the ground, but can't beat long on. Will get a run, but they need a lot more than that. And Chandimal is off the mark with a single, 6 for 90. 53 to win off 22 deliveries, and Australia closing in the world champions on a victory. It's interesting juxtaposition with this Australian team they're the world champions. This is their first appearance since being crowned world champions, but equally the next one starts in the middle of October. So they're already kind of building towards the next one. As Karunaratne is on strike. WinViz 11%. I just saw 11%. Oh, hang on. Now we've got a nick, have we? Karunaratne. There was a noise, but the ball's just beaten the bat through. It goes to Matthew Wade, and the score remains 6 for 90. A very interesting notation has just gone on the scoreboard here at the SCG. Due to respect of patrons in the Moore Park area, the public address system will not be used after 11 p.m. Well, giddy right up for that.
you reckon the 5 million...
Now 11:01.
You reckon the 5 million watt, 6 towering lights shining right into their bedrooms, probably not as much of a drama, or what?
You know what the PA dude's done? He's already...
He gone, you reckon?
He gone. He's home to bed. 6 for 90. Karunaratne on strike to Hazlewood, who has 2 for 5. Now there's a mid-pitch meeting. Are they discussing... Did Australia end up challenging a nick, or are they just having a bit of a chin wag here? No. The hot spot doesn't show anything.
Yeah, get on with it.
Play on. PA dude's gone home. All Parkites are asleep.
They're not, because those lights are shining in their bedroom.
Well, as a result, they're lying in bed listening to grandstand cricket on the ABC.
Keeping away. Good on them.
Goodness for this. 6 for 90. Okay, so that did go to a challenge, and it's not out.
Right.
So they didn't even broadcast the third umpire. Wow.
So he just said not out, that's it, we're on. Get on with it.
Tony says new version of the game, midnight to dawn cricket. Here's Hazlewood bowling, and Karunaratne hits it back. Diving forward is Hazlewood, and he takes the catch, and Karunaratne, he's on his way. It was the most awkward looking shot of the summer. He's gone for a duck. Hazlewood has 3 for 5, and Sri Lanka collapse. 7 for 90 in the 16th over.
The big man taking a tumble, taking a sharp catch down around his ankles, You can just see that side train not bothering him anymore. Just bounced too much. A bit of extra pace. The wicket's just quickened up a fraction with the water on it. And Hazelwood's just exploiting it, as you'd imagine. Pretty simple catch in the end. And just tried not to get his elbows on the ground to take any skin off while he rolled. Picked up another wicket. The big Hoff's back in town. That's his third. He's got 3 for 5. Where have you been, Joshy Hazelwood? You're back with a bang.
And only he was worried about his side when he's diving to get a catch for a wicket for himself. So out for Sri Lanka, is coming into bat is their opening bowler now, Dushmantha Chameera, with Sri Lanka gone 7 for 90, and they were 4 for 89. So they've lost 3 for 1. Australia lost 4 for 4. Gunatillako out for 1. Fernando for 6. Nasanka for 36 off 37. Asalanka 16. Hasaranga 13. Shanaka 7. And Karunaratne a second ball Goza. And now Chameera comes in with the ball. 4 overs, 2 for 38. And does he have any prowess with the bat?
Need to go long.
46 runs at 4.6. So no is the answer to my question.
The whole time, Chandimal's just standing out the non-strikers end.
53 to win off 20. Well, he's only 1 off 4. But Chameera's off the mark immediately. And he should get 2 down to deep backward square. Stark in pursuit, and Chameera long body, and he comes back easily for the second run, and not a good return by Stark. It evades Matthew Wade. It just gives him a bit of a, not really a glare, but just a bit of a look, as if to say, come on, Mitch. 2 for Chameera, 7 for 92. They need 51 of 19 deliveries.
Yeah, if you did one of those back in the old days, half volley into the keeper, you got a fearful spray from the wicket keeper. These days are a lot more calmer than they used to be back in the day.
Rod Marsh, for example. Hazelwood bowls. Tonk is Chameera. Doesn't get all of it. It runs along the ground along on. They've got 1. Chandimal never, ever thought about a second run. And Chameera goes to 3. The score along to 7 for 93 at the end of the 16th over. Josh Hazelwood now has bowled 3 overs, 3 for 8 in his return to cricket. There's 3 overs to go, and they still need a lot of runs. 50 to win off 18 balls, Sri Lanka. And that's probably out of the realm even of a slogging Stuart Clark playing 5th grade cricket for Sutherland.
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, Andrew. You'll never know.
Well, my birdies tell me that you were seen playing 5th recently.
I played 5s.
And while your bowling was fruitless in terms of pursuit of wickets, your batting was superb.
Well, what I've worked out is that because I haven't played, not that I could ever hit the ball through the offside, but I genuinely, the offside of the ground, there's no point having it there because everything sort of goes over mid-wicket.
Keeps you focused. Got the blinkers
If
on.
they put everyone on the onside, I still would have hit it there.
Pat Cummins now coming into bowl to Chameera, who's on 3. Slog, miss, Windy Wolf. Through it goes to Wood. To Wade. And there's no run.
Well, that's the order of the day. There's not much they can actually do about it. No point just knocking them around. You may as well try and launch them into the stands and see if you can pick up the 50-odd you need.
On the SMS, more of you blokes would talk underwater with a mouthful of marbles. Haha, loving the call. Thank you, Mark, listening on the Central Coast. Some of the funniest commentary tonight. Love it, says another.
Come on, read it out.
Who would have thought ABC listeners would hear yeehaw at the cricket? Here's Cummins bowling, and Chameera chops it onto his body. They take off for a quick single that only dribbled a couple of metres to the offside, and they get through. Chameera to 4 and 7 for 94. And they need a lot of not many. Australia heading for a victory in game 1 of this 5-game men's T20 series. 49 to win off 16.
One of the Australians off the field. I'm trying to work out which one, because I think Agar's at backward point. So is Maxwell out there? I can't seem to see him.
No, Maxie's out there. He's a deep square leg. Here comes Cummins bowling to Chandimal. He goes big, and he's going to find the gap. One bounce over the rope in front of the members' stand for 4. So he moves to 5. 7 for 98. 45 to win for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, heaved away over mid-wicket. Got every bit of that. Just didn't quite get it out of the middle, but certainly a big bat swing.
So Zampa's there. Maxwell is there. Smith is there. Stark is there. Aaron Finch is there at mid-off. In the covers,
Zampa,
Josh Inglis. Zampa's at fine leg. Here's Cummins bowling in Chandimal. A late cut. It's over the top of point, but just over the head of McDermott. They'll get 1 run. as the return comes in, and Chandamal moves to 6. And it's 7 for 99. The target 143, 44 to win off 14. So, yeah, Agar was there in the infield.
He's at point.
Inglis is there. McDermott is there. And at deep third is that Hazelwood. So who's left?
Stoinis.
Marcus Stoinis.
Hopefully he's okay.
Trying to add a few more muscles. Cummins bowls to Chimera. He goes the tonk down towards long on, but the ball pitches about 28 metres away from the bat, and they'll get a run as Stark comes in to pick up. 7 for 100. One ball to come in the 17th over, and 43 to win off 13 for Sri Lanka. Chandamal back on strike.
Well, they're certainly having a crack at it. They just haven't been able to get it away. Not quite timing the deliveries.
We've got a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep fine leg, almost lost amongst the crowd down there, Zampa. And a deep point. Pat Cummins comes in. Bowls, and on the pull shot goes Chandamal. Diving effort by Maxwell at square leg, but it's in vain. It goes for 4 runs. Chandamal moves to 10. 7 for 104. Now, what are those pyrotechnics in front of us? 7 for 104, and Chandamal moves to 10. 39 to win off 2 overs. Can there be a hero for Sri Lanka? Can it be Dinesh Chandamal?
Well, it's going to have to be. I'm not sure who else it can be. Too short, too straight there by Cummins, and he just rocked onto the back foot and swiveled around. Great effort by Glenn Maxwell out in the deep backward square leg.
4 overs, 1 for 32, by the way, Pat Cummins.
Yeah, it didn't look quite right tonight, Paddy. Maybe short of a bowl, I'd suggest. Just needs to get himself into some rhythm.
You can see Brett Sprigg down there in position. Hello, Spriggy. Good to see you, mate. Down there in the grandstand at Stumps Posse. As Hazelwood bowls short of a length, this will be out. It's top edge towards square leg, getting under it and taking the catch. For Australia is Ben McDermott, and Chimera out for 5. 8 for 104, 39 to win off 11 deliveries. Another wicket for Hazelwood. Stewie, he's got 4 for 8.
He's got 4 for 8, and he could be getting a Michelle Pfeiffer shortly, you would have thought, if they're going to keep playing shots.
Well, they have no choice.
McDermott running around taking a pretty simple catch. Made good ground there, went from mid-wicket and caught the ball right on the right-hand side of the square leg umper at backward square leg. So good fielding there by the Australians, moving around nicely as the next Sri Lankan makes his way to the middle.
So let me ask you this question. Who's your player of the match? Hazelwood's got 4 for 8, but 3 of them have come in the last few minutes of the game pretty much done and dusted.
I'm going either McDermott or Adam Zampa.
Yep, good call.
Hazelwood's going to get 5 or 6, but I thought Zampa really broke the back of the Sri Lankans with his wily
Mind you,
right arm.
Scott Boland type figures of 6 for 8 might be hard to beat.
Yeah, true. Let's see what transpires over these next 5 deliveries from Hazelwood.
It's 12 past 11. If you've turned on to your normal program, you've got anything but. Stuart Clark, Andrew Moore, Stephen O'Keefe is here. The sock loves being at the cricket at this time of night.
How's the Sprigster? Is he good down there?
He's down there. He's sleeping in on his microphone. Here's a top edge. Over the top of short third man from Chandamal. Races down towards the boundary. Nice save by Zampa. Taps it back in. And the Ashton Agar throw comes back to the stumps. And in the end, they get 2. Chandamal with that edge moves to 12. 8 for 106, chasing 143 off 19 overs. A reminder tomorrow, which is not far away, Summer Grandstand with Corbin Middlemass and Karen Ty, and then the NRL All-Stars for our northern listeners from 5 p.m.
How excited are you footy season to be?
I am. I can't wait for tomorrow. Hazelwood bowls and Chandamal pulls it, and the ball just dribbles a metre or 2 down back down the pitch. No run. 8 for 106, 37 to win off 9 deliveries.
I think Sri Lanka for game 2, which is here on Sunday night. We'll be covering that one again, won't we?
We will be on air at 6:30 Australian Eastern Daylight.
We'll be here early. I think Chandamal needs to go up the order. Just watching this innings here, he looks by far and away the most accomplished player, which is not surprising given he's the most experienced.
He should be at 3.
Yeah, I think
3 or 4, wherever he's comfy.
Not sure what the Sri Lankans are thinking, but I'd be certainly getting him into the game a lot earlier.
Chandamal waits, in comes Hazelwood, and he pulls this away off stump, heading towards deep mid-wicket. Fielder coming in, but it bounces just in front of Glenn Maxwell. Only a single. Chandamal 13, 36 to win off 8. 8 for 107, Sri Lanka in the 18th over.
Thought he was going to go the big Superman dive then. He was coming in at a rapid rate there, was Glenn Maxwell. And he was going to a big leap at it and try and catch it with a big slide. Jordan Silk style, if you remember that catch from a few years ago. Bit like that. Just thought better of it in the end, I think, Maxie. Just that's.
I reckon if the gap between runs required and balls to come was closer, he may have had a stab. Hazelwood bowls, and it's run away square on the offside by Fernando, and he gets a run to Agar at point. So he is off the mark. Banura Fernando, and it's 8 for 108. Fernando bowled really well. 4 overs, 2 for 12 for the youngster. And he's 26 years of age. It's his 7th T20 game. And has he done anything with a bat? Average, 28 runs in 2 innings. One of them are not out, 20 not out. No, he made 20 or 14 balls against England.
Okay.
So he must be able to hit them a little.
Well, he looks accomplished. He doesn't look like he doesn't know what he's doing. Watching the cut one ball he's faced, he got into a nice position. And
fine leg comes in Stark. So those out are a deep point. There's a long off, long on, mid-wicket square leg. But Josh Hazelwood, last ball of his spell. Chandamal struck on the body. He's not having a really happy time of it. It trickles to point. Agar comes in to pick up. They take a run. It's a leg by. And at the end of the over, 8 for 109. So all Sri Lanka needs from here is a 6 off every ball of the final over. 34 to win from 6 deliveries. Josh Hazelwood, what about his return, Stewie? 4 overs, 4 for 12.
4 for 12. It was a good spell. He picked up a wicket early on and picked up a few at the end, but it certainly looked like he's not hampered at all by that side. He's fully recovered. He'll get better as he plays more cricket, but good pace, good bounce, good carry. Looks like he ran in hard all night. So a good comeback for Joshy Hazelwood, and looking forward to getting him ready for the Pakistan tour, which is not too far away. Not often you see 17 wickets in a T20 game, is it? Very, very rarely, and I don't think you can contribute that to the wicket. I thought the wicket's been good. It's had a bit of pace, it's had a bit of carry. I think there's been some poor cricket shots throughout the course of the day, but the pressure of trying to up the scoring rate the whole time has contributed to that, and you've got to pay some credit to the bowlers, who I think have been good. They can do this. The benefit here is they're sitting to the short part of the ground, so if they can get under a few, there's still a chance. Mitchell Stark to put the last rights on this one. Mind you, if this first one doesn't go for 6, it's just about done, isn't it? It is not just about done, it is officially done. But the beauty is they'll play it out. 11:16 local time. We're with you until 11:30. Spriggy will have an interview downstairs. And here's Mitchell Stark on his way. He's in bowling, and a slog from Chandamal. One bounce towards long on. Steve Smith is the fielder, and he sends lovely return down to the keeper's end. So 8 for 110. Chandamal moves to 14. And young Fernando will come on strike. Young Fernando, 26. What do you think about the headband? Are you a fan of the headband? Do you know what? I saw earlier today, walking into the ground, Rumesh Ratnayaka, the Sri Lankan coach. And I was around when he was playing for Sri Lanka out here, and he had the white headband on. Yeah. And he had that slinging action, Rumesh. He was a very good bowler. And I loved it on him. Couldn't quite warm to the Stuart Broad style. I don't like the tied-up headband, the modern one. Okay. I like the old-fashioned. You think that's a tennis thing, do you? Yeah. Mitchell Stark. He bowls, and Fernando digs out a Yorker, sets up for a run, and he's nearly run out. Cover came in, and they end up taking an overthrow. The miss coming from Josh Inglis. He had to have a shy because he was out of his ground, Fernando, and he ends up with the luckiest run he's probably ever had. He's 2. 8 for 111. We're up to Nelson for our listeners in the UK. 32 to win off 4. And Australia going to take a 1-0 lead in this 5-game series. Yeah, Searing Yorker dug out. Not sure there was ever going to be a run there. I'm not sure what Fernando was doing, but good. Looking there. It would have been close. Why is it that every time the score is 1-1-1, I think of the late, great David Shepherd, the umpire? Here's Mitchell Stark to Chandamal. He launched
launches into this over cover. 6, that could be close to the shot of the day.
That is the shot of the day. It's not the one that English hit, the one that McDermott hit up into the top deck, but certainly got to get this guy up the order. What are you doing, Sri Lanka? When you see Rumesh on the way out, let him know this guy can play. Get him up the order.
I'm just going to say Rumesh, Chandamal, 4, and just keep walking. You say, who's this lunatic?
Who's this bloke? He's in the Hall of Fame. Oh, right.
Drop off. 8 for 117. And Mitchell Starc.
Got to get him up the order. Come on.
None for 36 in his 4th over after a none for 60 in the final of the World Cup. Bowls to Chandamal. Full toss. And it's punched to cover. Misfield. They don't take a run. There was an easy run there, but Chandamal says I may as well keep the strike. He's 20 or 14. 8 for 117. And this game has 2 deliveries left. Hazelwood and Zampa have been the stars with the ball for Australia. McDermott and Stoinis, I guess, the standouts with the bat. And Fernando, Hasaranga, Karunaratne, the stars with the ball for Sri Lanka. Crowd of 12,098. Another overcast, wet sort of day in Sydney as Starc bowls. Chandamal with the full toss. Chops it off the edge, over for 4 runs down to third man. Now, is it above waist height? Not according to the umpire. It's 4 runs for Chandamal. And 24 for Chandamal, 8 for 121. Now, I'm looking at the umpire signalling 4. I'm looking at Stephen O'Keefe signalling 4 and a no ball. And Stewie, you've just got your long arms everywhere.
I'm saying it's a no ball. Well, we're not playing what the umpires want to go home, do they?
Well, they're dirty that the PA blokes beat them to the car park.
How's that not a no ball?
That was at, I hate to say it, at 11:20 at night. That was nipple height. Here comes Starc, last ball of the game. Bowls to Chandamal, and it's dug out by Chandamal. He'll get a run down the ground. Again, if Steve Smith was batting, they'd have got 2. But instead, Steve Smith is fielding, and that ends the over. It ends the game with Sri Lanka at 8 for 122. Which means I think that Australia's won by 20 runs on the Duckworth-Lewis system.
I believe that is correct. Australia wins by 20 runs. So well played, Australia. They've been too good, far too good for the Sri Lankans tonight.
What?
It's the Australians, I'll give them a young team out here for a lot of them out here for the first time. I've not played in Australia very much. Thought they bowled really, really well. The question was always going to be, can they withstand the pressure whilst with the bat? They've showed an adequate performance, 122 from their 19 overs, but certainly you've got to give credit to Australia. They've come back and put on a really good performance. Their first game after winning the T20 World Cup, and some of these guys haven't played for a few weeks now since the tests finished, and come out, done what they've done. They'll be better for it for the game on Sunday night, and then moving into Canberra and Melbourne later in next week.
All right, hopefully in the next 9 minutes or so we'll get some reaction downstairs with Brett Sprigg. I'll quickly go through the card. Australia batting first, 9 for 149. Finch 8, Inglis 23, Maxwell 7, Smith 9, McDermott 53, Wade 4, Stoinis 30, Starc 1, Cummins 2, Zampa and Hazelwood each 2 not out, Chimera 2 for 38, Fernando 2 for 12. Theekshana none for 27, Hasaranga 3 for 38, Karunaratne 2 for 22 or 4, and Shanaka 1 over for 8. Sri Lanka initially needing 150 to win. That ended up being 143 off 19 overs. Osguna Talika caught Stoinis off Hazelwood for 1. Fernando, and that was Vishka Fernando, caught Wade Bob Cummins for 6. The Sanka caught Starc at long on off the bowling of Zampa for 36 off 37 balls with 5 fours and a 6. Hasaranga caught Smith at deep mid-wicket off Zampa for 16, a very good catch. Hasaranga caught Smith at cover, bowled Zampa for 13. Shanaka was caught at mid-off by Finch off Hazelwood for 7. Karunaratne caught and bowled Hazelwood for a duck. Chimera caught McDermott at square leg off Hazelwood for 5. Chandamal finishes not out, 25 off 16 deliveries, and Banura Fernando 2 not out off 2. There were 11 extras, 4 wides, 3 leg byes and 4 byes. Sri Lanka 8 for 122 off 19 overs. Mitchell Starc 4 overs for 41. Josh Hazelwood 4 overs, 4 for 12. Pat Cummins 4 overs, 1 for 32. Marcus Stoinis 3 overs for 12. Adam Zampa 4 overs, 3 for 18. Really ripping apart that middle order and setting up in the end a strong bowling performance from the Australian team. So Australia wins by 20 runs, And Stephen O'Keefe joins Stuart Clark. I'm Andrew Moore on Grandstand Cricket. Steve, in the end, it was a strong performance in the field by the Australians, wasn't it? They would have been disappointed having lost 4 for 4 late in their innings.
Yeah, I agree. It's a strong performance on both sides. I thought the Sri Lankans' energy in the field, their field placements was proactive. You know, they came out with a bunch of plans and executed quite well. But then when it came to the batting, it was almost the opposite. You know, I'm looking at Chandimal down at the bottom of the innings here. He's 25 off 16. Let's get him up the order, batting through. I mean, I know you guys have said it, but, you know, you can build some partnerships, take the Aussie bowlers' depth. We've seen Starkey go 4 for 40. Now, if the game's on the line and Starkey's coming in and he's going at 10s, you're giving yourself every chance. He's your most experienced player. Get him up there. That's the key to the next game.
Great news, Sock, for Australia. Josh Hazlewood's return. And, boy, didn't he bowl superbly for the Australians tonight? And here's Josh down there with you, Brett Sprigg.
Josh, welcome back. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I mean, it's been about 5 or 6 weeks out, I think, so little few nerves there at the start of the game, but yeah, I felt pretty comfortable coming back in, and just around the boys the last few days, been really good to be back and feeling nice and comfortable, so it was a good result.
Workload-wise, have you eased your way back into it since obviously having not played since the Gabba Test?
Yeah, I was sort of earmarking the series against New Zealand to come back and play in that one-day cricket series, so the workloads are fine. I've been back bowling for a couple of weeks, well, probably 4 or 5 weeks now, and you know, feeling really good, and T20 is probably a good way to come back.
We saw 17 wickets fall, which is rare for a T20. How would you describe the pitch for bowling?
I think it was good. I think, you know, it was quite even between bat and ball. I don't think the batting was free-flowing by any means, and I think from a bowling point of view, you know, if you hit the wicket hard and probably bowled your cutters, they sort of just gripping in the wicket, and there was a little bit up and down. So there was enough there for the bowlers if you bowled in the right areas.
Does being the reigning world champions, just on this team, being reigning world champions bring a new dimension to how you approach things out there, particularly with another World Cup at home on the horizon next summer?
Probably not. I think we just focus on the process and our preparation going into games. No matter who we're playing, we focus a lot on ourselves, and then, you know, we focus a little bit on the opposition. But I think just taking it nice and relaxed and just get that ball rolling towards the next World Cup. So it's a good start.
Were you surprised at what Sri Lanka offered up at times tonight?
No, not at all. I think they're a very good outfit. There's some dangerous batters all the way through the order, and I think their spinners and quicks all bowled reasonably well. So, yeah, they're a dangerous outfit.
Just lastly, Adam Zampa was player of the match. You're very stiff.
I think through the middle there, the game was probably, as you mentioned, on a nice edge a little bit, and those couple of wickets he took there through the middle are pretty key, so well earned.
And game 2 back here on Sunday. Keen to sort of keep this going?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. There's a few things we can work on from tonight, and probably a little bit rusty in this format, having not played it for a few months, but the guys coming out of Big Bash came in great, and yeah, we'll be ready for Sunday.
Well played, Josh. Great stuff.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Well done, Spriggy. Brett Sprigg down there with Josh Hazlewood, who, as you predicted, Stewie, despite 4 for 12, misses out on player of the match for Adam Zampa, who did the damage in the top and middle order.
Yeah, he certainly did. Zampa was really, really good tonight. Bowled with good variation, good flight, good deception, and picked up crucial wickets. And, you know, Hazlewood, whilst he did pick up the first wicket, picked up some of the guys at the lower order. It was good to see Josh Hazlewood back and playing cricket and getting through it without his side blowing up. So well done to him. And the Australians, as Josh mentioned there, they'll be better for the run as they go into game 2 and 3 and throughout this series.
And Stephen, that's now for Adam Zampa in how many? 58 T20 internationals, 68 wickets.
It's incredible. It doesn't surprise me. I mean, he's not a big spinner of the ball, as we've said, but these lines, they're stump to stump. And when we have bowling or batting meetings against Adam, it's really difficult to try and get a gauge on how you're going to attack him. Can you sweep him? His length's always that little bit back. You know, do you play him through the offside? He tends to beat you on the inside. So he's always got an option, a plan that tends to be one step ahead of you while he's having so much success. And again, that highlighted it. One other good thing that I love seeing tonight was, look, the big guns didn't fire for the Australian team, but we've seen McDermott finally find his feet out there, opening the batting. They trusted him. A great 50, and Josh Inglis on debut. Look, it was only 23 off 18, but the courage that he went out there to show that, look, I'm going to hit 360. This is the way I'm going to go about my business. It's what's got me here. So you combine those two guys who've got to start, and then you look at the rest of them. Are they going to fail 2 to 3 games in a row? Definitely not. Have we seen the best out of that batting? Definitely not. But the bowling group, fantastic. First time in Australia since we've seen Stark, Hazlewood, and Cummins bowling. That's awesome to see. And I just love seeing big Josh Hazlewood just almost bowl the same balls that he bowls in Test cricket in the UAE, now in Australia, and it's just rewarding. It's fantastic.
All right, minute and a half to go before we knock off Stewie, Sri Lanka. The positives from their performance tonight.
Look, I'm looking at their batting, and I think Nasanika 36 of 37, Asalanka 16 of 19. Chandamal I thought was good, 28 of 16 from a batting point of view. They've just got to get that order right. And with the ball, I thought Chamira bowled all right. He went for a few, but he picked up 2 wickets. Fernando 2 for 12 off 14, and Hasaranga 3 for 38. So, look, there are positives all the way through the game. The problem with it, there's just not enough positives mixed in. There's too many negatives in the middle of it also. Get it all fixed, get it in the right order, and I think they're a competitive team.
Stewie, it's been a pleasure as always. I will see you here on air 6:30 p.m. Sunday.
I'll get here early and do my preparation as per usual.
Stephen O'Keefe, it's 6:28. Stephen O'Keefe, great to see you again, mate, and good luck in great cricket tomorrow.
Are you coming down to call that, boys?
I am not.
Wait, where are you playing? You can't have Manly over?
That's Manly over.
Yeah, I won't be there.
I would be, but we've got to go.
Overs, I'm going to sledge the absolute buggery out of everyone and tell them how good I am. So don't miss it. Come down, 10 o'clock Manly Oval.
If only I didn't have to go to Parramatta tomorrow for the footy. Thank you, Sock. Thank you, Stewie.
Good on you, Maurice.
Thank you to our team out here, Dennis Carnahan and Renelle Moa and Brett Sprigg. To Andrea Williamson back in the studio, thank you as always, Andrew. And most importantly, thank you for listening. Australia opens the 5-game T20 series against Sri Lanka with a 20-run victory here at the SCG. I'm Andrew Moore. Catch you from the All-Stars tomorrow. Good night.
6 years start on us. So, you know, that's what happened tonight.
That was my pick for the week. It's on the Moana Pacifica Instagram page, so if you want to jump on there and have a look, they've got heaps of cool stuff on their page about some of the work they've done in the lead up to the season and just the excitement that's built in. And yeah, like you said, hopefully the work that they put in is going to turn things around from on the field.
That's really beautiful, and I think a lot of those boys would have appreciated those words, because it's not easy coming to a big premier competition like this, but there will be many losses ahead, no doubt. But what they're doing is essentially creating their legacy from scratch. The Crusaders, the Waratahs, all the Super Rugby franchises started in this place that Moana Pacifica are currently in, but the only way is up.
That's right.
And Dean, I just want to say it's also been 1 year exactly to date that you last posted on your Instagram.
Oh, happy anniversary to me for my last post.
I don't...
Does that mean I have to post today and then I'll post something again in a year's time?
Maybe. Oh, you know what you can do? Maybe when we reach, like, our first birthday of like, recording together, working together, you'd be like, me and my media bestie, we can have our peace fingers up. What do you reckon?
We'll do it. That's my next
we
post.
On.
How long does that give me? That's like...
I think we're going overs with this segment, so we'll wrap it up.
In the Ruck. Tackling the tough headlines in sport on Can You Be More Pacific?
This week in the Ruck, we've got a number of headlines to get through. I'm going to start with the oval ball again, rugby, and what's happening in the world of rugby. Sarah?
Yes, at the moment there's chat about a rule change, and as we know, COVID has been causing absolute havoc in the world of sport. However, in rugby union, there is chat about changing the rule around scrum. So as we know right now, scrum time, 8 people from each side, all your forwards come in to pack and contest for the ball. However, what they're proposing is to have uncontested scrums, which... in rugby league, they don't even bat an eyelid because that's exactly what they do. However, I don't even know why scrums exist in NRL, to be honest, or in league. I'm just going to clap myself there because I know that was a hella good point. But in rugby union, this really does change the nature of our whole game. It's weird. I actually don't know how we even got here, but basically you think about players, they need to be able to get that level of physicality under them, particularly as a forward. Like, you can't go from playing for your local rugby club where you are doing contested scrums and then go to Super Rugby level and then not do it. Like, it's such a jump in the level of intensity and physicality that it almost would be a lot more dangerous to the player. So there hasn't been a final decision on this, but watch this space in regards to that rule.
It's an interesting one. they tackle each other, they form rucks around the field, so there's going to be that close contact anyway. Don't know how much you're saving by not having contested scrums, but they're going to do whatever they can, obviously, to get the games actually happening. They don't want to have to cancel, postpone, or whatever. So we'll keep in touch with that one.
Yes, we will. In lighter and brighter news, captains have been named for the upcoming Super Rugby Pacific competition, which will kick off on February 18th. Sukopa Kepu, who is a much-loved and well-respected player, he was here in Australia and he finished his career with the New South Wales Waratahs, headed abroad, and he's come back and picked up a contract with Moana Pacifica. He has been announced as their captain, which is a huge but fitting recognition. And also someone I do want to mention is Feleti Kaitu'u. He had a breakout season with the Western Force last year, was awarded with some time in the Wallabies jersey where he capped, and I actually was on that game. That was fantastic. And I think it's a huge reward for the 26-year-old who will lead his men this year. So it's just so great to see Pacifica excellence represented in leadership roles.
Yeah, well said, Sarah. It's great for both those men to be able to get those that recognition. Sukopa Kepu, the piece, Moana Pacifica did a piece on their Instagram of him actually getting presented the captaincy. He had family there. It was really emotional. It was a really nice piece and, legend of the game. So good news on both fronts.
It is indeed. And Super Rugby Aupiki, which we know is the premier rugby union competition for women in New Zealand, that'll kick off on March 5th. And the Hurricanes have unveiled their name for their inaugural women's team, which will be Hurricanes Pua.
Yes, this is. It's great that they've made this announcement for the name. It's a Māori name. The name Poa derives from Purukau of Ranginui, which is Skyfather, and Papatua Nuku, which is Earth Mother. So they've drawn on like the essence of Māori to come up with this name, and no doubt it's going to mean a lot to the people involved with the team, and obviously to the women they're about to represent.
It's going to be really, really special. And over to the NRL, what's the latest there?
Yeah, well, the Rugby League Players Association has backed a call for the Kangaroos to consider performing a dance before matches, as we see from the All Blacks and the Kiwis and other New Zealand representative teams when they do the haka. They're thinking about an Indigenous dance, which Dean Witters, who we spoke to a number of weeks ago now on the show, will be consulted on. A number of senior players have already spoken about it. We'll see a war cry before the All-Stars match this weekend. So it's something sort of around that to try and engage with some Indigenous culture inside the Kangaroos team. And they've had a bit of a crack at this before. A few years ago, they at this 2017 World Cup, they did try and come up with something that was a bit of acknowledgement to Indigenous people within Australia, but I don't know that it was criticised. It was hard for people to draw a connection to it, I guess, and to know what they were trying to achieve with it. So they're going to put a bit more time into what it looks like. And yeah, it could come in the next match that they play. It might not, but it's good that they're thinking about possibly including this in the way that they prepare for the game.
Yeah, 100%. We were talking about rule changes in rugby